guys, you know what time it is. It's your boy David at the Irish Hotspur, Ireland's #1 Spurs fan. And today we finally bring you the end of season fan show. And of course, we have a lot to talk about. Of course, everything over the whole season. You know, we have the transfer window now, what players are going, the 150 million that ENIC have invested into Tottenham Hotspur to help with the sort of funding that Conte needs. It looks like he's about to stay. Harry Kane is about to sign a new contract. Of course, Mbappe signed a new contract as well there yesterday. I mean, Jack, so much to talk about today.
Pretty much only good news to talk about, in fact, actually, for the Harris Army, Dave. And you know the Harris Army, Dave, they are absolutely going to take the good news well. I'm actually really looking forward to what they have to say because often, Dave, you know, you have to hand them only the bad news. They still find a way, you know, to make something out of it. But when you hand them the good news, I know there's going to be some good, you know, kind of clipped moments tonight. Everybody, I would say, if you do see that, you know, kind of scissor emoji, you know, right next to that like button, which you should probably already have smashed by now, but next to that like button is that clip, you know, emoji. I would say probably have to be using that plenty tonight because I know all the guests, Dave, we just have banger after banger. We even have a guy who's given himself the title of Daddy Højbjerg all the way out in Norway as well. So Dave, there's going to be plenty of clippable people. Honestly, it's just like I said, every single person we have lined up, absolute banger. So I would say everybody get those clips ready.
Yeah, it's gonna be a busy one tonight. I can't wait to hear people's, you know, thoughts of how the season went, maybe some of their favorite memories. There's an awful lot to get through. But Jack, of course, you know, no one has heard your thoughts on ENIC investing 150 million into Tottenham. So I mean, what is your thoughts on this?
I think what's kind of interesting about it, Dave, is that I had actually originally thought there was going to be more money than what we're used to in the first place. I spoke about this before last summer with Kieran. I think Kieran calculated that like over the last like 5, 6, 7 seasons, Spurs, apart from that one season where they spent nothing, which is a huge outlier, let's be honest, or, you know, a huge dent in the average when you kind of think about it. But he said we like spend close to around 100 million or something like that, like per season, more or less, which kind of made me think like, okay, like Champions League money on top of that, all the players we sell, you know, makes me think that the budget was already going to be around 150 million. The fact that we're getting 150 million on top of that, supposedly, if I am understanding it sort of correctly, even close to maybe, you know, an extra cushion on top of that already, I would expect more than normal sort of transfer budget. Makes me delighted, Dave, because it just kind of makes you think that there will be a bit of purchasing power, a bit of like bargaining power available to Spurs, where let's say club says, you know what, Levy, sorry, it's not 51 million anymore. It's 58 million. He can be like, fine, whatever, you know, get me away from this guy. I'm tired of dealing with him. Here's 58 million, you know, call me later, you know, kind of thing. And that's what I'm actually, you know, excited about because I know Dave, you know, Levy, big pencil pusher, you know, wants to, you know, do everything by the books. And to be fair, that's what's gotten us to the state that we are when it comes to like things outside of the football, you know, kind of realm. It's because he's so, you know, kind of diligent. He's so, you know, kind of persistent. He's so kind of, you know, detailed. That's gotten us to the state that we are with the stadium, with the training ground, etc. But on the football side of things, that sort of thing has hurt us. But now that we have that bit of extra money to work with, just makes me happy that we have a bit more purchasing power and bargaining power.
No, 100%. And look, it makes a marquee signing someone like a Bastoni a real possibility this summer, Jack. You know, look, don't forget we do owe 40 million in transfers owed this summer, but there's 150 million investment money for finishing where we did in the Premier League. You know, so there's a lot of money around, plus whatever we have to sell. You know, so there's easily about another 80 to 100 million there. So there's an awful lot of money available for us to be able to go and complete the rebuild, in my opinion. I think you can definitely fill a lot of gaps. You can definitely improve that defense, definitely improve that midfield, and get another body in the front line to really help the likes of Kane, Son, and Kulusevski. Because if we're going to be competing on all fronts, it's important that we have. And it's not about numbers. The money now that's available also means you can bring in quality. Look, quality does cost a bit more. You don't always necessarily, like, don't get me wrong, there will be some cheap signings to kind of like fill in positions and stuff like that. But we can now bring in quality. But with the likes of Conte and stuff like that, Jack, it's absolutely perfect timing. You know, you can take advantage of being able to push yourself a couple of years ahead of Arsenal. You know, Chelsea, look, although they have the takeover, um, although they have the takeover, Jack, they're losing a lot of key influential players this summer. Rudiger's going. You know, it looks like Alonso's off. Aspilicueta could be off. There's more
Yeah.
to that, so they might not be that much of a force next year. They could be in a bit of a rebuilding process. You look at Liverpool and City; they've been going 4 or 5 years at that pace now, Jack. I firmly believe one of them will end up falling off the pace and maybe having to look at maybe rejigging things, because there's only so long players can go at that sort of tempo for before an inevitable drop off comes. So I do think they're trying, and plus the fact that we've got results off Liverpool and Man City, and that Conte has the know-how. All he needs now is a few crucial players to be able to turn, like the likes of the draws against Liverpool, which in my opinion got us Champions League, to turn them into wins. That's what we should be looking at this market. Players that can come in and help turn them into wins. And who knows where it could push us next year. It's absolutely huge news for Tottenham, and it'd be great to hear what a lot of the guests have to say. But look, we will fly through some of the comments, and then we'll start getting on the guests, because I'm eager to hear what they have to say. Harris Army are at their best. You know, the Irish Hotspur Army are at their best when they're loving life. We've got Mark Burke, evening everyone. City signing Haaland and Alvarez. Aston Villa signing Diego Carlos. Need to start getting some early business done. Looking forward to the show. No, look, no doubt about it. I mean, credit to City, credit to Aston Villa. They're working swiftly. Look, I think ours, I would like to start getting the ball rolling, but I wouldn't be surprised if Paratici is already getting the ball rolling behind the scenes, to be honest with you. Look, it is rumored that Conte does want them all in before pre-season so he can work with them. Because we have to remember, he's never once took over a club mid-season. He's always had that pre-season to instill what he wants from his team, instill his training regime and stuff like that. So I think he would love to get the players in before pre-season to give us a real shot. But look, Fraser Forster's on its way. I think that'll be a good sign. I think it's good Premier League experience, good backup to Hugo Lloris. And look, some of these bigger signings take time. I'm convinced. Now, I don't know anything. I can't confess know anything. I'm convinced once the championship playoff finals out the way, you probably will hear an update on Jed Spence, in my opinion. We'll wait and see. But look, one thing I will say is Tottenham will definitely be working on the transfers, my man. Dan Coy says, oh, what a night. Watching Tottenham on a Wednesday night. Playing this on my guitar tonight and still hasn't quite sunk in. Massive thanks to David, Jack, and Sean if he's on today. Great content. Come on, you Spurs. Really appreciate that, Dan. Really appreciate the kind words, my man. Big yourself up, brother. We've got Chris Agenbar says, evening, lads. Big up, Chris. I hope you're keeping well. Mick is in the house. Good evening. Big up, my man. I hope you're keeping well. Tequila 316. Big up, everyone. My man, I hope you're keeping well. Probably could do with a few of them over the summer, my man, to celebrate Champions League.
Margaritas are on the ready. Palomas, margaritas. I will say tequila, that is kind of the spirit of choice when it comes to my family, at least my mom's side of the family. So hopefully plenty of margaritas and palomas are out this summer, man. Pick yourself up.
Yeah, tequila. Jack will be squeezing a lemon in his eye and everything. He's a madman. Welsh Gal says, big up David and Jack and all the Harris Army and Flat Cap Army. Come on, you Spurs. Taking it to the next level. Absolutely love that. Big up, Welsh Gal. We've got Moondog. A super duper evening to everyone. Big up, Moondog. I hope you are keeping well, brother. It's great to see you, my man.
Look at this, Dave. This is the coaster from Moondog. This is the coaster from Moondog, the Flat Cap Army. Absolutely gorgeous, this one is. Absolutely gorgeous. Feels like, I don't know, Dave. It just feels like somebody in particular, someone who's built like absolute stone, Dave. Someone who's built like, I don't know, maybe a certain Daddy Højbjerg. Am I getting that in there? Yes. Daddy Højbjerg is in the house with this one as well. I got the stone for Pierre Højbjerg. Oh, Dave, honestly, Moondog.
That's unreal.
I don't know, Dave. As much as I love Moondog and as thankful as I am, Dave, he might honestly have put maybe a bit of a stint in my relationship, because honestly, the missus is getting a bit jealous, because I'm honestly, before I'm looking at her before I go to sleep, I'm actually looking at Højbjerg every night before I go to sleep these days. So I will say, Moondog, as much as I am thankful, we'll say there's a bit of, things that haven't going on with the missus because of it. So I will have to blame you for it.
Big up, Moondog. And he's also grabbed the channel membership as well. Moondog, come on and speak to us, my man. Why not? We want to hear from you. Big yourself up, Moondog. And look, I'm going to email you about something as well, because potentially we're going to look at maybe putting up a merch store over the summer. If anybody wants flat caps and stuff like that, we'll see what goes up in there. And maybe, Moondog, you could put your stuff in there. But big up, Moondog. Absolute terrific work. Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, they'd be asking Jack next week, why are you single, Jack? And we'll be blaming you, Moondog. Big yourself up, though. Absolutely love that. That is quality. That is quality, to be fair. Great work by Moondog. Ricky Nadeau says, good evening, brothers. Big up to David and Jack for a great show put together every week. And to all the Spurs family, hope we have another great season. Come on, you Spurs. Well, big up, Ricky. And look, content doesn't stop here. Tomorrow, season player rating. Saturday, off for Champions League final. But Sunday, we are back with a season review. Put it together today. It's going to be an epic. So everybody make sure you tune in.
Still going at the same time with all the same pace. And honestly, this summer as well, a lot of different stuff happening this summer. So I would say definitely stick around. Good time to stick around.
100%. And me and Jack will be sitting down Monday to change the perks of the channel memberships as well for everybody out there. So look, the link is in the description. If you want to grab one, feel free. Big up Paro Miguel Escobardo. Good to see you in the house, my man. Ian Ferguson. Big up, my man. What's this garbage about selling Gil? Look, I don't know. I prefer to loan him out, if I'm being honest, Gil Messi. I still believe he will be a generational talent. I believe in 4 or 5 years, everybody will be talking about the guy. I'm just not sure if he's suited to the Premier League or Conte's way of playing. And I think that's the problem, to be honest with you, Ian. But look, we'll see what happens, my man. We've got Catalano Pena. Says 25 million for Winks. No Sunday League team would pay that. I mean, honestly, I don't even think a Sunday League team, he'd start in a Sunday League team. If I was manager, I wouldn't be anywhere near my team. I'd say, look, jog on to the next town. Off you go. I don't know about 25. Look, if we get 25 million, I mean, we've gone into negotiations with balaclavas on. Adrian Schrocker says, good evening, guys. Big up, Adrian. Hope you're doing well. We've got Philly. Hey, y'all, from New York, USA. Big up, my man.
Big up, Philly, my man. Big up, Philly. Hopefully you're keeping well these days. I must say, not as ridiculously hot of a May as we're used to. The AC, we just got a brand spanking new one, and we haven't been able to use it yet. So, like I predicted, Philly, the moment I got a new AC, it becomes the summer where I don't even need to use it. Seems like at all so far. So, just how it is. But big up, my man. Hopefully you're staying nice and cool. Hopefully you probably have something to sip on, nice cold water, some iced tea, whatever it is, my man. Big yourself up.
Big up, Philly, my man. I hope you're keeping well. Vikas Shukla says Winks would kill it at a team like Leeds. I don't know, lad. I really don't know, to be honest.
I think that would kill a team like Leeds is what Vikas really means. I think that would kill a team like Leeds. That would relegate them if they had Winks.
That's the only thing he's killing. Eddie, Adam McFarlane says, go away, Winks. I'm sick of seeing you. A lot of people, I don't know what Harry Winks has done today, to be honest with you. Christoph Cavalet says, come on, you Spurs, for quadruple. Matt C says, when is that Arsenal game next season? On Wednesday again? Oh, wait, they play Thursday, lol. Yeah, they'd be lucky to play us midweek, my man. Be lucky to play us. We're in Champions League. They're small fish. We have big fish to fry, my man. Big up, Matty C. Who else have we got? Peter McCormack, good to see you. Big up the Irish Army. Great to see you in, my man. Duncan, big up, my man. He says, big up, Dave and Jack. Much love. And come on, you Spurs. We've got Marky H. We're in the fast lane. Arsenal are broke down on the hard shoulder. Absolutely love that. I presume you're car enthusiastic, Mark. Big up. We've got Chris Atton, evening all. We've got Side Dancer, THFC. Great to see you. Carl Simpson, same to you, my man. Big yourself up.
Big
up, Carl. Dermot. Big up, Dermot. He says, ladies and gentlemen, live from Kildare, Ireland. It's here, the main show of the evening. So after a hard season, let's get this top 4 party started. Woo! The champions. Oh, I've been listening to that music all week. Absolutely loving life. Big up, Dermot. Jack, anything you want to say? Dermatron. Sorry, Dermatron.
Dermatron. I would say, everybody, I just came back from a stream on, the second channel over on Flatcap where, 2 separate times we were listening to a remix version of the Champions League tune. So if you just need to listen to that on repeat, feel free, everybody. But Dermot is absolutely right. It is, a hard season that we're going to be recapping here. And to be fair, after a hard season, you're often kind of, talking about the negatives. You're probably talking about where it all went wrong. After a hard season like this one, we're talking about where it all went right, which is nice to see, Dermot. It's a big change of pace, big change of vibe. Really looking forward to what you have to say, my man. Really appreciate
Big
support.
Big up, Dermotron. Big up, my man. Hope you're keeping well. He loves it, Jacko. He loves being called Dermotron. I don't know why. I do not know why. Graham, my man, I hope you're keeping well. Big yourself up, lad. Good to see you in the building. You've got another mark. There's so many marks. You could have a mark army. Evening, Jack and David. Big up, my man. Hope you're keeping well. We've got Patrick Campbell. Big up, Tottenham Gold. Eamon Burns in the house. Good to see you. Scotty Hynam. Great to see you, my man. You've got Rob Coyne buzzing. We're finally going to do quality business. About time. Big up, lads. Absolutely loving life, my man. Carl Higgins says, evening all, up the Spurs. Marlon Green is in the building. Big up Dave. Big up Jack. Come on, you Spurs and the Flat Cap Army. Old Soul says, we have Conte, Kane, Son. Why would anyone want to go to Man United or Arsenal? Couldn't agree more, my man. Could not agree more. Look, it's actually at the stage where if Arsenal go to sign someone and we want them, we'll just take them. We'll just take them. No one wants to go and play for Arteta unless you throw astronomical amounts of money at them. But if you just go, well, look, you could go there and play on Thursday nights. Or, you could just come to Tottenham and play Wednesday nights or Tuesday nights. Choice is yours. And they're coming to Tottenham. Big up.
Pretty easy choice.
It is.
It's kind of like, Dave, it's like deciding to cook for yourself or maybe go over to Old Soul's house where you're going to be getting, the best, meals in the world. I mean, it's just the best. It's the best. Easy choice, Dave. Easy choice.
It is. Big up. Vanilla, good to see you. AV Troops, Adam McFarlane. Zoe, great to see you. She says, big up, Jack and David. The past few days have been so intense already. Looking forward to seeing the preseason tour with our new signings. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. Come on, you Spurs. Preseason tour is going to be interesting. We've got one game out in South Korea. We're playing Rangers. I think I seen we were playing Sevilla, in a preseason game as well. I could be wrong, but I think I seen that. So, look, preseason will be interesting. Big up, Zoe. Who else have we got? Just make sure we're not missing anyone, and then we'll get into it.
Hopefully we get those signings in, Zoe. Hopefully get those signings in so we can see them on that, nice tour, abroad as well. Big up, Zoe.
Big up, Zoe. King Hoddle, good to see you, my man. Chowsky Manure. We'll need centre back, so let's get them in first and address the other areas after. Yeah, great point, to be fair, Mr. Hoddle. Big yourself up. Great point. The bottom two, it's great to see you. I hope you're keeping well. He sending in some great stuff to myself and Jack there, to put up on the channel and that. Big up the bottom two. Absolute legend. Joseph says, we really need 4 or 5 players who can actually walk into our starting 11, then need another 3 who can challenge our starting 11 and improve the quality. I agree with that. Look, I believe
he sent in a super chat. He sent in a super chat about this, Dave, earlier on the Flatcap channel. He's absolutely right. He kind of pointed out, Dave, like as much as 5-6 signings is going to make us very happy, it's kind of when you really look at it, it's like 8 to 9 signings is like when you're actually in the perfect, position. And I think Joseph, he wasn't, pointing that out, Dave, to like, say that he's just like saying, there's still a big squad overhaul that's needed. And I think he's also saying that with the quality of signings that we need to bring in, right? Where they need to be players that come in to the first team. They can't just be players that are just hovering, Dave, that, maybe can make it in. We want players that we know, stand a good chance to make it into that team. So I really like how Joseph's
100%. Look, obviously there's always going to be an element of maybe 1 or 2 players of a window, especially a big window where it's kind of like bringing them in to compete with that 11 or bringing them as a backup, like for instance, what we're doing with Fraser Forster. But apart from that, I believe every signing you should be looking to make them better than your first 11. It's the only, obviously, look, in Kane and Stun's position, it's impossible to do that. But until you get to that point in every single position, that's the way you should be approaching it. Signing a guy that's going to come in that's better than what you have, because it's only going to, because then you look at the likes of Dyer, Davies, for instance. Can you step up to another level yet again? And it might get more out of them. But Joseph, I definitely believe most signings you should be making should be to improve your first 11, my man, and then everything else. Everything else comes with that. But big up, Joseph. We've got Harish Babu. Big up, my man. That's how I say my last name after a few Guinnesses. Big up, lad. I hope you're keeping well, lad. Harish Babu. Absolutely love that name. Who else have we got? Just making sure we're not missing anybody else here. On your bike, Scott. Great to see you in the building, brother. Good to have you. Elias as well. Big up, my man. It's great to have you. Elias. You got Paddy Higgins, my man. Exactly what difference a week makes, my man. What difference a week makes. Great to see you in the building. We've also got big Derek Hutchinson, the OG. Big up, Derek. Donovan as well. Great to see you, Donovan. Come on, you Spurs. Best end to the season. Exactly, my man. Absolutely love that. And we've got
Big ups on them.
Ron as well. We've got AV Troops. Big yourself up, AV Troops. We've got James Harris. Really appreciate the donation. I'll have a look there if there's another comment.
I
If
didn't see
not,
anything. I've been looking for something. But James, really appreciate it. And part of the Harris Army, clearly, Dave, as well, James is.
yeah, big up, James, my man. Absolutely, really appreciate it. And look, same last name as me. Don't know if we're related. I don't know what my
Born
outdad
into
used to
it.
do years ago. But look, we have the same last name, one of the greatest last names on the planet. Big yourself up.
Born into the Harris Army, some might say. Born into it, not
that.
even.
Already promoted to general. Already. He just last name. He's got the last name. But look, if you were supposed to put in a comment, just put it in and we'll bring it up, my man. Really appreciate the support. Liam's in the house as well. Ellie's in the house. Big up. Good to see you, Scotty Brown. But look, we may crack on. People want to hear from the likes of the Don Brady and everything else on the latest news. James Delaney. Big up, James. Really appreciate the support, lad. Funny enough, actually, just quick story. The estate I grew up on, there's a guy on that estate called James Delaney as well. So it's mad. But he says, big up, guys. Love your show and your belief and positivity. Been loving the watch-alongs, and Norwich was a fitting end with true fans who still believed in top four. Can't wait for next season. Come on, you Spurs. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. I mean, Jack, I need to sit back and take it all in for a minute. It's an absolute wonderful comment. But what do you make of it?
I mean, I love it in every way because it kind of just represents a huge portion, of this fan base, and especially, a huge portion of the Spurs fan base of this channel. I think Dark Sun G, Dave, probably wants this, printed out, maybe for him, because I know Dark Sun G is going to put this on the fridge, not only, just for himself, probably for the outlet as well, Dave, just to rub it in his face, also just to show that he believed, just to remind himself every day, you know what? That's right. I kept the faith, it wasn't too reactionary. And to be fair, James, like, I think we also, though, were quite welcoming of everybody, no matter what, stance they had on top four. I mean, we welcomed everybody, no matter what stance they had on top four. It just so happened that, a lot of the people who come on the fan shows, a lot of the people who we just bring on, really did keep the faith, which I think just made it even sweeter. So maybe we were just lucky that way, you could say, James, but really appreciate, the recognition for it, my man. I'm happy that was good vibes for you that day. Norwich was. So big yourself up, brother. Really appreciate support. And honestly, next season, I don't even know if it's going to be as much of a roller coaster as this season was, but hopefully it's even better.
Do you know what? I'm absolutely raging the season's come to an end, James. I was really starting to enjoy these watch-alongs, especially since we were ahead. It's come to an end too soon. But look, my man, I'm just one of them fans, if I'm honest. I would rather be positive and wrong than negative and right. That's just my way of supporting the club. That's just how I choose to do things. And look, not everybody's going to be the same. I mean, look, for large parts, a lot of people that, thought the other way, they were right for large parts. But at the end of the day, you think positive. It's the law of attraction. Positive things will come to you. And look, I would support my club no other way. To be honest, I've said this, I don't know how many times. There's enough wars. There's enough politics. There's enough fucking bad people out there in the world. And there's a lot of bad. There's a lot of negative out there in the world. And the one thing I love the most, I always try to be positive about, and that's Tottenham Hotspur. And I will never, ever change. But big up, James. Really appreciate the comment, my man. People come try and make me cry again. Big up, Jamesy boy.
Look at Welsh Gal even welcoming in. Absolute model of the Harris Army as well, James. You're in the right place, James. You're in the right place, my man. Really appreciate support, brother.
Yeah, big up, James. Really appreciate it. Jason Harris says, Bastoni, Savic, Zielinski, Kostic, Quadrado, and Perisic. Maybe Perisic.
Perisic. I think Bastoni. Wow, Dave. Honestly, I love this list because he's gone for 2 itches here. I said this earlier on the Flat Cap stream. This summer is going to need the signing of at least 2 itches. He's gone for 3 itches, which I'm a huge fan of. If I'm going to be honest, James, we need a big injection of itches back into the team. Bastoni, I actually expect that one to happen. So, I mean, just get ready for it, James. Just going to look beautiful. Milinkovic, Savic, I mean, be going after my heartstrings there. I don't see that one happening, but that would be a brilliant move if you ask me. Zielinski would not be bad either. That would probably be my second choice after Savic. I don't see us getting both, but certainly either or would be unbelievable. He actually has ridiculous techers, I must say, Zielinski. Kostic, I think we are going to get Kostic, James. Quadrado, Not sure if I see that one happening. It looks like it's going to be Jed Spence, my man, and then Perisic. I mean, we can all dream. I mean, that'd be beautiful, James. That'd be beautiful, my man.
Do you know what, Jack? I would absolutely. I think Perisic would be unbelievable. Not only could he play left wing back for you, but could also fill in on the left side where if you want, if Kane was out injured and Sonny moved up top, whatever else. I think as well he comes in. He's a player that Conte already has on the inside of the dressing room who can help spread the message. I think he comes as a player that will. Look, you don't get to 33, 34 is what he is, Jack, without being a top professional, living your life right off the pitch, day in, day out on the training ground. And he'll be a shining example to a lot of people. Players that maybe, have questions, why aren't I playing? They can go to Perisic. He can say, you're not playing because of this, and this. This is what Conte expects. He'd be a great person for Conte to have in and around the team. Kostic, I would absolutely love. I think he was absolutely brilliant in that Europa League final. He had a very good campaign, in fact. Bastoni, I think, is the one we all want. Let's be honest about it.
I see it happening. Yeah. So, get used to it, Dave. Get used to it as well, Mr. Harris. So get used to those. Get used to at least. I would say get used to at least two of those. Get used to at least two of those.
Interesting. Well, look, Milinkovic-Savic would be a dream. But look, big up James Harris. Absolutely not a bad list of names at all. Juan Cuadrado, I'm not so sure, I'm not so sure. I want Jed Spence for that side. But look, we'll wait and see. Big up James Harris. By the way, great last name. Absolutely love it. Elias is in the building. He says, Arsenal get battered everywhere they go. Arsenal get battered everywhere they go. Everywhere they go, you mugs. Absolutely love it. Big up, Elias. Really appreciate the support, brother. Where's the king? It's great to see you in, my man. Don't worry, we'll get that sorted, brother. We will get that sorted. Big up, Wes. Big up, my man. And big up Bodrill as well. And big up Martin Walton. So many names. Look, guys, we are going to start getting on the guests. Before we do, make sure you absolutely smash that like button. Keep saying it. You would not walk into your parents' house with dirty runners. So don't come into it any stream without slashing that like button. It's customary. Also, make sure you absolutely obliterate that subscribe button. Big push for 10K is on. If we have over 6,000 subscribers, if every single person grabbed that $4.99 membership, cheaper than Netflix, cheaper than Amazon, all that sort of jazz. And, we put out all the latest Tottenham Hotspur as quick as we can. Guys, it would be a massive help to everything we do here, and it give the channel such security going forward into next season. And feel free to get your super chats in with questions for myself, Jack, any of you guests that come on. Even if you disagree with us, don't worry, get them in, and we'll dissect it respectfully. Do not worry about that. But look, let's get cracking. The first guest, I think everybody wants to hear from this guy. It is the one and only. It's the Godfather, the Don Brady. Philip, my man, how are you keeping?
Well, it's probably the best end of May that I've had in years. I remember sitting here this time last year, crying into me tea that we're only qualified for the conference. And now look at us, qualified for the Champions League. It does not get any better than that. Brilliant.
No, everything you wanted, Philip. Everything you wanted at the end.
Everything we've hoped for. And you know something? We must be the first team in history to qualify for the Champions League who only started playing on the 2nd of November.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Absolutely true. But I mean, Philip, look, what do you make of the season as a whole? Is it a positive one? Is it a negative one? Because, look, there's been so much ups and downs this season.
Oh, shit, it's been a roller coaster. I mean, it started off well. We beat City. I think we were unbeaten for the first few games. Then we hit the buffers with Nuno and his tactics. And then we were in deep depression around the middle of October, especially when United beat us. But it turns out that United defeat was probably the best result we had all season, because it meant we got Conte and United didn't. And look what's happened since then, I mean, it's been ups and downs, but I mean, we've always kept the faith. We've always said, once Conte got his feet under the table, we were going to make top four. And okay, there was times when we were thinking, God, I'll be mad in the head saying something like that. But it's the month of May is absolutely incredible. If you think about it, we started off on the 1st of May, we beat Leicester. On the 7th of May or the 8th of May, we drew with Liverpool and effectively cost them the title which makes that even sweeter. Then we went ahead and put Arsenal to the sword. They will not recover from that for a long, long time. Then we beat Burnley, albeit with difficulty, and then we go to Norwich and smash them. So what is that? So it's 5 games and it's 40. Is it what? 4 wins and a draw. 13 points out of 15 in the month of May.
Should have been 5 out of 5.
I've got a suggestion to make. You see this ridiculous phrase that the Arsenal fans put out, St. Totteringham's Day.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I've been on to the Vatican. That's no longer among the list of saints anymore. It's been replaced on May 22nd by St. Antonio.
So we'll have St. Antonio there from now on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The reference to Tottenham was never going to appear again, so that's it. They've got rid of him.
Absolutely love it. Absolutely.
6 years it's been, Philip. 6 years
it's been. 6 years, yeah. 6 years. I reckon that's the length of time. If you don't make an appearance in 6 years, you're off the list. So that's it.
Philip, my thinking with it is like you get so used to something in life. Let's say you're like Old Soul, where you just get used to everything from tiramisu to lasagna, homemade, every night. When you get used to a certain style of living, and you get used to finishing above the scum, it's something that you just can't see and imagine, losing.
I know, it's brilliant. I mean, I tell you, I'm in a group of 16 of us. We do a pools prediction every week trying to get the results, and we have a dinner every year, and it's coming up next week, and it's mostly made up of Man United and Arsenal fans. I haven't seen a word to them yet.
Might as well show up 30 minutes early.
I'm the only Spurs fan in
it. I love it. I love it. What was it going? Yeah, I want to get your thoughts on Enoch putting in 150 million, Philip. I really want to get your thoughts on that.
I reckon Joe Lewis must have had a search down the back of his couch, and he found a spare 150 million lying around. It's pretty obvious that they know what side their bread is buttered on now. That if they don't do what Conte wants now, Conte is going to walk. So basically, Conte has out-levied Levy at the moment by getting that money. I think it took us all by surprise, the speed of it. I mean, 24 hours after the season finished, almost, and this money's being announced. It's absolutely brilliant, and I mean, it's not going to be just 150 million. I think once you get the sale money coming in, the money from the sales, like the 25 million for Harry Winks, so stuff like that,
25p. 25
sorry, I meant 25p. Sorry, the bus fare. So it's going to be. I'd say we could have close to the 200 million, 250 million to spend, and what we can do with that. I mean, it sends such a message to the rest of the Premiership. Spurs are back in business, and if we get Bastoni, there's going to be an awful lot of scared managers because if we get Bastoni, we are going for it. Absolute going for it.
100%.
A huge acquisition to get him.
100%. And look, before we move on to maybe what positions you think we definitely should start filling with that 150 million, is there any better time for them to put that in than when they've done it now this week?
No, well, I mean, put it in now and get the job done early. I mean, Spurs have had a reputation of getting the job done at 5 to midnight on the 31st of August.
Yeah,
and that's not going to happen this season. Conte wants those players in. He's laid it down. He wants those players in for whatever day they come back for pre-season training.
Yeah.
Now, let's face it, we're going to be missing a few players when that happens because of the European thing, the Nations League and all that sort of thing. So he wants the new players in to get them schooled on the Tottenham way. Like what he did this year with no pre-season, nothing short of miraculous. Really.
Yeah.
He's never done it before, and I tell you, he hit the ground running there. So they get them in ASAP, and that's why the money has been announced. So that the only fear I have there is the other chairman will note this and put the price of the players up a bit because they know we're flush at the moment. But then again, maybe they haven't dealt with Levy before.
And it's miraculous and special for Conte this time, Philip, because he hasn't had to work with players like this before, in a while. Is that kind of what you mean? Because he hasn't had to work with the likes of a Ben Davies and a Eric Dyer before.
Well, I suppose he hasn't, but I mean the fact that he had to come in and get the other guys' methods out of those players' heads and get it done quickly, and he managed to do that. Okay, it took time with some players, but it's got through to them all now. So I think that Conte will work his magic on any player that's given to him, but give him time. Give him 5 or 6 weeks before the 3 weeks or 4 weeks, whatever it takes, before the season starts to get them the Tottenham way. That's got to be instilled into them. And I think we're in a brilliant position now, a better position than we've been even in the Poch era. Really, potentially. But it's up to the club to back Conte and let him get his shopping list in, not one that Daniel Levy's drawn up.
Yeah, 100%. It's absolutely crucial. I mean, look, I trust Conte in terms of. See, it's important that he's picking Philip, and the reason why I say that is because I trust him in terms of picking the right characters to come in. He's going to pick good, honest, hard-working players. He's not going to, he doesn't work with dickheads. We've seen that with Ali, Lo Celso, Ndombele. So we can't afford to have the likes of a Paratici or somebody else, probably which it will be Paratici, going off and bringing in who he wants without doing the due diligence on the character of the player. It's very important that the character of the player is correct in this Conte team, or he just won't work with them. We see how quick it was to get rid of the other three. Philip, what positions do you think is absolutely necessary to fill this summer?
Well, we need another centre-back, and that's where Bastoni will come in, obviously. I mean, Bastoni and Romero will be the Rock of Gibraltar at the middle of the defence. Nobody get past them two guys. Jed Spence, I want him to come in as a wing-back, definitely. A creative midfielder.
Just before we move on to creative midfielder, there's Mark in the comments here. He says Jed Spence numbers are bad. He's only got a couple of goals and a couple of assists this season. Here he is. He says 4 assists and 2 goals in 40 games. What would you say to Mark?
Yeah, I know there's room for improvement there, but the potential is there. We're not buying the finished article there. We're buying potential. And under Conte, he will improve, and those stats will actually improve significantly. Plus he's an Englishman. We need English players for the squad numbers or whatever way they work out the eligible players. So yeah, I take his point that it wasn't great, but apart from that, his general play is good. His linked up play is good, and and that counts for a lot as well as in his position as the assist and the goals. They'll come, but it'll just take time under Conte.
And defensively, he's very good as well.
Yes,
but
exactly.
What other positions, Philip? What other positions would you be looking to fill?
Well, I mean, I don't know if the Christian Eriksen thing has died down yet or not.
No, it hasn't.
It's still rumored. I mean, I wasn't for that, but the way I look at it now, if he was willing to come back maybe on a pay-per-play basis and play him whenever we need him, he's always a good man to have in the squad. Because to buy a creative midfielder of proven ability is going to cost a hell of a chunk of transfer money.
I think that's what Sean wants to do.
We get Eriksen on a just a decent wage without any outlay. So I'm coming around to him, my way of thinking there, that he could be squad. He can play in certain matches. He's not going to play every match, but a good man to have in the squad. And if we can forgive him for down in tools for the last season, we'd welcome him back.
Yeah, 100%. Jack, any questions?
I mean, I just quickly wanted to, before I ask you my last question here, Philip, I think Sean wanted to do the same thing about the pay-per-play, kind of sort of, basis for Eriksen. He says there's a good way to structure the deal so that even if you do sign a creative midfielder, Philip, you can still get an Eriksen on top of it if he wants to, come to the club and, succeed with us. But Philip, by the looks of it, maybe this is the last question. Seems like we're making a big bid for Bastoni, maybe in the next coming days. And it is someone I just, spoke about with Darius and Kieran earlier. It is the one we expect to be in a Spurs shirt. How does that make you feel? The fact that basically the number one choice for Spurs is getting bought for the very first time in a long time. And when was the last time, Philip? Maybe my question is, finally, I'm going to ask you a question.
A long time.
When was the last time you remember us getting our first choice for something?
I don't know. I have to go out and think about that one, to be honest with you. I just do not know. But I know, as I said, the message we would send out by signing Bastoni first would be massive, absolutely massive. Although I don't think the Inter fans would be too pleased with their club if they let him go. But I suppose Inter's financial position means maybe they have to,
Correct.
I think they're in a position, Philip, where it's either sell one player for big money or sell a few players.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I hope that would be the marquee signing, then followed by the next one. because that's what's going to happen this season. We're going to be, instead of putting our head under the covers, wondering what loan signing are we going to go for. I'm trying to think of a name here. Some guy that no other club wants that's past it. We're going for up and coming guys, and I'd say most of them are going to come from Italy, given Paratici's connections there. And I don't know. We were watching the conference final last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was shocking.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I thought Roma were an absolute disgrace, to be honest with you. I don't know how the hell they won that game, but anyway, they did. But,
that's Jose, a European final ball for you.
I was thinking to myself, God Almighty, if the Spurs of last Sunday had been playing against Roma last night, we would have embarrassed them. Yeah. Absolutely embarrassed them.
Yeah.
So anyway, don't buy anybody from Roma. That's the point I'm trying to get at. Jed Spence, Bastoni, but we need a backup striker for Harry. We cannot hope that Harry Kane goes through another season without getting injured, because we're lucky this year. Okay, the injuries for the first 3 months of the season were mental injuries. He wasn't tuned in with the rest of the team, And okay, I know we've got Son, and that's another thing too. Son, in my opinion, should be given the golden boot outright because he didn't score any penalties, whereas Salah got 5 penalties.
Yeah,
I agree.
So it's a moral victory for Sonny there, I think, And anyway, I forgot the question now. What were we asking?
We were just talking about it. Well, I think it was me that asked the question, unless Dave, asked you one that I missed.
I don't even know. But look, Gareth Bale, there's been strong links to Gareth Bale, Philip. I mean, where do you stand on that? Would you be opposed to maybe bringing him as backup to Harry Kane?
No. I mean, earlier I was against both Eriksen and Bale coming back. Now I'm only against Bale coming back. I don't think so. Yeah. Much as I love the guy, I don't think so. He's too injury prone. He hasn't played enough football in the last year to warrant a move like that. And I don't think, to be honest, Conte would fancy him either. But you never know. If he came back, I'd welcome him with open arms because he's a legend at Spurs. But I just don't think this is the time for him to come back. We can do better. We can do younger.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Well, look, Philip, do you want to say anything to any of the fans out there before you sign off, my man?
Just that keep the faith. This season has been a trying one in a lot of cases. We've bitten our lip and we've been distraught and we've been unhappy. We've been delirious. We've been every mood you can have has happened to Spurs fans this season. And I think, as I said in one of the chats yesterday, I'm not a betting man, but I'm putting 25 euros, 20 euros or 30 euros on Spurs to win the title next season. That's how much. I would never done that before. I'd never done that before. Because City and Liverpool are going to slip up. United are in disarray. It's going to take Ten Hag a season to get them right. And Arsenal, I don't even know who they are anymore. I don't want to either.
Absolutely love it. And look, I'll be joining you down in the bookies. It's not a bad outside bet for the Premier League next season for sure. But look, Philip, I want to say a massive thank you to you and your positive attitude every single fan show throughout the whole season. Really appreciate you. And look, hopefully you don't get a ticket for that Ulster final Sunday and we see you then. Yeah, hopefully. I don't think I will. It's a sellout, but you never know. But no, I'll hopefully be here on Sunday. No worries, my man. See you, lads. Come on, you Spurs. Come on, you Spurs. Up, catch you later, my man. Big up, Philip. Big up. What a call. Everybody, don't even need to tell you what to do, but get in the chat, guys. Give Philip a round of applause. He's been absolutely brilliant all season long. But look, the guests just keep stacking up. So let's keep this show on the road. The next person we have in the building he comes from the Toon. They've done us a favor against Arsenal. It is the one and only Chris. How you keeping, brother? All right, lads. First of all, lads, I would sort of say, thank you. Just want to say, first of all, lads, thank you so much for this season, having me on every week. It's been such a blast. So thank you to you two, especially you two, Jack and David. Thank you for making it a big thank you. Fan show every week. Chris, people come to the fan show just to see you. They come to see Brad. They come to see Philip. I believe that they get to see us every single day. I mean, they come to see you. So, Chris, thank you. So I do appreciate it a lot, lads. And boy, what a season we've had, eh? What a season. Roller coaster finished well this time, Chris. It's not last time the roller coaster, finished pretty poorly. This time it finished pretty well. Well, Jack, the Levy Land roller coaster didn't stay halfway between this, halfway up and down, did it?
We actually finished on top near the top for a change.
But
no,
roller coaster.
Well, Winks has been barred from Newcastle, so he can't be coming here. So he'll probably be going somewhere like the Bulgarian league, somewhere like that.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise
25,
me.
£25 plus his airline ticket.
You would probably get government funding for that, to be honest with you. I wouldn't want to be paying for that airline ticket. But look, Chris,
he's getting one of those Securicore vans, Dave. He ain't getting a taxi. He's getting one of those Securicore vans.
Yeah, he can't get out until we let him out for sure. But look, what do you make of the season so far this year as a whole? Look, it started off dreadfully, no manager, 3 months manager search. Then we got Nuno, woeful under him. Them bringing in Conte and stuff like that. I mean, the Harry Kane saga, there's loads to talk about. Where do you want to start?
But David, you know my feelings on what happened under Nuno, especially after that Arsenal game, how pissed off we all were. We were so fed up.
Yeah.
But then somehow Conte's train appeared on our platform, and it's been one ticket, one golden ticket.
It wasn't only the Arsenal game though, Chris, under Nuno. It was West Ham.
It was Palace. It was just those games. Those games just showed what sort of manager we needed. And when Conte came in November, the Man United beating was a blessing in disguise. It was.
How much credit to Mr. Levy for pulling the trigger quickly and getting in Conte?
I don't give Levy no credit for that. I give it that to Don Paratici because he was there. He said it to him, get rid of him. No, we made a mistake. We need Conte in.
What did you call Paratici, Chris?
The Don.
Say it louder.
Don Paratici. The Don. The Don Paratici. Hey, Alex Davis, if you're in, it's Don Paratici. Don Paratici. Yeah. So just so you understand.
Chris, look, we finished, top 4 ultimately in the end. How much of that do you put down to the January transfer window we had? Because you look at Arsenal, didn't sign anyone, fell short.
What, our 2 rejects?
Didn't sign anyone, fell short.
What, you mean our 2 rejects?
The 2 rejects, my man.
No, do you know what, David? All jokes aside, they were the 2 best signings we've made for a very, very long time. They were the 2 best signings we've actually made in a very, very long time.
Yeah.
They turned the team around. They brought stability to the team. Bentancur in the centre of midfield and Mr. Kulu up front. Well, what can we say?
Yeah. No.
They brought stability to that team.
Yeah.
Even Emerson improved when Kulusevski went up front. Even Emerson improved. And that says something.
Yeah. No, 100%. Look, do you know what? Look, the guy performed when we needed him, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. And some people put that down as a flop signing under Paratici. I don't know, he came in and helped us get top 4 when it was needed. So can it really go down as a flop? I'm not sure. Chris.
Yeah, that's my thoughts too. Yeah. What are your thoughts, Chris?
See, the thing is, David, I've always at the end of the day. I've always said Emerson, he was only his first season, so he needed a chance to bed into the play and get used to the English Premiership. He's come from a slow league like the Spanish league, so it was some players just take time, and it looks like he's finally settled down. Yeah. It's a shame that he came at the end.
Despite the atrocious performances, Chris, he had a few man of the matches though as well. Like, to be fair.
Yeah, but Jack, it's a shame his decent performances came at the end of the season, not at the start when we bought him.
Yeah. No, you're right.
It's a shame that he waited till the last 4 games when Doherty got injured, then decided he goes, right, it's time for me to play.
Yeah, I agree. He was really inconsistent with Conte. He would have, some pretty shocking ones, and he'd have an okay one. Nuno is kind of the same story where, until the last, he finally played consistently, in the last few games this season.
Well, Jack, to be honest with you, we can't only point the fingers at Emerson, though, to say that. Region was just as bad on some of these games where he was just as big a flop than Emerson was. If let's be fair,
yeah.
If we're being really brutally honest about the season, there's certain players that have underperformed this year, and Region was one of them.
Yeah, he probably, considering that he kind of left last season, Chris, right, with like a pretty decent kind of reputation. People were pretty happy with his signing after last season. He was one of the better players of, a pretty sorry bunch last season. He was one of the better players, but yeah, he really underperformed. I agree. That's actually a good shout, Chris.
See, Region, I have to say, the performances that Seth's put in over the last few games would actually put Region's first choice up and down.
Yeah, maybe.
They would actually
be on the way out this summer, Chris. What do you think of that? Do you think Spurs might be selling him this summer, Regulon?
Well, if we do, we're getting Bastoni anyway. That's just a big start for us, bring Bastoni
in. Right.
Yeah,
that would cloud.
I just can't wait to see Bastoni and Romero together bullying everybody.
Oh, it's gonna be beautiful.
Just seeing those strikers shitting themselves, thinking, "Oh shit, we got to play Tottenham." Oh no, we've got to go to the Tottenham Stadium and play against them too.
Yeah, probably, especially someone like an Antonio, Chris. Mikel Antonio. It looked like he didn't like Romero. He didn't want to play against him. Imagine when he has to come up about Bastoni. He realizes
exactly
to the other side, it's not much better for him.
Even Kostic as well. That's another one I'll look forward to seeing because he's not a bad player either.
Be nice to see a wingback be able to cross a ball for once, Chris.
Exactly, one who can get past the first player. Definitely.
Matty Hayes just put out on Twitter, expect news on an official Bastoni offer very soon. We expect to be first and close to Inter's asking price from the off. And he got that from George Ban. So,
now we know why Paratici and Conte are in Italy having their holidays, having their pizza, and they're just getting warmed up.
You reckon it's in there to get the Bastoni deal over the line early?
Yeah.
Who was it?
I think so.
Someone made a great comment in the chat earlier about other clubs looking for centre backs, and it's United, probably Arsenal. You never know what Chelsea, they might be looking for one as well with Rudiger, Christensen going and stuff like that. So is it smart business that they're over there actually getting that done nice and early?
I think so, because I've heard rumours that Pau Torres doesn't want to come to Tottenham. Apparently he's got his heart set on Man United, so that would look something very unlikely. So, but personally, I'd rather Bastoni than Torres anyway. So
yeah, it seems like
Bastoni's my first choice.
Failure. Seems like he prefers failure, Chris. Maybe over, a team, destined for the future.
Well,
yeah.
Well, that's up to him. I want Bastoni. He's the one. That's our number one target, and it's about bloody time that we actually went for our first choice target, not the fifth choice.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's good to see. It's good to see Levy's been kidnapped and Paratici's doing the job.
It is. It's great. Look, Chris, it's just a great time to be a Spurs fan, man.
It is. As soon as that announcement came out with the money that we've got, I was like, Champions League money, transfer money, the 150 million. I thought, fuck, we're gonna actually spend money this year. We're not gonna wait till the last day of transfer window, 5 minutes beforehand to make an offer.
Yeah.
To get a budget deal. Because David, we're actually flying. We're flying on Emirates Airlines now, not EasyJet or Ryanair. You know what I mean? We've got a proper airline now.
I wouldn't be so sure about that, Chris. I bet actually, right now, even though they're on vacation, they're probably doing a bit of work on the side. I bet Levy's not paying for any of the drinks that they're having to celebrate. He's saying, listen, guys, only one Aperol Spritz on me. The rest of them, you guys have to pay for. He's still, trying to cut corners. Believe me.
Don't worry, Jack. The hitman's in the hotel room with Levy saying, "You stay in here. You're staying in here. Let the Don Paratici do the work."
Yeah, the hitman.
And that's what we've needed, though. That is what we've needed for Paratici to go out there, get the deals done, and leave Levy at home to let him do the business himself.
I'll be honest, Chris. We may let you go after this because we have loads of people in the background. I probably really shouldn't be going off on one, but look, I think it's the right time, to be honest with Chris. You're after laying me up nicely. I'll be honest, I don't understand why fans cry about Paratici. If we all remember back to when before Paratici came in, everybody, Levy out, Levy in, everybody was asking for the chairman to hand over the footballing side of the business to Paratici or to get someone in to do it. We go and get Paratici. As soon as we get someone in to do it, people are already picking problems with it before the guys in the door. But my point is why ask for something and then when it happens, make it a problem. We were doing that.
Yeah, but David, the problem is with that, David. I get where you're coming from, and I know who you mean. I know exactly who you mean when you're saying it, right?
No, I don't mean that. I mean in general.
No, I mean I know the people that you mean, who've been slating Paratici, but they only see what a little part of what happened at Juventus. Saying, "Oh, but Marotta done a lot of this and that," but they didn't see that Paratici done all the legwork in order for Juventus to win those 9 titles. But I tell you what, when the Don does his business in the summer and we've spent all that money and we're finishing top of the league next season, they will be bound down to the Don Paratici saying, "You know what, we were wrong."
Look, it was only a nickname in the first place. That's all it ever was. But look, Chris, pick yourself up, my man. Really appreciate your time. Really appreciate you coming on again. Look, even when you were the most positive, you entertained us because you're funny when you're angry. So, Chris, pick yourself up for this season.
David, that was only one time when Arsenal truly pissed me off when we lost to them in that horrible way. But apart from this season, we finished top 4. Who cares? Who are Arsenal? Shit. What is shit is Arsenal, and we're top 4. Anyway, come on, you Spurs. Next season, we're winning the league.
Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Chris. And he doesn't even give us time to kick him out. He leaves himself. What an absolute goal, everybody. Big up, Chris. What a man. What a man. We have a couple of super chats to get to here, and then we'll get the next guest on. William Kelly, no. As soon as I see Will Oracle, I don't even want to see it. He says, Will Oracle prediction incoming. Winky to stay. Not a hope in hell. Not a hope in hell is he staying beyond this season. I've actually been assured he will be out here this summer. And look, there's just no way back for it. You can't keep a guy around because he fits the homegrown quota in terms of for the Premier League and the Champions League, but offers absolutely nothing to the team when called upon or when relied on. You can't even play the guy in cup games. That's how desperate it is. Someone like that, it's over. It's done. Gone. Finito. No second chances. You don't get big clubs. You shouldn't get too many second chances. Not every player should get second chances. It's got to be gone. But big up, William. Big up, my man. In fact, if he wants a job, he can come over here and be my personal coffee maker. That's what he can do, William. Big yourself up, my man. We've got Moondog. He says, Will Kelly clear off with the Oracle predictions.
Don't need him anymore. We don't need him anymore. And to be fair, there are no more games for him to, cause mayhem. Moondog. I know that Will Oracle, he just knows that, just did it, just to, take a bit of play with us. But at the same time, he was causing people, to nearly have, kind of David, like full mental breakdowns, on stream, because at times you saw like people just all screaming like, we're safe, it's okay. I mean, William, he should know not to scream, fire in a theater, but, I guess that's his style, Moondog.
No, look, half the time William does it to wind people up, but the problem is game time is not enough. Like when he put in that about Sanchez, and the next thing I see Sanchez slice the ball, I'm like, oh my God. But big up, William. Big up, Moondog. Really appreciate the support. As soon as William puts it in, Moondog was in straight away. Absolutely love that. Big up, Moondog. William Kelly says, Bastoni, here we go. I have checked. It's not a here we go just yet. But by all means, there are reports out there that Tottenham are ready to put in a bid. Some people believe start opening bid will probably be in and around 50 million. We'll have to wait and see. Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go and text Matt Hayes and I'll get the exact latest off him. That's what
I think do. 51 million pounds is the asking price, or at least, close to the asking price. I know his evaluation, Dave, is actually, I wrote it down today. His evaluation is 54 million pounds. So if they're asking for 51 million pounds, I reckon we probably settle at around 55, 56 million pounds, maybe 57 is what we probably settle for. And then that's probably what could get us over here. He's already 23 years old, or turned 23 very recently, still extremely young. William Kelly, I see this happening. I really do see this happening. I see us going after him. It's our number one choice. It's Conte's number one choice. It's a huge statement signing. He's practically the best in that sort of unique kind of specialist role in a back three in the world already. And he's one of the best in the world already. And he's the youngest for that position as well. I think it just fits everything. Even Levy is probably very happy about it because he just knows that this guy has an incredible sell-on value as well.
100%. But you know what, Jack? I was just thinking there. I don't want it to rumble on as long as the Romero deal. Look, the reason why the Romero deal rumbled on as long as it did is because we had to wait for him to get back from holidays to sign his contracts and stuff like that. I just hope we get this one done before Bastoni goes anywhere. You know, I just want to get this one done and over the line before the guy goes on holidays. If he's not, or if he's already on holidays, fly out there and get it done. I do not care. I do not want it rumbling on as long as the Romero one. But what a signing Bastoni would be. I mean, that give everybody a hard on going into the season. And then we've Dermot, new channel member. Big up, Dermot. I don't know whether he's upgraded. I'm not sure. Sometimes there's loads of people that do it. I don't know what goes on with this.
Unbelievable. Upgraded. So many people upgrading the membership. Really appreciate it. Honestly, ridiculous. And honestly, Dave, as well, so many people in the chat, you know, sometimes you'll see like just member after member after member after member. Really such a really generous way to support the channel. It's just beautiful to see, Dave, you know, all those different colored badges, you know, next to people's name in the chat. It's just good to see kind of the family, you know, all in there, but really appreciate it, everybody. Thank you for tuning in.
And guys, if some of you are jealous, maybe you don't have that badge beside your name, make sure you do get it. Channel perks will be updated Monday, and then going into the season, I will be like getting some stuff to maybe put in there and raffle off, or, you know, put a question out there. First one answer gets the prize or whatever else, you know, throughout the season. But you have to have the membership to enter. So guys, grab the memberships. But look, a few more here. William Kelly, big up, my man. He says, Jesus, we are going for the title next year. Please, please, please. A title in my life. Then they can die. Do you know what, William? I know it's a bit sentimental, but all I want is to watch the joy on my father's face of Tottenham lifting a league title and enjoying it with him. It's all I want. All I ask, just before he ever goes, you know, to win that league title so I can celebrate it with him and see the joy on his face. I think it's all any Spurs fan wants now at this stage. Look, I would probably cry if he lifted another Aldi Cup at this stage, William. It's been that long. I mean, I just want trophies. For me, football is all about trophies. I know I celebrated top 4 this season, but it was the best we could possibly achieve. But now I want the next step, which is trophies. So, look, hopefully it happens, William. But I feel the pain, brother. I really feel the pain, my man. And then we've got Marlon Green, new YouTube member as well. Big up, Marlon. Good to see you, buddy. If you've got the right one, feel free to click the link in the community section and come on and have a chat with us. But big yourself up, Marlon. Absolutely loving it. Dedicating himself to the cause.
Really
trying to get everybody to grab them memberships to help this channel go forward. And I love the name. Big up, Marlon. Big up. But look, Jacko, let's keep this show on the road. I have texted Matty Hayes. I've told him, I said, Matty, you're causing an absolute storm out here. What's the latest? As soon as he gets back to me, I'll update you. But look, let's bring on the next guest, Jack.
We got the Kaufman, Dave.
Can you smell anything, Jack? Can you smell what the calf is cooking? Benji, how are you keeping, my man?
It's another time you got the catchphrase wrong, Dave. It's brewing. It's brewing.
Oh, sorry.
This isn't a Dunkin' Donuts, Dave. This isn't a Starbucks. He's not cooking the beans, Dave. He's brewing the beans, Dave. He's not cooking them like they do over at Starbucks.
Why'd you have to put me down? I put so much. That was my best one yet, Benji. That was the best one yet.
You're getting better. I feel the energy. But yeah.
Making fun of a dyslexic guy, Benji. It's not cool. No, I'm only messing with you. But Benji, what a season, brother, huh? What a season. I mean, what's your thoughts on it all?
We have salvaged victory out of the jaws of defeat is what we've done this season with Mr. Conte at the helm. None of us, I don't think any of us had any hope we were going to finish in the top 4 this year. Half of us didn't even think we were going to finish in the top 10 with Nuno in charge. Absolutely shocking manager. And now suddenly it looks like we're going to be going for big things, especially with the news tonight coming from Big Matty Hayes. Hayes we go, as they say. Things are looking promising. We're now in a position where we can build a proper team for 4, 5, 6 years. So that's what can happen when you have a new proper manager in charge. He's not looking for now, he's looking for the future as well as the now. So with us building a proper team and the philosophy of what himself and Mr. Paratici want to do, we can finally see that there is a direction with the style of play, the philosophy, and it is beautiful. Finally, we're not going to be we're going to have this type of. No, we're going to have this. It looks like we're transitioning to a style of play, a different style of play, but a very good style of play indeed. And hopefully, it can bring us a title in the next 5 years.
Yeah, do you know what? I really do hope so, because I do see, a quicker, like, if you like, skipping a few steps on the ladder under Conte.
Yeah.
We can definitely do that, especially with this investment, though, Ben. And look, rightly so. I think we've all been critics of Daniel Levy at times, and rightly so. But I mean, what do you make of Enoch? And look, you presume that Daniel Levy, made it a pressing issue to them about investing the 150 million into Tottenham this summer.
We're going to have to look out. We've had 21 years of this. So, of course, 150 million being invested into the club is a brilliant thing. Hopefully, it's used wisely. We don't know what it's being used for, because it says playing on the pitch and off the pitch, whether some of it's going to go to the infrastructure and things like that, and others going to the playing staff. But again, 150 million is a lot of money, which means enough capital in the club for us to make some really good purchases to push for the future. But I see what he has now. One of the things we used to say when Mourinho was in charge, that Levy was awestruck by him, that he thought this was going to be his guy, and that didn't work out. This is actually, I think, going to be his guy, that he's got a manager in his prime, in his pomp, that has proven that he can do miracles with crap players. So now Mr. Levy and the board of directors think, imagine what we can do if we actually give him awesome tools.
Right.
They're going to be salivating. Because, again, he's proven Bentancur, Kulusevski, not hundreds of millions of pounds worth of signings, 2 players, one 35 million and one 19 million.
Wow.
He can manage bringing players for a decent price and get the maximum out of them. Which is what he's been looking for. That Ndombele, which Poch brought in 60 million quid, and what's he offered? Nothing.
Yeah.
So Conte and Paratici have shown they can bring in bargains that are going to improve the team, improve the squad, and Levy's like, okay, these guys are what I need, and now I can step back. Which is why it's not gone to Italy. That's why he's not gone to it, because he can trust Paratici and Conte to not be stupid. Conte is not going to buy stupid players because it looks bad on him. Paratici is not going to buy stupid players because it looks bad on him. Now the accountability is on Conte and Paratici, which is what we have. It's what I've been asking for in terms of criticising the ownership. I want the director of football to be in charge of football, and if he gets it wrong, all of it's on him. All of it's on him. That's the way it should be. That is the way a football club is run. It's great to see that suddenly we're starting to be run like a football club. And it's brilliant.
100%. And look, I just think it's absolutely perfect timing. I mean, if you're going to gamble under anybody, you're going to gamble under Conte, in my opinion. I mean, it's absolutely the right time to do it. And I'll be honest with you, Ben, I agree. I think as soon as Paratici went out to Italy with Conte, and Levy didn't go, I knew then that Conte would be staying, because otherwise Levy would have been on that journey on the way out there to try and talk him around. Look, what do you make of the job Paratici has done? Look, we gave him a nickname called the Don. It's turned into a big debate all season long whether he's actually a Don or not, even though it's only a nickname. But Ben, what do you think of the job that Paratici has done since he's come in? We have to remember the amount of players he got rid of last summer, and we have to start somewhere in terms of clearing the decks to be able to lay down the new foundations. The players he got rid of in January and the players he brought in, getting rid of Nuno, helping get Conte in. What do you make of the job he's done?
I find it incredibly hypocritical that there are many members of this community that judge a director of football on one season in charge of a football club. A football club is 100, 200-year-old institution. I know this from the property industry. Things do not move quickly. It takes a while. The fact that there are people in the community that are judging a director of football, a managing director of any business that's 100 years old, is laughable. It shows they've got no interest in business or common sense or brains or just genuine intelligence for the most part. Let the man get his feet under the table, come up with a plan, build his plan, and if his plan is shit, then we shoot it down. You don't shoot a plane down before it's even taken off. It's nonsensical. It's people with agendas that think they know things about anything that don't actually know jack shit. They're desperate to shoot people before they've even proven anything to us. It's a joke. It's beyond a joke. We've had too many people that have done absolutely nothing, yet they're getting support. If he's listening, he knows who I'm talking about. Harry Winks, giving Harry Winks fucking support when he's been there 9 years, and it's an absolutely jack shit. But Paratici, who's been here a year and has already improved some of the things. Yes, he's made some mistakes with maybe someone like Emerson or Brian Hill or Galini, which it's very difficult to become a director of football and get it right in the first year. But then supporting people that have been there for 9 years that have been utter shit. Wind your necks in and just show. Judge people. And he's had 1 year to build a new philosophy, gut the scouting network, gut the team, remove the bad apples from the team, and just let the man build his philosophy, and if it's wrong, then we can criticize it. We're arguing a point before it's even about, which some people do. They argue a point without it even being finished. So let's let him build a philosophy, and if it works, brilliant. If it doesn't work, then we can criticize it. That's how normal people see the world. You can't. It's ridiculous. Quite frankly.
Honestly, Benji, you know, the chat's going to blow up. The amount of people in there saying you're spitting absolute facts, my man, it's blowing up. But before we let you off on your next point, Stuart Conway says, Ben, are you closed at the weekend?
Yes, unfortunately, we're closed. We are closed at the weekend because I do need a day off because I work Monday through Friday and there's only me at the end of the day. So I've got to give myself a couple of days off. Maybe one day we'll be open if we can find someone that is good enough to be part of the Coughs family. Maybe one day, but so far we are a one-man band.
Maybe if there's anyone out there that has an interest in cough, you can get in contact with Ben. Maybe he can train you up. You never know. You never know. But look, Ben, I mean, do you think, though, that Paratici has done a good job, though, this season?
I'm not judging a director of football on one season.
Fair enough.
It's completely nonsensical. Half the year, he's getting his feet under the game. When he actually had a chance to find players for the team, Benson Kulusevski changed the team around, and it's got us top four with some utter dross in the team. So we've snatched victory out the jaws of defeat. Let's see what happens next season. If we bring in Bastoni, fuck me. This show is gonna need a Kleenex sponsorship. Romero and Bastoni in defence. My God. That is, and then add Kostic. If you get Kostic in for 15 million, God, you won the when I was watching Matty Hayes. Big up Matty Hayes. Kostic has got in left wing back. It's one of that top 1% of all chances created in Europe.
At one stage, take it a step further, Ben. At one stage, he was creating more chances, and I think it was over a season and a half. I think he created as many chances as Messi, or even more chances than Messi, or something.
Imagine you get him in for 15 million quid, and you have a back five of a new right back, maybe. Whether Doherty's plays next year, we don't know. Let's see what they're thinking. And you have at least 4 of the members of the back five be Kostic, Bastoni, Dyer, Romero. That's top 3 minimum for the most part, which is an improvement and possible a title challenge. We don't know. Let's see what their philosophy is, and let's see how it plays out. And let's look at the horse before it bolts.
Yeah, 100%, my man. And I mean, look, you know, there are rumors that Harry Kane is about to tie himself down to a contract extension. I've seen maybe rumors that Conte might be looking to extend his contract. Not sure how true they are. I mean, is it important that the two of them also tie down their contracts going into this rebuild next season?
Absolutely. I've always said on this channel that Conte's future is also tied to Kane's future. If suddenly they sell Kane, Conte's off. Conte wants to build this team around Harry Kane and Son Heung-min. Those are the two players he's building the team around, because those two at the front of your team guarantee you goals. And all he has to do is build a defence, and he's got firepower up front. So I would love to see Harry and Conte is signed contract again. Then we're going to need a double Kleenex sponsorship with Bastoni going in. So let's hopefully it sets that they are now letting go of the wheel and letting people that know what they're doing control the vehicle, and let's see where it goes. It means Conte is being backed with the players he wants, not players he's been given, and hopefully let's go.
And last but not least, Benji, I mean, look, the fans have had also a massive part to play, especially in the tail end of the season. The atmospheres that they've created at the grounds, even worldwide fans, the support from getting behind the team. You know, you could see people's not attitude, but their mood towards Tottenham starting to turn back to the good side again, which is great. How important is it that we're all one next season? The fans, the club, the players and the board, that everyone is pushing in the right direction next season. How important is it that fans give this new, hopefully what we're thinking is a new era at Tottenham, a chance to succeed?
We showed that at the Arsenal game, how important fans are. We showed that if White Hart Lane is in full voice every single game, we can beat any team on planet Earth. That is the 13th man, especially the way the stadium is designed. Unfortunately, you guys weren't happened to be in there. It was like you could not hear yourself. Imagine what that's like to be a player on the opposing end of the pitch, knowing that is against you, and there is a cauldron of noise. Literally, you cannot hear yourself. You imagine being able to hear your teammates. So Tottenham fans need to be supportive of the team, critical of the team, because at the end of the day, we're spending lots of money to go and watch the game on merchandise, on drinks. You got to be critical when it's needed to be. But that support, as soon as you get into your seat in the ground, it's 100% support of the team. No moaning, no groaning. Support the boys and let's batter teams. Because that stadium, look at Arsenal. Everyone said they were one of the best young teams in Europe.
Yeah,
we beat them twice. We beat them so badly they lost 2 games because they couldn't even get out of because they couldn't.
But no offense also to ourselves. In the past, no offense to ourselves. No offense to our Poch team, and plenty of offense to this Arsenal team, but no offense to our Poch team. You don't really get an award for winning, doing well with a young team. You don't get an award, for making it so far with a young team. Good for them. They did it with young players. I mean, there's no award for that.
By design, by the way, because they know their manager is crap and top players are not listening to a young manager because he doesn't know anything. It's been designed to be a young team, so they listen to the manager. There's a reason why all their good quality players left. There's a reason.
Touched on it with Tottenham, didn't he? He cleared the decks of the likes of Adebayor, all these experienced guys, and got in guys that would do what he said.
Yep, it's what you do. Which it can work if you do it properly. It works, but then they're buying dross like Ben Shite and Invisible Hairline, Rob Holding, and Cedric. Bloody hell, they've got some awful players.
It gets worse.
But it is so support the boys. Get in that stadium, make as much noise as possible, and let's batter teams.
No, 100%. 100%. We've got a gooner in here or a Zolo Golo in here crying. I presume he's an Arsenal fan. Keep crying.
They get battered everywhere they go.
In fact, we actually appreciate your tears over here. We will soak them up and we will drink them, my man. So keep giving them. But look, Benji, I mean, absolutely great calling, my man. People are absolutely loving what you have to say. Spitting pure facts today. I mean, big yourself up, Benji. Where can people find you, brother?
As usual, you can find us at the Coffee Company. Your place of relaxation, talking about other people's cultures, talking about just have great fun. We have special guests every other week with legends of the community, like Mr. Bob Spur, Mr. Resinald. Many members of the community have come by the shop, and we have great chats. We have a wonderful time, and it's just a place to get out of the stress of the world and let's just have fun and be. There's too much stress in the world. There's too much politicking and nonsense and crap trials and all that nonsense. Just go somewhere, let's chill out, let's all be friends, and let's improve the world one coffee at a time, as I always say.
Absolutely. I don't know what you've been doing over there, Ben, but keep giving them all coffees. You know, the positivity is oozing out of them now. So keep feeding them the coffees. But Benji, absolutely great calling, my man. And thank you very much again this season, you know, just for coming on and being honest every single time you've come on. Yeah. You've just called it as you see that, and I appreciate that, my man.
And thank you for having me on this. I mean, I didn't know any of these people in the chat and these wonderful people since November, and suddenly I've got a whole lot more friends. So thank you so much for giving me the platform to do it. It's been an incredibly humbling year, and it's great to have met so many great people.
No, it really is. I mean, that's the highlight. Just the amount of people, you know, that have come together, Spurs fans from all over the world. It's absolutely incredible, you know, and it's opened up friendships for so many people. It is absolutely unbelievable.
Magic.
Look, Ben, we'll let you go, and we'll be in touch soon, my man. And we'll definitely have you on a few over the summer.
And as always, if you smell the cough is brewing.
Love it.
When he comes on next time, I'll have it nailed down. But big up the Cov. Totspur 63 has become a new member. Big up Totspur. If you grab the White Woman Man, the community section, simply hit that link and come on and have your say with us. And he wants us to name the homegrown squad for next season. Well, you've got Harry Kane. You'll either have Brandon Austin or you have Alfie Whiteman, probably kept around his third choice. You've got Ollie Skip. You've got Japhet Tanganga. And at the minute, you've got Harry Winks in terms of players that have, come from the academy. But with Harry Winks, you can let him go, and you can register one of the youngsters from the under-23s
Harvey White.
To make. Yeah, I think with Harvey White and the likes of Dane Scarlett, Jack, I probably expect them to be loaned out. So I would say what would probably happen is you'd probably register someone from the under-23s to make that quote of how many players have come from your academy. In terms of other English players you have in there, you have Ryan Sessegnon, who adds to that number. You know, so look, I'll be honest with you, I'm not really too concerned about the homegrown thing or anything like that, because, I mean, when have Tottenham ever not made it? You know, like, so I'm not really too worried.
Yeah, I feel like if anybody knows all the rules, if anybody knows exactly what they need to do in order to get it over the line, it's Spurs. I feel like you're right, Dave. It's like, it's a good sort of thing for us to be wary of when we're talking about transfers, but it's not something that we should actually be afraid of, or something that we should be like worried about, because if anybody's going to be getting it right, you know, it's the club. It's not going to be, you know, I don't know. It'd be kind of ridiculous if they weren't thinking about it. So definitely. I agree, Dave.
100%. But big up Totspur, and hopefully we do see you
really appreciate it. And yeah, thank you for the support, my man. Thank you for grabbing that membership. Great way to support the channel. Like David did in the comment, you know, it's pinned in the chat. Anybody who wants to grab that membership, not only can you come on the fan show, also just a great way to support the channel.
Yeah, absolute legends. And guys, there's over 318 people in the house right now. Woo! Big yourselves up. Everyone give yourself a pat on the back. Before you do that, though, smash that like button. 145 likes on it. Let's see if we can get it to 250. And also, feel free to smash that subscribe button as well, guys, and help us on our push towards 10K. And guys, at any time, feel free to get your super chats in with any questions you may have. But in order to keep you guys up with the latest going on in the transfer window, I have I've went and asked Matt Hayes exactly what is going on, and this is what he said to read out. I was told earlier that Tottenham had entered initial talks with Inter over Bastoni. Over a move for Bastoni. George Bannister is now reporting that we are expected to make an official bid very soon. We expect to be the first bidder and close to Inter's asking price. This all makes sense. Primary target is in a primary position with the money that is just being invested. I expect this to be done within a couple of weeks.
Wow.
So that is the latest on Bastoni, everybody out there. Jack,
Could be
thoughts?
ready for the Korean, friendlies, Dave, for the Korean tour. Could be available for some of these preseason games, Bastoni. That is unbelievable news. It's the big marquee signing we're all looking for. It only means good things. It only means good things. It just means that Spurs mean business. It means that Spurs are willing to negotiate, with clubs who might be asking for a bigger price than maybe they'd like. It just shows that, we're the big dogs, this summer when it comes to, beefing up the squad. I know we talk about rebuilding, we talk about, trying to rejuvenate the squad, that it's going to take time. It's still going to take time to really fix all the problems in the squad, but sounds like we're going to make a pretty sizable dent, at, trying to fix it this summer. So that's exactly what we want to see.
100%, and I agree with Matty that it's like prime position, Jack. Because look, we've done a tactical breakdown for most games this season, and they're like, look, every defender makes mistakes, but I just feel ours make more than most of the other teams around us. Maybe bar Arsenal, but I mean that's not exactly a high barometer to be measuring yourself against. But for me, look, Jack, I've been saying it all season long. We need to upgrade on Dyer. Look, Davies, you need to upgrade. You can't just settle and say, oh, they've had good season. Here we go again. They're going to do it again next season. Look, they very well might. But at the end of the day, you go back and look at the amount of times Dyer has cost us goals this season with either shit passing out from the back, switching off with players running in behind him, or simply just turning his back on shots. He has to be improved upon. Right, I think what did we finish off the title in the end? I think about 20, 22 points, something like that. Mm-hmm. I mean, already if you improve on Dyer, Jack, you probably improve. I'd say about 10 points on that. So I mean, for me, I think it's absolutely imperative that we improve on the likes of Dyer. I think it's important that we do improve out on the wingback situations again. Games where they couldn't perform, you're probably talking about another 6-9 points. So for me, I definitely think we have to keep upgrading. We cannot settle. And look, Bastoni is it's one to keep an eye on. It'd be very, very interesting to see what happens. But he has confirmed my worst fear that it could rumble on as long as the Romero one did. But look, we'll keep moving. Vikas Shukla says, he's just new YouTube member. Big up, Vikas. You're always here, my man.
Been in the chat a long time, Vikas. So it's good to see that you got the membership. Like I said, and David has said, still plenty of time to hop in. There is a big line at this moment in time. But Vikas, if you do grab that link, we can just hold your spot for you. And then, once your time is on, we'll ask you to come on. You just pop right on. But really appreciate that, Vikas, and a great way to support the channel as well.
He says it's well. Absolute legend. Big up, my man. Big up. Jack, I don't know if this is an actual stat. I'd be very surprised. You would probably know if you've come across it. But Jimmy Costco said, Davis, that's not fair. Dyer has made less mistakes leading to goals this season than Romero or any other defender in the league apart from Van Dijk.
I don't know if there's a stat that really points to that sort of thing, but there is a thing in FB ref, called defensive errors. Perhaps Romero has more defensive errors than Eric Dyer does, or Romero has more than Eric Dyer does. But I mean, if you've watched, which we have, Dave, every single game this season, I think anybody, which we all have because we're Spurs fans, so we've watched every game of this season, we would all know that we definitely know that Moon Boots has contributed to more mistakes this season, or even if he hasn't, majority of the goals that we should have conceded would have come because of Moon Boots than Romero. So that would be my answer. No stats needed for that answer, Dave. No stats needed.
No, look, I can see what people are saying in terms of defending Eric Dyer. Look, my Owlad's one of them. He's a Dyer apologist this season. I don't know what's going on. Look, I keep saying this. I think he's had a good season in terms of Dyer standards from last season, but they weren't very high to begin with coming into this season that he had to get more than. For me, when I look at Dyer, you look at the Brighton game, turned his back on the ball, you get out of there with a point. We wouldn't have even had to rely on the Arsenal and the Newcastle game. The United game where he dropped off Ronaldo. Again, you don't make that mistake, and you put your body on the line. That goal doesn't happen. The goal against Leicester, he didn't learn from his mistake the week before, refused to put his body on the line. How many times have you seen this guy miss passing out from the back? In fact, we could have been punished a lot more this season with teams running at us. I remember there was one he gave out against West Ham, passed it straight into them. You know, stuff like that can't continue. You get in a better centre-back in terms of on the ball and off the ball. I guarantee you see a lot better Tottenham, a more improved Tottenham. I mean, for me, I think he's made I still think he makes too many mistakes. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think I'm too far wrong either. He's nowhere near the England squad. And it's not like he has a lot of great English centre-backs to be compared against to get into the team. He doesn't, but he's not in the England team for a reason. You know, it's because he still makes too many mistakes. Anybody that watches the guy and watches him closely, how many passes does he give away? How many times is he sloppy on the ball? Under-hitting passes, putting other people in trouble. He can't keep continuing. We will get punished for it next season, especially in the Champions League. Teams will pick us off by doing that, you know, and we just can't keep continuing it. But I do get what you're saying. Though, Jimmy. But I respectfully disagree. Hopefully you can understand. But big up, my man. And then we've got a super chat here from
Faz Radfar. Love it.
Big up, brother.
Huge.
He says,
drinks round on me, chaps. Thanks to Sonny finishing joint top scorer. I won 250 pounds on a 20-pound bet from before Xmas. I had 50 pounds on Kane also. Thanks for great company and content during an unusual season. Come on, you Spurs. Faz, first of all, just want to say, really generous of you to share the winnings with us, Faz, because I will be honest, it is the good sign of a top bloke, Dave, when they are sharing the winnings with you. Because to be honest, if it were me, sometimes you get that much of a big bet, kind of thinking, what do I want for dinner tonight? You know, maybe it's time to get the beers out early. You know, maybe the missus wants something. You know, you kind of just start, spending, immediately. And Faz has already spent a bit of it on us, which is really, really kind. I must say, Faz, really do appreciate it. And that is a top bet to make, my man. He's put it on either Sonny or Kane. So if either one finished top scorer, he was going to be happy. Thank God one of them finished top scorer at the end of the day, Faz. But really appreciate it, my man. Really, really generous. And honestly, an incredible season, a roller coaster of a season. And it's been really, really, really sensational. But I must say, it's been really good to share it with people like you, Faz.
No, 100%. Faz, look, I'm not sure whether you're up for reinvesting or not, but we are currently, I would say, nice odds for Premier League title. Now, look, there is probably 99% chance that it won't happen, but I will always believe in that 1% chance, and I'm definitely lumping 20 quid on it at 25 to 1. I mean, I don't think it'd be a bad bet for you, Faz, to be honest with you. Maybe you can start getting some of the bets going for next season. Look, maybe I'm not the best one to come to for them. Sean would be your guy from Spurs Talk Show. And look, as for the company, look, you guys have kept us company all season long. You guys have kept us sane all season long. You guys have kept us going through the darkest stages of this season. So we appreciate you guys from out there. But I'm glad your money came in from the Sunbet. I think there was a couple of other people I was speaking to that weekend. I'm not sure whether Sean had one on. I'm not sure whether Kuva. Was it Kuva? I'm not sure. And Kuva's a new channel member. Big up, Kuva. But I'm not sure whether it is Kuva or not. Maybe he can let us know himself. Did he have money on some? But I think I know someone else that did have that on. But big up, Faz. And I'm absolutely buzzing it came in for you, my man. Absolutely buzzing. Big
really
up,
appreciate
Faz,
you, Faz. Love you,
Absolute
Faz. Really
legend.
appreciate your brother.
I just think some
always here on game days too, Faz is. Always here on game days. Always here on game days,
yeah,
Faz.
Loves game days. Loves it. Absolutely loves it. I didn't finish off my diary team properly. I did meant to finish by saying I wouldn't sell him. I would keep him as backup, but I would like to bring someone in to play in, week out ahead of him. But I wouldn't sell him. I would keep him as a backup. But big up, Fazzy. Really appreciate the support, brother. And then Kuva 99 should be 69. But big up, Kuva. Loves the numbers. I mean, Jack, new channel member. It's great to have him back in the building, isn't it? He's absolutely loving life at Tottenham right now.
Didn't know you were gone, Kuva. Didn't know you were gone, but if you were, good to have you back, my man. It doesn't say you upgraded it. Looks like you just renewed it, like you renewed said in the chat, which is really kind of you, Kuva, because as you all know, I mean, you already come on the panel shows and everything. You always have a free invite to come on this channel. You've supported us from the beginning, Kuva, but really appreciate support, brother.
And he's another one. He's another one that's kept us going at times this season, appearing and stuff like that. Again, with his major part, it does make things easier.
Yes.
Big up, Kuva. Big up. And he says, only winning the Prem. Bah, the quad is on again.
American Idol, new season coming very soon. You know, maybe The Voice, you know, we still have a shot at. You know, I just saw a picture of Bentancur the other day, Kuva. Maybe we'll win like Project Runway, you know, with Bentancur or something like that. You know, who knows? We'll be winning all the trophies. Don't worry.
I have to say, though, Kuva is my type of man going into the season. Whether he believes me or not, he'd still sit there and say, yeah, Dave, we're going to win the quad just to get me hyped up and believing. Absolutely love that, Kuva. Big yourself up, brother. Absolute legend. Tottenham Till I Die podcast says, done it early so I can cash out more because we've not signed anyone yet and odds are higher. Done it early so I can cash out.
Love it.
I don't really understand that, to be honest with you. I'm not.
I think if you make the bet way ahead of time, you make more money. I think is the point.
Oh, okay. I get it. Smart man. Big yourself up, brother. Big yourself up. But look, Jacko, we got to keep moving because we still have so many
KPV,
people.
Dave. We got KPV, and I know the people are desperate for KPV because finally the dogs have been let out this season, Dave. They've been let out, and people are looking forward to it.
Let's get him on. Look, this guy, I think, you know, he puts a smile on my face. I think he puts a smile on everyone else's faces out there. And he's just a great person to have in the community. Kyle, how are you keeping, brother?
Good. Keeping good.
Yeah, absolutely loving life. I mean, look, I didn't get to speak to you last week. I mean, first of all, I hope you're doing okay. I know one of your closest friends passed, so I really do hope you're doing good, Kyle. But look, did top four maybe put a smile back on your face?
Yeah, top four.
Champions League football?
Yeah, I said it before the season even finished. We would get top four, and yeah, I was right. But box office didn't said we weren't going to get top four. So who had the last laugh now? Hey, Mr. Box Office, we got top four. You didn't. You said we weren't going to get it. So who has the last laugh? Yeah.
Anything you want to say to Arsenal fans out there, Kyle? I mean, look, they were having a pop at us all season long, and now all of a sudden they're crying. Anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, enjoy playing Thursday nights because you're fucking shy and you're going to get knocked out of the Europa League big time. You're going to get into the Conference League and not win it because, yeah, they're not going to win anything again because they've got that shit manager who is even worse. Like, Northside wants him out, as he said. And, so just, get rid of him because he's shit. Like, he's finished below 3 different managers at Spurs. So, yeah, get rid of him. You are not going to get anyone better than us. So,
also, Kyle, isn't the Spurs passport is going to be looking a lot better than the Arsenal fans' passport, you know, because of the Champions League, you know, Paris, you know, Milan, you know, all these beautiful cities we'll be traveling to where, you know, for the Europa League, you know, sometimes they'll be having to go to play NS Mura, you know, over in Slovenia and, you know, places like that. So, you know, definitely a much better travel experience for the Spurs fans too.
Yeah. Then, so bring on the draw on the 25th of August. Like, I don't care who we get. We'll just beat anyone. And
you want Bayern in your group? Do you want Bayern in your group, Kyle? You want PSG or somebody in there?
I don't want Bayern Munich again, man, because we lost 7-2. They battered us. And that dumbass scored 4 past us, Gnabry, who apparently we're interested in. Like, why would I want Bayern Munich? Like, they're not going to have Lewandowski because he wants to leave. So apparently we're interested in him. So I'll take Lewandowski, but no Bayern Munich, thank you, because they beating us.
I think Dave wants Bayern Munich, Kyle. I think Dave's not afraid. He's not afraid of Bayern Munich. You know, I think he said, you know, bring on Bayern Munich.
He's kept at the club or not, to be honest with you, Jack. I mean, we all know what happened last time we played there, don't we, Kyle?
Yeah, but Session got his first goal for the club against them in Munich. So, great goal. But, like, Bayern Munich, then we've got Conte, who's never played them against them as manager. So, why not? Bayern Munich, PSG, and Ajax, the group of death. Like, just bring on them away trips. I'm going to all 3 cities. Like, I'm booking a flight. I'm going, watching us win. And then the final, we're winning it. Like, I want 2 big trophies, Premier League, Champions League. I'll be happy with both. Then, wind up every Arsenal fan who, Zolo in this chat, please get him out of the channel, get him off because he's just annoying. So, Zolo, enjoy playing Europa League because you're not winning it.
Don't worry, Kyle. We're not letting him leave yet because we unleashed the hounds on him.
Yeah,
We unleashed the Harris Army on him. We let the dogs out. David let the dogs out on him.
Who let the dogs out? The dogs
God, they let the hands out, Kyle. God, they let the hands out.
Who let the hounds out and who let the dogs out? Because dogs will come to bite Arsenal fans. And 150 million. Enoch, Daniel Levy are going to have already invested, so we're going to have a good summer ahead. Like Conte wants 6 new players in before pre-season, and then bring on the new season.
Do you think we'll have like 4 or 5 new players by the preseason, Kyle? Will we be looking at a Bastoni in a Spurs kit over in Korea? Do you think that will happen?
Yes, Adam, cheers, mate. I think so. Like, Bastoni's his number 1 target, who we want. Like,
does a Bastoni excite you, Kyle?
Yeah, Bastoni's he excites all of us because I think he's been the best centre back in a Serie A this season. Like, even though Inter didn't win the league, AC Milan won it. So unlucky. But next season they won't have him, but we will. And Lautaro Martinez has rejected a move to the filth after they failed to qualify for UCL because he said he would only go there. But it looks like we're going to get back in for him. Like, we wanted him and we wanted Dybala before, but because of image rights, we couldn't get him. So Dybala knows Conte well and Paratici. So, get Dybala in. He can play up top. But why not get any players in? I don't care. The title's coming to us. Like, I want the Premier League. I'll be happy. Then that's what the fans want. And Harry Kane wants the Premier League because every time I see stats, Premier League titles, none. Well, that's going to change. That Premier League title, 1. Then once we've won the Premier League, Kane and Son will go down as legends because that's what Rob Daly says every time, Spurs legend. And Lucas, I think you probably saw Son's speech after the game at Norwich. Let's move on next season, big Champions League, and win. Yay! You saw Kulu's we're gonna keep Kulu.
Ginger from Sweden. Kulu sexy, Kyle.
Apparently Fabrizio Romano said we're gonna keep him on loan for another season. I thought we're gonna pay 80 million for both Romero and Kulu. Like,
do you know what, Kyle? Do you know what though, Kyle? It makes sense. I mean, we have more urgent areas and issues to address this summer transfer window and just push that one into the future and worry about it, further down the line. It's not one. I agree with it. I don't think we have to, do it now. We have everything in place, the clause and everything else in place to be able to get him. So I wouldn't swear on that. What would you say to Adam Phillip? He says Amsterdam ain't ready for you, Kyle.
Cheers, Adam. I should have gone there when Lucas scored a hat-trick. I know Ben and Sim went. I should have gone, but I was all over the place when he scored the hat-trick. Like Champions League posted on Instagram were Champions League moments. And why is Lucas' hat-trick not on that list? I don't know why, but Champions League are just being disrespectful to us. They've not added Lucas Moore's hat-trick against Ajax on that list, like Champions League moments. But Bale's overkick against Liverpool's on that list. Like, let's hopefully Bale can do it on Saturday. Then, 100%. This summer I'm excited. 150 million. They're finally listening to us after what we've been saying since he arrived. Back Conte, get him the players he wants. Then, we're going to win the Premier League and the UCL. Then that's what we've never won. But we were the first team to win a European trophy before the filth were. So who's won more European trophies? We have. They haven't. So
absolutely.
I'm excited for the summer. And we've got we're going on tour to South Korea, to Sonny's country. So we'll be playing Seville. So can't wait to play Eric Lemessi, as expressions called him. Lamella.
That's true.
Mate. That's true. Lamella, we're gonna play you, mate, because we missed him. I do, because he scored some stunning goals. But can't wait. That goal in the North London derby at the Emirates and got sent off. But that was probably
100%.
the best goal.
It's all positive, Kyle. It's all
Yeah.
positive. I mean, it's what we want at the end of the day. I don't know how you want to end this. I don't know whether you want to continue doing your Levy out. I'm not sure if what you want to do, but what do you want to end off?
Yeah, like Brian says, I'm not going to do that because, yeah, Brian said he was going to do after the game, but since we beat them, I'm not doing that yet. But like, if we at least win a Premier League, then I'm not doing it. But if we don't win anything, then he's the problem. But yeah, I'm not doing that yet until we win something. Then, but none of us are changing our minds on this guy because we still want him out. But after that United game, the fans will shout and we want Levy out. But like, yeah, we want our Saka coat. We lost 3-0 to United at home and they wanted Conte, but Gary Neville said he would not be a fit for United. But we want our Saka coat. We got him. They didn't. They only kept Ole until that battering they suffered by Watford. So, but
100%.
yeah, but
100%.
it's going to be a good summer. And yeah, we're going for the league. And I'll put a £25 bet on for us to win it. And then this will be something to remember by. I'll be happy with that, everyone. And yeah, and as always, come on, you Spurs. The title's coming to White Hart Lane. We're winning it at the Emirates. I don't care what they
Come
say.
on. We're winning it at the Emirates. I love that, Kyle.
Yeah. And I'm going to Amsterdam, even if we get Ajax in our group. Like, I haven't found out the draw for the group stages yet. It's not until August 25th.
Well, look, Kyle, if you're going to Amsterdam, make sure you stay away from that red light district, all right?
Yeah. Like, I might meet up with Ben and Sim again, like I did last year. So,
100%.
yeah.
100%.
Big up, everyone. Cheers, Adam, Philip, for the support.
Big up, Kyle.
And I'll see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, my man. Kyle,
yeah.
go and listen to who let the hounds out, my man.
Yeah, I'm going to listen to Who Let the Hounds Out. Yeah.
I love it. Well, we'll see you again soon, Kyle. See you again soon, buddy.
Come on,
and before you go, I just want to thank you for always coming on with a smile on your face, even through the down times. It's enough just to make other people smile and pick them up. So big yourself up, Kyle, and we'll see you again next week, my man.
Yeah, I'll see you next week. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on. Absolute legend, KPV. He's one of the goats around the community. He absolutely loves it. Big smile on his face the whole time. Absolutely love it. We have a couple of things to get to before we keep cracking on with the guests. We've got Shane O'Neill. Dave, how much of the Super Chat money goes to ye? Look, 70% comes to us, my man. 70% of it helps us out here, and then the other 30% goes to YouTube. So that there was 70%, my man. Big up, Shane. Big yourself up, brother. Who else have we got? Totspur63 says, I hate to push a point, but which home players from Kane, Winks, Roden, Dyer, Session, Tanganga, Skip, Davies, Austin, and have a squad to challenge for trophies, and who would you replace them with?
Kane is a homegrown, Winks is a homegrown, Rodon is a homegrown.
No,
Dyer is what?
Roden's not Roden. He's Welsh.
But isn't it because he's in the pyramid system? Didn't he go to Swansea's youth academy? And isn't he Swansea's youth academy?
Maybe. I don't think he qualifies though. I don't think.
Maybe, yeah. I could be wrong, Dave. But if he qualifies because he was at Swansea's youth academy, then maybe. Yeah. Dyer doesn't count, actually, which is crazy to think about it. Sassignon does count. Tanganga does count. Skip does count. Davies by the same rule as Rodon by the Swansea ruling. The Swan sounds like an official thing, the Swansea ruling. And then Austin does count. So maybe two of those might not count by the looks of it, Totspur. And then I think we probably do have a squad to challenge for trophies. At the end of the summer, we'll find out. That will be the real decider. But if we do get maybe like Bastoni and like a Sergei Milinkovic-Savic, I could see us challenging for a trophy with that sort of team. That would be a pretty tough team to reckon with, if you ask me, my man. So that's what I would say. If we get like a Bastoni and like a Sergei, that would be real statement signings by a team like ours. Big up, Totspur.
Yeah, big up, my man. And what I will say is like, if you don't like, you can register less of the homegrown players. It just means you have to register a couple less from the 25-man squad. So there are ways around it. If you don't have exactly enough to fill that quota, you can just simply unregister 1 or 2 players or leave 1 or 2 spots free that you don't have to register. But big up Totspur. We've got Stuart727, new YouTube member.
Love it, Stuart.
Big up, Stuart, my man. Big yourself up. You want to come on and have your say? Grab the white membership. Link is up in the community section. Simply click on it and get yourself on it. Big up, Stuart.
And someone proving that exactly still works, Dave. Kieran from Let's Talk Spurs was just speaking with me earlier on flatcapeurotalk. He just proved exactly what you were talking about, Dave. He grabbed the membership, then he hit that link, and he's already in the lobby waiting to get on. So David is not lying.
I didn't even see him there. Hiding down in the bottom row. It's completely true. Grab that membership and you'll be in the lobby waiting to get on, everybody. So just like David said, and Kieran has just proven it right there. Yeah, no. Big up, Kieran. Big yourself up, brother. Be good to speak to you, my man. Be good to speak to you. As well.
Big up, Kieran.
Big up, boys. Big up, boys. And then we've also got Frankie Martini, new channel member. Big up, Franco. Again, same thing. You have the white link. Simply click on the community section. Get on and have your say. You've always been here as well, my man. It'd be great to start putting some faces to some of these names, Jack. You know, all these names we see in there all the time. And we watch all the comments they put in, all these fantastic, great comments. Guys, come out from behind the comments. Come on the fan shows. Speak to myself and Jack. That's what this is for. Make full use of it. Big up, Franco. And then we've got the Bottom Duter. Big up the Bottom Duter. Good to see you, my man. Sending on some incredible stuff lately, by the way. He really is. I mean, I love the breakdown of Serie A that he done as well. Absolutely master. And he says, talking about winners, do you see any players coming from Milan? They show composure and grit of the highest order to win the Scudetto. Jacko?
Benacer could potentially be on the way out, from Milan. I know he didn't play a huge part in the season for them, but he's kind of really highly rated. I really like Ismail Benacer. Tonali, I don't see leaving. I would personally take Tonali, but if any of the players that are going to, if I'm going to be realistic with you, Bottom Duda, since I know you're a smart guy, we all know the players that probably won't be leaving. Rafael Leao won't be leaving. Tonali, I don't see leaving. Probably, yeah, I just don't see those two leaving. Tamori, I don't see leaving. Teo Hernandez, I don't see leaving. Calabria, I don't see leaving. So when you really look at it, maybe Ismail Benacer, is that really the type of player we're going for? I think we have enough of the players kind of like him. I guess we can't get Kessié anymore, which is tough. Maybe a Rebic, not bad for a backup striker. Someone like an Ante Rebic would not be bad as like a backup striker potentially. That's what I'll answer with. Ante Rebic, my man. Ante Rebic. Brahim Diaz, not a bad player, but I think he's technically a Real Madrid player. And then I think there are some others, but I don't rate them, like Salamakers and things like that. I don't really rate too much. So there you are, Bottom Duder. There's my answer.
Big up the Bottom Duder. Really appreciate the support, my man. Really appreciate the support, brother. Look, you disagree with Jack? Let us know. I mean, is there any players that you think we should be signing from them that you think is good enough, my man? Big yourself up. But look, Jacko, let's keep going. Still have loads of people to get through. Let's go. Who we got next?
I think we got Dermot. Dermot coming up next. Love it.
Dermotron. Big up, Dermot.
How are you, lads? Firstly, can you hear me clearly?
You sound crystal clear.
Good. Yeah, I fixed the internet problem here in Wexford. We're now the best county in Ireland still, so we're grand.
Once you got that fixed, then it became back to being.
I know Dave's sort of shaking his head, thinking.
Still not against the final on Saturday, but anyway, my man. Look.
Yeah, well, we beat Kilkenny. We actually beat Kilkenny on Saturday. It was a great game to watch, actually. I have to say.
I thought that was on this week. Fuck, you bet them. Fair play. That's a great result. But look, we can talk about that another day, my man.
Yeah.
We're here to talk about the mighty Tottenham Hotspur.
Yeah.
Dermot, roller coaster of a season. I mean, what's your thoughts on it, brother?
It's been a roller coaster of a season with Nuno. And I just want to put it out there. Nuno has got a new job. I was in Tesco's on Monday and he was sitting there on the shelf at a barbecue. So don't worry, He's sitting there. He's quite happy. He's doing his barbecue and his sausages and steaks. So Nuno's grand. Yeah, it's been a hell of a season, hasn't it? Ups, down. The thing with the manager, Nuno, and then 3 wins, 3 defeats. The defeat at Arsenal, I think, was the lowest ebb. One of them. The Man United game was the turning point of the season. For us. It really was. I think between the result, the fans, Levy, Paratici, who is a Don, and I agree with what you're saying, he is a Don. I mean, for people, when he came in the summer, that his office was in disarray. It really was. And it's going to take time for him to get it right, get Hitchens' people out and get his own people in. But look, we've got top 4. We've ended the season in a good reign of form. We need to kick on now, get players in for the summer and then kick on next season. And who knows where we can go. The sky's the limit, I think.
Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. It definitely is. But look, I think we'll all agree that this squad does need upgrading. I think, look, Enoch and that have also agree with us that it does. But look, Dermot, I mean, look, spending money is one thing, but spending it right is another. I mean, look, it's not like we didn't spend money under Steve Hitchen. We did. We gave him what did we work out? Was that 350 million, I think it was, worth money?
Like 300 million, 350 million he spent in total or something like that in this time period.
Look, honestly, you may as well have given it to someone to go to a strip club with and just start flying 50s around, because, I mean, it went on a lot of absolute dross.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Dermot, do we now have the right guy in to be spending that sort of money? Because it's big money.
We do. We have the right person in. He's the right person with Conte. They're not going to buy bad players. I mean, let's be fair. They're going to buy the best for the best position. And that's what they want to do. And I'm quite happy for Conte and Paratici to be in Italy, plotting, planning, spending the money, and Levy saying keep him out of it. I will say this. I'm Levy out, always have been, but fair play to them for putting the money into the team. At least it's the start now. And if they can continue doing this, maybe we've turned the corner. And just leave it to Paratici, leave it to Conte, let them spend the money, let Levy concentrate on the things outside of football, and just leave Paratici and Conte to do with the football. Because if they do, we can go places. And we can be successful again, which is what we all want.
Do you believe we are starting to turn the corner, though, Dermot?
I said the other day in the chat, I've seen so many false dawns in the past with the 80s, with when we had Glenn Hoddle, Chris Waddle.
Yeah.
We could, I mean, when Hoddle went with Borton Gaza, could you imagine Hoddle, Waddle, Gaza and Lineker in the same side in the 80s? I mean, we had the 80s, that was a sort of a mini dawn. But that then went 87 when we reached, finished third in the league, semi-finals, League Cup, FA Cup runners-up, another false dawn. We've had so many false dawns, but I think they've learned the mistakes from under Poch. I think now they've realised we have to back the manager to go on to the next step. And I think we've come out of this dark tunnel that we've been in for so long. And I think we've seen the light, we're in the sun, and now it's just going to start to grow. And I think in the next 5 to 6 years, we will become one of the biggest teams in Europe again. And I think we'll be bigger than Barcelona at Real Madrid if it's done properly. And that's what we all want.
Yeah.
Do you think the big difference between Conte and Pochettino, maybe Dermot, is that Conte kind of scares maybe Levy? He's forcing Levy, to behave differently, and maybe forcing Levy to behave like he doesn't want to behave, which is, in a different sort of fashion.
I think Conte does scare Levy. I think he knows if Conte was to walk, that's it. There's no coming back from whatever was coming. This was the last chance saloon. And how many last chance saloon has Levy had? It was an embarrassment looking for the manager in the first place. Now, I understand he wasn't happy about leaving Inter and he needed space. Look into that what you will. If it's true or not true, you don't know. Nuno wasn't good for us. Good stopgap, but not good for us. And I think he's realised, Paratici said, right, look, we need to get him in. We need to back him. And this is what we're going to happen. We will win stuff. And I think now he's realised he's got to do it, because if he doesn't do it now, it will never happen. Yeah. So, I give Paratici all the credit in the world. I think the signings like Galini, the early signings, I think there are more Hitchin signings than Paratici, to be fair, because Hitchin was still there. So you can only judge Paratici from January, and when we brought in Bentancur, Decky, Romero, and look what they've done. And he's brought in Conte as well. So, it swings in roundabouts. As like Ben said earlier, you've got to give him time to get his feet under the table and sort out the mess that was already there. And it's been there for a long, long time. There's been a big rot in that club. Look, you can't just sorry Dave, go on. Sorry.
No, go on. Sorry, I'll go after you.
You can't cut that out in one lump sum. It's going to take transfer window after transfer window. And if it means paying players contracts off, do so, like Winks. Yeah. Keep Dyer as a backup. Sanchez I will get rid of tomorrow. For me, he's Bambi on ice. Always have been, always will be. I don't think he's been the same since Jan left the club. And I think Sanchez has actually gone downhill since then. And I think it's going to take time, but we will get there. We've just got to be patient. We've got to go all in one way. There's no point shouting and roaring. We have to be patient, and it will happen. Believe me, it will happen.
100%. Look, I was just going to say on what you said there. Look, I do think you have to judge Paratici on his summer business as well. But like, all people talk about is the incomings. But what about all the outgoings we got rid of? Players that we thought we wouldn't be able to ship out the door. Unbelievable about. But even in terms of the incomings, I mean, Galini was brought in to be a backup goalkeeper so that we didn't get ripped off in the market. Hugo Lloris, we couldn't tie him down to a new contract. And only that Conte's been able to do that. But the reason why we brought Galini in is that if Hugo did walk away, we had someone in place so that we couldn't be ripped off in the transfer market and be extorted for a goalkeeper. It's fine, a bit of business. I wouldn't exactly put it down as a bad bit of business. We needed a backup goalkeeper at the squad. So I think that's decent business. You look at Emerson. Whatever people say about Emerson, we had to rely on him to get top 4, and he delivered. So you can't really put that one down as a bad signing. Okay, Gil, look, maybe you could chalk that one up if you wanted to. Sarr, no one could judge because, he hasn't even stepped in here for a minute. We all know that they probably looked at that one as one for the future. So all in all, I don't even think Paratici's business has actually been that bad, to be honest with you.
I mean, the Galini one, I wouldn't trust him because he's made too many mistakes, especially I think it was against Chelsea in the second leg, the semi-final. He made that howler for the first goal. I mean, Emerson, okay, I have been his biggest critic. I really have been. But I will hold my hands up and said he had a good end of the season. Yeah. And I will hold my hands up and say, yeah, fine, I had it wrong. He's improved slightly, and give him a good pre-season under Conte, and he might even take that next step. So I'd be the first one to admit maybe I was too harsh on him. But
I think. Look, when you're seeing what you did see from him at times, I mean, people are right to call it out. Call it as you see it. Yeah. But I just argue in the fact I don't think you can really put him down as an awful signing, because if we didn't have him, we wouldn't have anybody to play there, and we wouldn't have got top 4. I mean, Spurs fans are very quick to remember how awful it was with Serge Aurier there. I mean, the guy was reliable. You could almost put a bet on him to cost you a goal. So, I mean, I actually don't think it was that bad of business, to be honest.
No, and even Doherty, he came good, and a lot of people criticised him. Even us, Dave, playing for Ireland as well. Yeah. He hasn't been brilliant, but I felt so sorry for him for the injury because he was in a good reign of form. So that's that Conte sort of feeling he brings into a squad. He does improve players. Yeah. So maybe these players will improve. And maybe we shouldn't be so harsh on signings. We need to give them time. It is a different country, different league. And maybe I'm guilty of it myself. We're too quick to jump on players' backs. But Winks, please just go. I don't care how you get rid of him. Just go.
Yeah.
Just leave them outside the door and with a little for sale sign on them, and just say, please pick them up on the way out.
Yeah, I could not agree more. I could not agree more, my man. I mean, Dermot, anything else you want to touch on now? You've been absolutely waxing lyrical since you got on.
Yeah, waxing lyrical, Dermot. Maybe finish favorite moment of the season or something like that, or whatever you want to finish on.
I just want to say we are coming back. We've been we're 140 years old on the 5th of September, Tottenham. We've had many highs and bloody many lows. Yeah. We've been in the doldrums. We've been in lows since for a long time, but we are back. We've got a brilliant stadium. I think my favourite part of the season was going over to watch Tottenham with you, Dave, and Ollie and Philip Brady, and meeting Brian Daigle, meeting Shawnee. I think for me that was the best part of the season for me. And also I think us getting beaten Arsenal. I mean, for me that was just it was sweet. And the cockerel is crowing, Tottenham Hotspur is rising, and we are back, and the Spurs will go marching on.
Absolutely love that. Dermotron, will you be back yourself at all?
Do you know what? I am. I'm going to be back next season. We're going to rebrand the channel. We're going to actually start the very beginning of Tottenham Hotspur. Me and Mark are going to go right through the history of Spurs. Izan's going to do his little bits of future Tottenham, like up-to-date stuff. But personally, I want to thank everyone, including you, Dave, Jack, Coover, everyone for their kind words, support, everything, because it's been a massive help. I've had to take a break for mental health reasons, basically, but I'm back. I'm getting there. And it's for the amount of comments I've got of people, it's really been heartwarming. So thank you. And thank you two for the season, because you two have done a brilliant job.
Nah, look, man, like I keep telling people, no need to thank us. I mean, we thoroughly enjoy supporting Tottenham and thoroughly enjoy what we do. You know, look, obviously it can't always be done without the support we get, but the support has been incredible and it allows us to do what we do, and we just enjoy it, my man. So, look,
I also just want to quickly thank Phil, Hollywood Phil, and Ben as well, for they're on the channel as well.
Definitely.
Bobby K. But I think the biggest joy for me was interviewing Steve Perriman. For me, it's a dream come true. The interview him once was a dream come true. To interview him twice was just the cherry on the cake, and he's such lovely. So we've had such a good end to the season. Let's be positive for the summer, and just come on. We're going to go marching on for the Champions League.
Absolutely love it. And look, Dermot, I also want to thank you, my man. I mean, you were there for me at my lowest point this season, you know, heavily. So I really appreciate that, brother. And you look, just generally, look, being positive. You know, the majority of the time you've come on here, you've always said, look, the mighty Tottenham Hotspur will have our day. Well, you've been vindicated, my man. So thank you for being positive this season, brother. And
thank you, Dermot.
Thank you, Dermot.
Sometimes.
Sorry, Jack.
I was just going to, just in the same breath, but the thing I want to add, though, is that, Dermot, we've had a lot of different panels, you know, and it takes a lot of work to put them together. I know Dave puts a lot of work into putting the best panels in the business, as we like to say, and you've been a part of a lot of those. So we thank you for giving up your time. Even if, you know, you had the time, you know, it's just the fact that, you know, you brought your best. You know, you brought your best performance as well all the time, brought your humor, you know, brought yourself to it. And we really do thank you for it. And also just thank you for just constantly supporting us, especially, you know, defending us in moments as well, Dermot. Really appreciate you, brother.
Legend.
Look, I see how I see it. And, you know, I'd always defend my mates and brothers, and that's what we are. So, you know, but well done for everyone that's come on before us, and good luck to everyone coming on. Because I was nervous as hell coming on tonight. I really was.
No need to be, my man. You absolutely is. Dermot, I'll speak to you tomorrow, son.
I'll speak to you later. God bless you all. And
see you then, man.
You never beat the Irish.
There you are. That's Dermotron. Big up, Dermot. Absolutely love it. He loves that name, Dermotron. He's going off happy now, so he is. Absolutely loves it. We've got Faz Radfire, new member, Fazzy Boy.
Big up,
absolutely loving it, my man. Simply click on the link in the community section if you got the white one, and come on and have your say, brother. Absolute legend. It's great to see so many people getting the badges. Everybody keep grabbing your memberships. It really does help
fast.
secure the future of this channel going into next season. It really is a massive help. But if you don't want to do that, feel free to get your super chats in with any points. You know, whether you agree, disagree, or any questions for the panel, guys, feel free to get them in and keep smashing that like and subscribe button. Still 251 people in house. Absolutely insane. Spurs fans love listening to each other. But look, Jack, I mean, I need to go on and fill this bad boy, put some water in it, turn on the aircon. I am absolutely starting to sweat here. But look, let's keep moving over. Got on next.
We got Michael, David. You know, we got a very, very clever one, and I know he's going to be good for this summer. He's going to be good for this summer, Michael is, because I bet, Michael, you probably know a fair few things about some of the players we're probably going after. But how you doing, my man? Think you might be on mute or something. I'm hearing some noises. I'm hearing some noises. Okay. There we go. Now I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, those headphones sometimes act up, so you know I just have to plug and unplug them, and then everything should be okay.
It's that way with my little Xbox mic from that I've kept for like 7 years. It's the same thing. I know what you mean. But how we doing, man? How we doing, my man? You know, it's top 4. You know, we're being linked with some of the best players in the world. How are you feeling, my man?
Yeah, I'm absolutely ecstatic. You know,
love it.
Just you know, if things couldn't have gotten better, we suddenly got this info about this like absolutely like mad amount of money that war chest. That, you know, as Ali Gold said, he doesn't like to use this word, but actually it is a war chest. If you know, because I've said it on Ben and Sim's channel that I don't believe that everything from it will go to the transfers, right? But vast majority, or at least a majority, right? But you know, this is just the cash injection. I do believe that we had something prepared already, and that we will sell players, and those funds can go into transfers, right? So, you know, the first thing I did was jump onto the transfer market, check out the prices, check out who and where and why, and you know, I'm just so excited. You know, the worst thing about this type of situation is that, you know, I get so hyped up about some players that if they don't come to our club, I will be mad. Like, you know,
that's why you can't plunge yourself too in. You know, you have to. You know, you have to, once that you see that there's real, you know, substance behind it, then you can put yourself into it. If you put yourself into it too early, you're just going to be setting yourself up for betrayal. But maybe that's a good segue, Michael, into Bastoni. Do you think he's like the best? Is he the best option available for what we're looking for in that back three, that left-sided center back? Is he the best one out there?
Quality wise, I'm sure he is. I would put Josko Gvardiol at the same level as him. Yeah, up at the same level. I think that Pau Torres is also a really good option, even though you know, there is like certain doubts about his like quality. Some people say that Liverpool exposed him in that semi-final, right? But you know, it's Liverpool. It's not like some second league Polish team or whatever, right? This is pretty much the best team in the world. So if the best team in the world exposes your lack of quality, then you know you still have a bag full of it, right? So the one thing I really like about Pau Torres is that option about swapping Lo Celso, you know, because it wouldn't like I at least I do believe that it could be that way, that it wouldn't cost us so much. It wouldn't cost us so much like Bastoni or Gvardiol, right? But there are things about him rejecting us once, and apparently him willing to go to United. And if a player doesn't have his heart set on joining a certain club, then I don't really want them to join, if you know what I'm saying, because I felt like Ndombele, for example, got convinced by the money, but he came here and he never really showed that passion towards the badge, right? And I believe that, of course, Bastoni can do the same, right? But you know, what I want to say is that I really enjoy players of certain nationality, and it's nothing to do with like me liking certain countries or not, but I feel like there is quality in like Italian players, Serbian players, Croatian, like I really like players of those nationality, Argentinians, Danish, Swedish players. I do believe there is certain like work ethic to in the case of the Scandinavians, for example. In the case of like people from the Balkans, I do believe that they are really like tough and hard to break down. They work a lot, and I have nothing against Spanish players, for example, but I don't enjoy watching them that much. Or same things with Brazilians, and as I say, it's nothing against like it's nothing like racist or whatever. Please don't take it that way. But that's the sheer fact of us going for Kostic, like it's literally mouth-watering. That's not even about his quality, but about the person and the character that he is. Like, I love players like him. Oh, hello. Am I supposed to?
What does
Am
he
I
say? What
supposed to
does he
read it?
say?
He said, "Hello, Michael, my friend from Poland. My grandpa was born in Łódź. It's one of the bigger cities in Poland at the beginning of the 20th century." And then he said, then he said that he said it in Polish. So,
Wow.
yeah. Hello, Neil. Yeah, big up. If you know anything about Poland, I'm from Wrocław. It was one of the host cities during the Euro 2012. So some of you may heard that name. Well, I'm studying in Wrocław. I'm from different part of Poland, but I've been living here for almost 5 years, so I can say that it's pretty much my home city.
Well.
Yeah, I know it well. But coming back to transfers, like I'm just so excited, and like one of the players that I really got hyped about was Bremer, but apparently he's going to go to Inter.
He's off to Inter, yeah.
Yeah, he's off to Inter. So I'm a bit mad that we won't get him, but it is what it is. You can get all players in.
But look, we could be getting Bastoni though, Michael. Bastoni could be on his way.
Yes, please. As I said to Jack, like Pau Torres and Guardiola would be suitable for me too, but Bastoni is just the player that I want. Like the statement signing that we talked about, David, in the previous callings, right? Yeah, I just want them to go out there and just slap the cash and tell to Inter, here is 65 million euros. Take it. We take the player. And Bastoni said plenty of times that he has a lot of respect towards Conte.
Yeah.
So yeah, just bring him in. Bring him before the trip to Korea or even after the trip to Korea. I want those players, those key players, to be here before the preseason, and that's what Conte said too, right?
Yeah.
I believe that he won't settle for like this whole transfer fiasco that is usually associated with our club, right?
Well, Conte prefers, he notoriously prefers to try and get everybody in for pre-season so he can work with them, get them used to his way of playing, the likes of the no ketchup and all that sort of stuff as well, his military regime. No, it's true. Before he took over Tottenham, he's never took over anybody, halfway during the season because he doesn't like to do that. He went against the grain taking the Tottenham job. And the fact that he's managed to get everybody used to his way of playing and his regiment, in such a short space of time while the season is going on with games coming in thick and fast, it's absolutely unbelievable. But like, imagine what he could do when having them preseason,
Yeah. Like, looking at our season, I do believe that we were a bit lucky that when Conte came, we had a spell of games against like teams either out of form or low in the table. Because we had like Everton, Brentford, Leeds, Norwich, all those games that gave Conte time to at least get some basics into our players. Because then we had the game against Liverpool, but their midfield was pretty much non-existent in that game because I think they had plenty of injuries in the midfield by the time of that game. And then there was the tough period of January, but you can check. We are Tottenham TV after the United match that we lost 3-2. I told Stel and Iggy that we are getting top 4. That I don't necessary. I think that we are getting top 6, but I still believe and I'm convinced that we can push for top 4, and we did. So unfortunately, I'm not a betting man, but maybe I should start. although my missus wouldn't be happy about it.
Yeah, look, maybe you can speak on a sneaky bet. She won't be minding if you win big and you're getting her Parada and Gucci and all that sort of stuff, my man. She won't be complaining at all.
Yeah.
But I mean, Michael, what do you make of the season we just had? Because I mean, it's been a roller coaster. You had the 3-month manager search, then we got a Nuno, which many fans found underwhelming, didn't go so well. You had the whole Harry Kane saga, then Conte coming in and just completely turning our season around. I mean, what do you make of the season we had? It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, so I believe that whole manager fiasco was just an embarrassment, in my opinion. Like, how can a club of our stature search for a manager for so long? Well, after all, like in hindsight, it actually went well because we fired Nuno after 10 games and we got Conte. And maybe if we've gotten someone like Potter or whoever else of that ilk, maybe we would have been stuck with them. And I'm not saying that it would have been bad, right? But we have Conte now, so that decision after all turned out to be good. With the whole Harry Kane saga, I started to turn on him a bit, just because there were plenty of like journal rumors about him not turning up to trainings, and for me, like what's the saying? The badge on the front of the shirt is always bigger than the name on the back of it, or something like this, right? So I was like, if Kane wants to go, then let him go. If his heart isn't here, his mind and legs won't be, right? And we could clearly see that in the first 10 games he had no belief about the future of this club, and how can you expect someone to play well? And of course I was pissed with him because I know his quality, and when I was watching him during those 10 games, I was just heartbroken because we've just seen this guy getting a golden boot and the best assister in the league, right, the previous season, and here he is with 10 games gone and only 1 goal scored. Like, absolutely pathetic form, right?
Yeah.
But thankfully Conte came, and it was like such a reinvigoration. Like, seeing him on the touchline was so new to me, right?
Heartwarming. It was heartwarming.
Yeah, it was heartwarming because, as I've said to you guys once, I started watching games like regularly when Mourinho was here, right? So Mourinho wasn't like so agitated, so animated on the touchline. There is plenty of memes with him, like sitting calmly, then suddenly running to the ref, right?
Yeah.
But it was far and few and never mind.
Far few in between.
Yeah, far few in between, right? So then it was Mason. He was just there as a placeholder. Then it was Nuno, and he was absolutely like pathetic on the touchline. I have nothing against the guy, and frankly speaking, with the mentality of the squad, I don't think he did that bad. Like, getting 5 wins and 5 losses was points wise good, but like,
it was performance wise,
performance wise, it was pathetic. Like, seriously, like the wins that we got were 3 lucky wins. Well, maybe City wasn't lucky, but Watford and Wolves were lucky. Then it was Villa that was in complete disarray, and Dean Smith got fired like after a couple of games after that. And we won against Newcastle, who were in like absolutely pathetic form, and they just got taken over.
Yeah.
So it was 5 wins, but the quality of those wins was absolutely pathetic. But never mind that. Then it was like 9 undefeated. Then it was January, which was kind of bad, but we went through it. Then was that whole win-lose fiasco, even though the losses came in the cups. So in the league, actually, we weren't that bad, not including like Burnley and United. But then it was absolutely like, I was so proud from the first match that we won against West Ham. No, it was Brighton after United, right? Since that performance, literally every performance since then up until the end of the season.
You've had the big Spurs chest has been out. The chest has been out a bit. That's good to hear. Well, Michael, we're going to be doing I was going to say, last question for you here before we let you go. We're going to do the player ratings tomorrow, the big season player ratings, and I want to know maybe who your maybe your unsung hero is, if you know what I mean, like the player that you feel like was the maybe didn't get enough credit, maybe not enough kind of a praise maybe by the fans this year. Some people would say Højbjerg, of course, but maybe there's probably another one. I've said to Dave, Ben Davies, maybe an unsung hero. How would you answer that?
Yeah, so the obvious answers for me would be Darren Davies, because as we've spoken plenty with David, those are the players that we all wanted gone at the end of the last season. We never expected them to turn up. We never expected them to do anything. But I really want to big up Højbjerg for that season, because like the amount of I don't know, I probably guess that the amount of online abuse that he got because of his performances, right, where he wasn't necessarily the problem in the team, but everyone wanted him gone. Everyone was saying we need to sell in January and take profits and find a replacement, right? But this guy was carrying that absolutely bloody useless wings on his back. He was like alone in the midfield, usually playing against 3 players, because he could never trust wings with anything, right? And the way that he stepped up when Bentancur came, and they formed a really dangerous duo in the middle, and sometimes they handle like 3 players on their own, right?
Yeah.
And I believe that, I also have a soft spot for central defensive midfielders, because that was the position that I usually took on the field, because I'm not fast. I'm not good at dribbling, but I'm good at passing and shooting and taking ball of other people. So I was usually playing CDM or center back, the way you can play on the field with like your friends. So I massively want to big up Højbjerg, and I hope that he is a key part of this team. And he won't get the captain's badge when Lloris leaves, because Kane will get it most likely. But I believe that he is like a captain on a field. Like he has an enormous presence. People say that he's overrated because all he does is just running. That's not fair, and that's not true in my opinion.
I agree.
And I just want us to strengthen the squad. I will quickly give you guys a list of players that I want us to bring. It's nothing like surprising, but I want Kostic, I want Bastoni, I want Singo, or Spence, one of the two. I want Limer and some sort of a striker. I'm fond of Emmanuel Dennis from Watford, just because he will be a cheaper option, right? And then with those 5 players, anything else is an added bonus to me. And of course, I would love Nkunku in our squad, right? But that's not realistic.
Save it for the dream.
It is, or maybe it is.
Save it for the dreams.
But Milenkovic, there is so many good players. Milenkovic, Savic, like
that's
Olmo, Szoboszlai, or however you say his name, right? Because his heart is Hungarian. But I'm so hyped for this summer. I'm constantly sitting on Reddit and F5ing all the time, like searching for new info. So sorry guys, I went on.
Look, this summer is going to be absolutely crazy, absolutely crazy. But look, Michael, again, I know you started coming in near the end of the season, but again, really appreciate your input, your insight coming on. We've talked so many things: Conte's tactics, transfers, games. We've had good conversations, and hopefully we see you through the summer and into next season, my man.
Yes, of course, I will be there waiting, guys.
This season, brother.
Lovely, good job with the streams. I appreciate your work, guys, and you are 2 lovely guys. So it's fun to be a part of this community. See you guys.
I appreciate it, Michael. Thank you, my man, and best of luck with your college, whatever's coming up, my man. All right. Enjoy the beer.
Thank you. I will need it.
See you, my man. See you.
Prost.
Everybody, give the guy a lot of love in the comments. Big up, Michael. Absolutely brilliant.
Tisky sounds so nice, Dave. Tisky sounds absolutely delicious. I am very jealous.
It does.
Whatever, at least, whatever cheers is in Polish. We'll find out next time. I'll look it up for next time,
But look, You know, we got 5 people left, so let's start getting through them. Who have we got next, Jacko?
Oh, Dave, I'll give you a hint. We got Daddy coming into the house, Dave.
Oh, absolutely.
Got
That's
Daddy coming into the house.
I'm so jealous of that, man.
You jealous?
Yes, very jealous.
You need to get in contact with Moondog, so you do. Moondog
maybe I do. Maybe I do.
But
Daddy Hoiberg, how we doing, my man? How we doing? You know, are you? Is the chest feeling bigger, like we were just saying with Michael?
Yeah.
You know, are you just feeling like top of the world?
What a time to be a Spurs fan. Finally, we get rewarded now. We get rewarded. And I said, of course, last show, Daniel is being a Daniel. Finally. He gives all his power down to the Dons.
That's what a Daniel does.
Yes.
That's what Daniel should do. That's what Daniel should do.
Yeah. What do you make of Enoch putting in that investment? I mean, look, first of all, it's about time. But do you think maybe they are starting to realize that they fucked up, they messed up, and now that they are trying to put it right, and the fact that they finally got people in that they believe in, like the manager and Conte, Paratici, in terms of, you know, the director of football and stuff. Do you think that's massively helped to them maybe putting in the money?
Yeah, of course. I think finally realized that this is the manager. If this goes wrong, there's no going back from that. And the fans, of course, all the 100% the fan base are down with Conte, you know. Everyone loves him. He's probably threatened a little bit as well, maybe a little threat here and there to Levy. But no, it's just fantastic to see, I think. I mean, I've not really been I've been on this fence with the whole Levy out and stuff. I've never been completely Levy out. But of course, I've not liked anything he's done.
Yeah.
Well, but anyway.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. And look, what do you make of the season we've had? I mean, it's been a stressful one, man.
Yeah, I think I've aged a bit. Still look young, but definitely aged. I mean, it's been this. I mean, this club is going to kill me. I know that. But it could be, hopefully, in a good way now.
Yeah. What do you think?
I feel like Conte, you know, he's trying to grow his hair back, Daniel. Maybe the club is making him lose his hair, you know, again. But perhaps, you know, if he gets all the signings in this summer, you know, he wouldn't have to worry about pulling his hair out. Do you think we could get 5 players before the preseason like he wants? Seems like a lot to ask, but do you think we could do it?
I don't think 5 before the preseason, but I definitely think the main. I mean, Bastoni. Can we just realize for a second that when Bastoni, it's going to happen now. We get one of the best. He's going to be the best centre back in the world in a few years. Him and Romero. Mark my words. And then Kostic as well. That left side, if that doesn't give you a hard on, I don't know what does.
Yeah.
That
excites me sexually.
Is he the best one in your eyes for that left-sided center back position? Is he your top choice?
Yeah. I mean,
good man.
I think he's younger than me.
Yeah.
How old is he?
He's a young kid. He's 23. I think he just turned.
Yeah. Okay, I'm 23 as well. To be fair, but
that's mad.
Do you think you would be ready at your age? Do you think you'd be ready if you were as good as him? You know, to step in, you know, into Conte's side.
He would just throw me in the river or something, I think. No.
Oh, I love it. Totspur 63 says.
Areas. Yeah. Sorry, Dave. Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Totspur 63 says, was the turning point in the season being thrown out of the Conference League? I mean, Daniel, would you agree with that? Think it had a massive part to do with us getting top 4?
I think it was. I don't think we would have gotten top 4 because our squad was so thin. We had so many youth players on our bench that I've never heard of. Unfortunately, and I don't know if I did Conference League. Nah, I'm not having it. Thank God. And hopefully never have to see it again.
Yeah. Do you know what, Totspur? Do you know what? I don't know if it had a major thing to do with it. Look, I think we were probably heading for the exit anyway. We done that poorly under Nuno. I mean, look, obviously we could have saved ourselves against Rennes, but I do see what you're saying. I mean, if we did have them games thrown in, maybe I think the amount of accumulation of games probably would have caught up on us in the end, and maybe we wouldn't have survived. So maybe you do have actually a very, very good point there. But sorry, Jacko, you had a question.
No, I think I was just going to ask, Daniel, another question, but you just asked him a better one by using the Harris Army, Dave, which is a much better, source of, getting the questions from. But to answer that great question, just quickly, Dave, I think maybe the turning point was probably selling, or at least moving on and getting out of the club, the likes of Tanguy, Gio, Delhi, etc. I think that was actually the turning point, because I know bringing Bentancur and Kulu, was like the real, like impact for top four, but it like set that precedent that, like we've said before, it set that precedent that people who do not make the dressing room, a good place, for camaraderie, for trying to succeed, for trying to be competitive, people that distract from that, Conte got rid of. And I think that was a huge statement for what maybe Spurs, are all about. Because Dave, to be honest, and Daniel, I mean, Delhi, people have been making excuses for Delhi forever. Yeah. People, including myself, are making excuses for Tanguy. I'll raise my hand about that. People made excuses for Gio, so it was good to see all those players just be cutthroat, tossed out. Daniel, I think that was my big kind of turning point, if you ask me, because it sent a statement.
Yeah,
for me.
Completely agree. Lo Celso is by far, I think, he couldn't even pass sideways.
Yeah,
for us, he couldn't even pass sideways or back, and his corners. Jesus Christ! And people want him back just because he's had 2 good games for Villarreal. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah.
And on Ndombele, like all the talent in the world, but more lazy than me, I think. Jesus.
No, 100%.
I mean, no.
Anything you want to say to the Spurs fans out there ahead of next season, my man?
Yeah, what are you
excited? Be excited.
About?
We're gonna win. First of all, we're gonna win a trophy next season.
Oh,
FA Cup.
Love it.
FA Cup is coming home to the lane, and there's nothing anyone can do about that.
It'd be nice to get our hands on that one again. It really would. We have good form in the FA Cup, or we had good form in the FA Cup. Maybe not so much over last 20 years or that. But yeah, Tony, they're all on form today, my man. Everyone's absolutely buzzing.
I said you got to clip them. Like I said, that that scissor button right next to that like button, like I said, which should already be smashed. Like, you got to get people clipped up because, Dave, they're bringing their best today, like you said. Definitely love that, Tony.
Yeah, no, 100%. Daniel, anything else you want to talk about, my man?
Oh, it's so hard. Want to talk about
Let's talk about that unsung hero question, my man. For you, is it Højbjerg? Is it Ben Davies? As much as I am a Højbjerg fan, I actually said to David it was Ben Davies, but I think Michael said Dyer too. Who do you think it is for unsung hero?
I think it's Ben Davies, because we know how good Højbjerg is. I never thought Ben Davies was ever going to be good again.
Fair.
Insane, actually, how good he's been.
Yeah. No, look, to be fair, he's actually, I think he's been much better than Dyer this season. To be honest, I think he's been more dependable, more reliable. I think he's made less mistakes. I think he's had a very good season. To be fair, with Ben Davies, my man. And go on.
With Spence, I like him, but I don't think he's ready to be the first team starter next season. In my opinion. Yeah. That's why I want. And if this happens,
is it because of that step up? Is it that step up that you're worried about?
It is a big step up.
Have you watched much of him this season?
A little bit, not too much, but.
What is it about him that you don't think he'll be able to make that step up?
I think it's the championship. I mean, the championship is tough here and there, but he hasn't really. I have not seen him take on many players like one-on-one. Like, he has a lot of space when I've seen him, and also he can work. Well, he's going to get this defensive. That's going to get better over time anyway. But I think he's really good. Going to be a really good player. But just now, I just don't think he's ready for that. But as a backup, definitely, I think.
Yeah.
He'll be good.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah.
It's all about having options, Daniel. It's all about having options.
Yeah,
man.
exactly. Good options.
Yeah.
And
but look,
I'm so excited.
Stop! It's super exciting. It's super exciting. But like Conte can definitely work with someone like Jed Spence. You know, like get him in a good preseason. He can definitely work with him in terms of what he expects from him and that. But look, Daniel, really appreciate you coming on, my man.
Yeah.
Really appreciate your time. And again, thank you so much for coming on throughout these fan shows throughout the season, my man. It's been an absolute pleasure having you. A lot of people find you funny.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you again.
Deepest voice in the Harris Army, I must say. I think Michael thought he had the deepest voice until Daniel, made a crashing, entrance. And Daddy Hoybier, good to talk to you as always. Looking forward to speaking to you over the summer, my man.
Yeah.
Big up, Daniel.
Thank you. And also, I just want to say, Harry Kane is going to be on Jimmy Fallon. I saw.
Is he?
Did you see that? Yeah.
No.
Haven't you seen that? On Twitter,
I'll have to watch that. I'm
Jimmy
surprised
Fallon.
you didn't text me and tell me. I'll have to get on to Harry about that, Daniel.
Yeah, that was mad. But yeah.
No, I'll have to give it a watch for sure. I'll definitely have to give it a watch now. But Daniel, big yourself up, my man, and we'll see you again soon, brother.
Take care and come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Daniel. Absolute legend, absolute legend. Everybody, give Daniel a lot of love in the comments, guys. Give him a lot of love. Jack, who's next? I don't even know where to keep going.
Let me take a look at the list, Dave. We're powering through these guests, honestly, through today, and they're giving their best today. So I do want to keep the order to be fair to them. I think we have Donovan coming up next. Looking forward to this. Donovan, Canadian.
Let's get him on. Dressed like Ozzy Osbourne. Donovan, how are you keeping?
Good, guys. How's it going?
Absolutely loving life. Absolutely loving life. I mean, look, where do you want to take this? So many things to talk about.
Yeah, heck. Off a big win myself. We just battered my old club last night 5-0 in men's league, so that's good.
Good, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, no, I'm a defenseman. I'm center back, so we kept the clean sheet.
Just as good as scoring, Donovan.
Oh yeah, I was good. Good running by the bench and giving them a little cheeky looks every so often. And,
Rudiger style. I like that.
Yeah, I try to take a page out of Romero's book, right, and really go in hard and little.
Are you more like a Romero, or are you more like a a Bastoni? Who are you more like, my man?
No, I like Christian Romero. His shithousery is world class.
Love that.
Getting over the players after a tackle and just giving little shoves off the ball and stuff, and really getting under their skin. You need those competitors in your team. So,
100%. I mean, look, what? First of all, I mean, exciting times ahead, right? Enid putting in the money, the 150 million for on the field and off the field. I mean, first of all, what's your thoughts about that? I think the majority of it will be heading to transfers. But what do you think the off the field spending is? Do you think that could be like the scouting department, maybe?
Yeah, they need a total revamp of that. I heard that they fired a bunch of people and they're starting to bring in new coaches. The likes of Yaya Toure and Defoe have been linked. You need those quality proven winners that know how to get over the line and top people to really bring in. And kudos to Spurs. I don't know why City wouldn't go for Toure. I don't understand that, but we don't worry about them. I know Levy and his ownership group bought a bunch of townhouses and all of down that 17, right? So I don't know what's going on with that, but I know that they're really looking to diversify. But I anticipate a big portion of that 150 is going to go towards transfers, and revamping that squad because as you mentioned before, like without a preseason and coming in November or December, whatever it was, and getting top five, top four even, like that is a miracle worker,
Yeah.
And with the preseason and with those players, man, the sky's the limit.
Donovan, I've been sitting there the last couple of days since the season ended, racking my brains, right? Because as everybody knows, we'll be doing our season review on Sunday. That's why I didn't speak to Michael about the Harry Kane, because I do have my very own thoughts on that situation, and it'll take a while. But Donovan, I'm trying to wrap my head the last few days, and it's kind of like, how do you share out the credit for top four? How much do you give to Conte? How much do you give to Paratici? How much do you give to Daniel Levy, who, look, to be fair, he brought in Paratici, got rid of Nuno, pulled the trigger on him quickly, brought in Conte. And how much credit goes to the players?
Yeah, if you're going to give it like that, I'd go like 50, 20, 10, 10, 10, like 50's got to go to Conte. You got to give him give him that, because if you remember in his first Premier League game against Leeds, we were actually trailing 1-0 at the half, right? And I remember all the pundits were like, nothing's changed. Look at these players, they're still not fighting for him. And then he dug into him, and he probably realized right then what hell of a job he had to do, like he's going to use every bit of his fiber of his being and lose some more hair on his head, because and then also the same fact that you got to give Paratici some work, because him and Conte must have sat down sharing some of their Italian espressos or whatever. Maybe they stopped by Ben Shop and really fell through there and cut the lost ties. Trim the fat around the club, like the likes of Delhi. We were flirting with him for 2 or 3 seasons. Should we let him go? Should we not let him go? Lo Celso, Dembele. Even that youngster that was going off to the Rovers there. I forget his name there.
From Shamrock Rovers?
Yeah, no, not Shamrock Rovers. The Blackburn Rovers. They let him go for 1.5 million there. I forgot his name.
Brereton Diaz?
No.
We sold to Blackburn Rovers. Is one of the guys from the academy.
Yeah.
Marcondi.
Yeah,
that's the one thing on McCarthy.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So just knowing that, hey, sure, you've come from the academy, but we don't need another Harry Winks in our reign, right? We don't need a player that could just come through the academy and just fill that homegrown quota, we need to be a buying club. We can't be a selling club anymore, and that's the credit that goes down to Levy, and that's where it goes up to Levy, and that's where it goes up to Enoch and some of the board members to fire Steve Hitchen, get the new mindset going, and realize, I fucked up for the last 10 years, and now I have a manager I can back. The media loves him, the players love him, the country's loving him. He's turning over the narrative for Spurs. I'd be an idiot if I didn't back him. So that's the mindset going into this summer, and kudos to him, because it takes a bigger man to make a mistake, but it takes even a bigger one to fix it. And
fair point.
150, man, more my way. Plus the Champions League and all that financial fair play, 400 coming our way.
I'd be worried to give you $150 million. I wonder how many ball hats and sunglasses you'd have, Donovan.
Well, here's the thing, Dave. I was at the thrift store after work yesterday, and I saw me a flat cap, but it was too small. It wouldn't fit the head. So you gotta get the merch store up soon so we can get going.
No, we will. Don't worry. Look, me and Jack from Monday onwards, once we get all the end of season stuff done, we're going to be working on absolutely everything. We're turning the Irish Hotspur into something people have never ever seen before. But look, Donovan, absolutely great conversation there. To be fair on that question, Jack, have you any questions for Donovan?
I got plenty for him. I've had a few that I've asked. People. Donovan, do you have an unsung hero? Somebody you feel like hasn't been given enough credit? When it comes to this season.
Yeah, we got Dave's favorite player here. We got Eric Dyer. Man, what a
give it to me. Moon boots. Why is he, deserving?
There's a couple moon boots. There's a couple plays that stand out to me though, like where he did mess up, like not closing down Ronaldo quick enough for that first goal, and he has a habit of turning his back to the ball there and not fully committing on a block. But he's been a voice out of the back, and it's been emerging like over the last couple of seasons, like even when Mourinho first took over and during that COVID season when there wasn't very many people in the stands. You could hear him like starting to bark orders, and it wasn't very confident at first. You can hear he was shaky. He was a little bit like, but now he's really grown into that role. And now that Conte has trimmed all the bad apples out of the barrel, that would maybe shut that down. Not that he was bad, but his time is over. Like a Moussa Sissoko and the Auriers and the Ndembele's and groups that would just absolutely shit on that positivity that he would want to bring forward. He's really emerged as a leader, and don't forget, Conte did say that this guy would be the best in his position, and he's 27, 26. He's near that age where he's going to age like fine wine. So my underseat, it's got to be Eric Dyer for me for under.
I like it. No, I kind of like it. To be fair. Seems like a lot of people, have answered, moon boots, and that's probably because, there might be a bit of an agenda, between Dave and I, maybe against moon boots. So we'll just have to be honest. I know Dave won't be honest about it. Yeah, I know Dave won't be honest about it, but I'll maybe raise my hand, towards it.
I'm telling you, all I'm going to say is don't come back to me when you're heartbroken next season when he screwed you over in one of the big games. Do not come back to me heartbroken, please.
That's the only place we can go to, though.
We're hoping Bastoni will come in and raise his game, because with two foreigns behind him, right? He's going to be really biting at it. Because there's going to be
Donovan, just quickly, who do you think he's actually coming in for, though? Do you think he can play centre back and replace Dyer, or do you think they're looking at him to come in instead of Davies? Because in my opinion, I actually think Davies had a better season than Dyer.
Yeah, Davies was a revelation, to be fair. I think he's like Buddy before me was saying, and even the man before that, he can fit in all three, you know, like he can slot in there. Conte made him the man he was, you know. I think somebody
he says that as well, doesn't he? He admits that.
Yeah, he bends over for Conte. It's like 120 games. He 120 games that he hasn't passed the ball away for a mistake for a goal. Like he's got that elite mentality, and he's barely 23, I think, right? So yeah, we can slot him anywhere in the back there, and he's going to do a solid job. And knowing that, hey, we have a player, like if you look at Dyer's progression and Davies' progression, brought in under Poch, it's almost a new leaves turned over. This is the new chapter of the new youngsters, and they know what it's like to be in that position, wanting to take that senior shirt, you know, wanting to take their time in the Prem. And they're not going to come over from a league. They win titles. They're a regular in the Champions League. Even though we're the mighty Tottenham Hotspur and we have this amazing stadium, they're not going to just come over here and rest on their laurels. They want to elevate their careers, and that can only be good. That can only be good for the ranks, you know, because we don't want people getting complacent. We don't want people settling for top four. We don't want people just being regulars in the Champions League, because we were that for a while. We were regulars in the Champions League, and then 3 years went by, and it's like, wow, are we going to get back there? And I mean, I don't know. Yeah, obviously, you guys, man, like I celebrated so hard when we went back in there after that.
Because we thought it would take longer, Donovan, to get back there, right?
Yeah, and you realize what you have, right? It's a classic saying: you don't realize what you have until it's gone. And man, watching Tottenham on a Wednesday night.
You play Thursday because you're fucking shy. Yeah. Oh, what a feeling, what a night. But look, Donovan, I mean, absolutely aced that, my man. Been an absolute pleasure having you on. I have to say, a lot of people loving the way you dress in the comments, my man.
Yeah, I'm just about to head off. I got the laundromat across the street, so I thought I'd just hop on here quickly. But
we got two hitmen, I realized, Dave. We got two hitmen. We got Donovan, and then we had the bald one, you know, by Conte, Dave. We got the hitman of the Harris Army and Donovan, and then we got the one by Conte as well. We're in safe hands, Dave. We're in safe.
We'll all have to swag up White Hart Lane there next year and catch a game. We can just take over the street, and we'll have a good time, man. It'll be good.
Love that. Yes, sir.
It will. Imagine seeing Donovan and the ball guy, you know, pulling up in a car. You wouldn't be long about bolting off, would you? It's absolutely brilliant. But Donovan, been an absolute pleasure, my man. Absolute legend. And we'll see you again soon, brother. Keep calling in. And again, I want to say thank you to you, because you have called in when you've had the opportunity. You've helped me out on the pre-match pump-ups as well.
Yeah, it's a bit of a time. It's a bit of a time gift difference, but I do try and get on whenever I can. New work, new school, and I mean, thank you guys for like having a platform that we can come on and share our opinions. Because you know, for a while there, Tottenham fans weren't exactly the most popular people, you know. So it's good to like we persevered during that. It wasn't delusion; it was optimism and manifestation, and we came out the other side. Come on, Spurs!
Come on, you Spurs! Big up, Donovan. Big yourself up, brother. We'll see you again soon, my man. See you, man. Oh, what a calling. What an absolute legend. Donovan, big up. I have to say, I was loving the comments people were putting in this about him saying being well dressed, but I loved KVP's comment. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You cracked me up.
Big up, Donovan. Big up, Leo. Good to see you in here, my man.
Good to see you in the building. Tala Ahmed, good to see you in the building. Neil Shafton still with us, along with Peter M, Daniel Field, sorry. Stuart Conway, you know, Ellie, big yourselves up, everybody. Big yourselves up. Keep smashing that like button, that subscribe button. Keep grabbing them channel memberships. And guys, feel free to get your super chats in with your thoughts, opinions, any questions you may have for myself and Jack. And we will get straight to them and we will answer them. And it's just a great way to help support the likes of myself and Jack on this journey. We don't have any big wigs behind us that helps us out. We solely rely on the generosity of you guys. So big up everybody that has already helped support us on our journey so far. But look, let's keep going. We're down to 3 guests. The end is in sight. The season is about to over. Who's next?
We got Kuba, Dave. I'm looking forward to this one. We got Kuba.
Let's get him on.
I got a good question for him as well.
Look, let's get him on. I'm actually excited to have this guy back. The return of Kuba on the fan show. Kuba, brother, how are you keeping, my man?
I'm good, thank you. It's just been a great end to the season, hasn't it? It was giving everybody a lift.
No, it's been absolutely fantastic. Jack,
not as many trophies as you predicted, Kuva. You know, we didn't bring in, you know,
We're
6 or
just
7,
robbed.
but
Conspiracy. It's happening
Not
next
even-
season. The quad is back on, boys.
weren't even, you know, included in the Nobel Prize, you know, nominations as well. You know, maybe we
That's
could go
right.
for that next
Eurovision.
season.
Eurovision trembling.
I
We're
know
taking
Kuba
it all.
says it messing, right? But when he says it, I actually believe it. That's the sad thing. But look, Kuba, I mean, what's your thoughts of the season that's gone on? Is it a positive one? Is it a negative one? Because there's been a bit of both, if we're being honest.
This season there's just been something special, and it's as much what's happened off the field as well as on it, because we've had people struggling with illness, mental health issues. We nearly lost Bob Spur twice, comas twice. People struggling with mental health really badly at the moment. Financial problems. Josh, the Tottenham guy, having his kid going into the hospital before Christmas. Worrying times for a lot of us. And just when it was all seeming to fade away, we came roaring back and grabbed that 4th win, and so just giving us a good lift. It was needed. It's like having a nice holiday at the end of a grueling schedule. It's looking forward to this transfer window now instead of dreading it. It's so much. I mean, the way we were when Nuno left and United had just spanked us 3-0 at home. It could not get any lower than that point. We were absolutely directionless. None of us could possibly see where we're going from this. I mean, we'd had a summer of 73 days looking for a manager. I thought, here we go again. How long is it going to be this time? Then out of the blue, on his white horse, in he rides, Conte to the rescue. And
but how though, Kuva? Because none of us, I mean, I'll be honest, right? I had people texting me like, the night before it was announced and, days leading up to it, do you think Conte will come? I said to everybody, look, I wouldn't get your hopes up. I mean, I think the ship is set. How did we get it done?
Oh, well, how did Conte manage it all? It's just that good at man management.
What convinced him? Yeah,
it's not just him, is it? It's the whole team he brings in. The coaching is proper coaching, really focused and intensive. And you look at the improvements on all the players individually, the ones that are susceptible to errors, starting to cut out those errors on such a regular basis, and then starting to become some of our regular performers. And it starts at the back. You've got to look at Dyer, you've got to look at Davies, and you think we're all thinking they're on the scrap heap, and they become important players this season. And they're at the point now where even if we bring in some great quality players like we're hoping, you're still happy for them to be in the squad because they're not going to let you down like they would in the past. And that's all down to Conte. He's given them a new belief and just a new outlook on that, how to play the game. There's a real sort of positivity to it. Even when we're playing a low block, it's with intent. It's with that look to spring their offside trap or get Sonny in behind. Kane's been absolutely phenomenal with the link up for that. Some of those balls where it's played into Kane and he flicks it through for Sonny, he's been brilliant this season. So even when we're struggling for overall quality against the likes of Man City, let's face it, our squad does not match up to theirs. We know this.
No, nowhere near it.
But what did we do? Made the use of it. Made the most of what we have got. And that's what Conte does for you. So now, got to be pretty optimistic with these noises coming out of the club. 150 million towards improving things.
Before you move on to that, I want to ask you a question on the likes of Dyer and Davies. And hear me out. I don't have an agenda, right? I do not. Only when it comes to Harry Winks, right? But
not wrong way.
What I want to ask you is, Cover. So look, we've seen that when Dyer and Davies have been backup players and they've come in for games or spells here or there, they were absolutely miles off it. Can they go back to being big part players and still come in and put the performances in they put in this season? And like under say Conte, do you think they can still do that? Or because I have that fear that if they do go back to sort of like squad players, that you'll start seeing that from them again.
I don't know. I don't think it's going to work that way. They've got the one thing Conte insists on with all of his players is the right attitude.
Yes.
And these players are still here because they have that right attitude.
Yeah.
So if we get in some world-class players, they're going to be playing with them week in, week out in training. They're going to be experiencing that higher quality of higher playing standard. So if anything, it's going to help them even more when they come into the team because they're used to playing against the best, playing with the best of the best.
Yeah.
I think it's a really good thing. I think they want to play for Conte now. They want to stay. They can see where things are going. There's a sense of being part of it. They want to get forward, want to go through with it. I mean, nobody wants to finish their career without trophies.
Yeah.
So I think the ones we got staying now are fiercely aiming at those sort of goals. I mean, next season, what would be a good next season? Perhaps cementing our top four, having a good run in the Champions League, winning a couple of domestic trophies. Why not?
Yeah.
Push as hard as we can in the league and get as close as we can. Who knows if the transfers come in the right places and it all clicks? You never know. We might even have a title charge. Obviously the odds are against it at the moment, but you never know. Sometimes it just all fits together perfectly.
Yeah.
Let's hope that's the case for us. But it's looking very promising at the moment.
What's your thoughts on the money? You didn't nobody seen it coming. Nobody could sit there and say they've seen it investing 150 million. But I mean, are you surprised?
I'm cautious, if anything, because
tell us why. Give me a different outlook. Give me a different perspective.
Well, when they announced it, they said it's for improving the squad. It's for improving also the ladies' team, also the facilities, and off the field things. There's no mention of how much is going to each area, so we don't know for sure what's happening there. I've been staunch Levy out for so long. It's because we've seen this sort of this constant way with him over the years. But
I mean,
this feels different.
To change your mind overnight, nobody expects you to change your mind on that overnight.
Oh, cautiously optimistic though, because Conte himself seems to have the sort of personality that is changing the chairman, and that's an even more remarkable feat than getting us into the top four. If that's the case,
reasoning with the chairman.
Do you think that money is only coming because of Conte, because of how hard he was pushing?
Yeah,
sorry, Jack.
Absolutely, because we're risk losing him otherwise, and whereas the club got to go then, it's just going to be downhill, isn't it? I mean, even if we're looking at Pochettino again, the only way Pochettino would make sense now is if we're starting from scratch with a lot of young players, and that's not the case at the club at the moment. It'll be totally the wrong time for him to come back anyway. Conte is the right man and the right time, and we've got to seize this opportunity. And I think Levy's finally woken up to it. All those fans that were chanting for him to be out against Man United. I think that he's listened to that. That hurt him. That hurt his pride, and I think he's sort of back to the wall now. He realizes what he's got to do, and hopefully this combination of Paratici and Conte are the ones to sort of keep him on even keel and say exactly what they want. No bullshit. None of this yes man attitude that perhaps we've seen from people in the past. It's like, no, I want this one. I want this one. There's no compromise. There's no little budget players. It's Paratici can, if he is the Don, like you always like to say, I know Dave in particular, if he does prove to be the Don, this summer will be the big step on the way to proving that to everybody, because we've had a bit of a clear out. Yeah, we had a bit of a clear out of players mid-season, brought in a couple of quality players. It's been a bit up and down overall with the signing so far, though. Obviously, Romero, brilliant. Bentancur and Decky, fantastic. But then you've also got to weigh it up with the Galini. Emerson's not quite what we wanted. Hill is obviously not a fit. So he still needs to sort of prove himself from that point of view. But
these are the summers where dons are made, Kuva. It's the summer of the don.
Why not?
And we'll find out.
There's no reason not to be optimistic at the moment, is there? It's give him a go, see what he can do.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. look, I feel like we have the right man to spend that sort of money. Look, if it was that sort of money, because look, don't forget, it's not only the 150 million, it's the Premier League money coming in. You also have the money from player sales, which could easily equate up to another 100 million. I mean, I think we have the right man coming in. I wouldn't trust if it was like Steve Hitchen in here. I wouldn't trust him to spend that money. And look, I just call him a Don just purely because I seen a trend where people were being put down before they've even got to the club, and I just wanted to change that. So that's why I gave him a nickname to Don. Didn't realize it would cause like ruptions around this fan base, to be honest with you. But look, I suppose people call me an influence. Maybe I'm living up to the name. Who knows?
Well, the trouble is we've got history of that before. Remember Baldini at the club? I'm pretty sure he was nicknamed the Don as well, and that didn't work out too well.
I wasn't on YouTube then.
Still in nappies, weren't you, mate?
Yeah. Well, nappies transitioning to tighty whities, Cooper. Nappies transitioning to tighty whities.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems to be a different feel to it now. I mean, mentioning Hitchin, I think there probably wasn't that much wrong with Hitchin, except for the one thing that let him down so badly. And it's my gut feeling is he's just a yes man. So when Levy wants to haggle downwards or go for the bargain option, yeah, we can do that, Mr. Levy. Whereas Paratici's like, no, not good enough. We need this. Conte is, we're definitely not settling for rubbish. You get top quality ongoing. And that's the driving force behind the change. I hope. We all hope. Because this feels like sort of last stand. I mean, the gun's pointing at Levy, but I've just taken the my finger off the hammer of the just see how you go now. Just watching you, but there's hope. There's hope. And let's face it, it's more fun to be excited about what might be happening than what might not.
Yeah.
So
or
let's
scared
have it.
even,
Quad is on and world-class signings all over the field. Start off with Bastoni, please. Everybody's saying it. I'll just love the bloke.
Oh, Kuva, I mean, take yourself back to the beginning of my channel.
Yeah.
Take yourself back to the beginning of my channel, Kuva, where you and I were saying to each other, like, let's be honest, this is the perfect choice, but it's never going to happen. The fact that we're making an attempt is just unbelievable. It's very different to what you and I were.
Even if we don't get him, there's plenty of great players out there we can get.
The fact that we're even trying is nice to see. That's a wholly different position than we found ourselves 6 months ago. You know, so.
And as proven with Decky and Bentancur, the players don't necessarily have to be sort of, up there in the same league as Mbappe and people like that. You can just bring in some very good footballers, and Conte will do the rest. He's going to improve them. He'll gel them together. Yeah. We'll have a proper team rather than just a few individuals that we're relying heavily on. I mean, even the likes of Alex Davis, he always, as David, always arguing with him, but he did always insist about we're going everything through Harry Kane and Heung-min Son. It's that link up, and there is truth to what he said there. Is we rely far too heavily on it now. Hopefully things are changing. We'll get a proper team going.
No, look, there was definitely truth to what he says, but they were never going to keep like when he wants like Harry Winks and Dele Alli in the team, they were never going to contribute to that. So I don't know why he's talking about Kane and Son.
No, it's some different conversations then, isn't it? But yeah, it's just this overall feeling of we're going forward. We're going forward with real purpose. I mean, usually I get hopeful we might have a cup run. This coming season, the way things are at the moment, I feel like we are winning something. I feel it. I really do think we're getting something. Let's hope that William Kelly's oracle has.
She's been sacked. She's been sacked. So she has. But do you know what, Kuva? If you're getting positive, I'm putting all my savings on Tottenham to win the Premier League next year. It'll
be good. It'll be good. Yeah, just you always need a rub of the green when you're going for the league title. You need things to fit into place. It's a big ask with the amount of players we need to come in. They all have to click into place very quickly because we can't afford to lose sort of 10, 12 points early on in the season because the title's already gone by that point because of the way City and Liverpool are hardly lose any games, do they?
Spot on.
and win so many of them. So we have to hit the ground running. And Conte said he wants to have a full pre-season, have all the players signed before pre-season training, so they are ready. He wants to be winning that first game, no matter who we draw against, and we're drawing against in the first opening fixture. Get the win, get us started, and just push on from there, because it is the Conte Express, and I believe.
I love that. I love that. And look, maybe my final question anyway, I don't know if Jack has any for you. I've been hugging all the questions with you on this one, Kuva. But do you think it's important that everybody, fans, club, owners, manager, players, are all one going into next season and through next season, just to see what happens, see how far it can go?
Absolutely. It's the old Bill Nick quote, isn't it, about every player, every tea lady, every trainee, everybody that ever comes into the club must love the club. You got to be pulling together. What we did see was that immense showing against the Scum, the home crowd there when we beat them. That atmosphere, everybody was just almost shocked by it. It was so loud. When we all come together like that, and it's just an amazing place. And I don't see any reason why we can't look to do that on a more often. I mean, you're not going to get it playing home to Burnley and stuff like that, because they're not going to be bringing all those. But the big games and Champions League games, our home crowd is it's the 12th man. It really is. It's a cliche, but it's so true. Because Arsenal were rattled when they came out. You could see it. They'd lost before they even kicked the ball. And we've got to keep this going. As soon as the fans start believing, we'll expect it in every home game. It'll just be a cauldron of almost hatred for the opposition. That's what I want to see. It's in a good way.
Yeah, look, obviously in a good way. I like the hatred in football. I love it. But like, the proof is in the pudding. You look at the West Ham one. You look at the Arsenal one. It intimidates teams. It almost has some of them defeated before they walk out on the pitch. It's crucial that fans now come and play their part in this. And look, obviously, like you say, Cooper, look, you're not going to get the same for like Brighton and Burnley as you would like Arsenal, West Ham. There's no reason why you still can't try and create some sort of atmosphere in them sort of games, you know.
And away from the game as well, like when we're on YouTube. Why not just be positive with things? Because it's good. It's a good feeling. We're really going forward. There's none of this despair now. It's we're going to lose a couple of games every now and then, 2 maybe next season. Yeah, that'll be all right.
That'd be nice.
And then we'll just get in the habit of winning. It's going to be rock and roll. It's going to be good times again. It's going to be like the heyday of Pochettino. We used to think we couldn't lose at times. Yeah. It was same feeling. I've already got that with Conte, and we've still got a sort of mismatched squad at the moment, lacking in depth, and half of it's injured and then key positions, and we're still managing to get the results out. And he's still managed. That was the other statistic I picked out the other day. I liked was Conte's always averaged 2 points a game wherever he's gone, and since he took over at us, he played 28 games, won 56 points. Exactly 2 points a game. And that's taken over us in a time of crisis. And he's still pulled that out of the bag. What a manager. What a manager. This is full steam ahead. Like I said, Conte Express.
Yes, it is.
We're going places.
Yeah.
Love that.
No, that we definitely are. Jack, any questions for Kuva before we let it go?
Last question, like I've been asking everybody, Kuva. Unsung hero. Who didn't get enough praise in your eyes?
Ooh,
are you a Moon Boots? You think Moon Boots didn't get enough praise?
They do tend to get the praise that the ones that you wouldn't expect. It's like Ben Davies. What a season he's had.
I think it is Ben Davies in my eyes, because I just feel like we talk a lot about Eric Dyer, as much as maybe people like to think that maybe he isn't praised enough. I do think he's the subject of conversation a lot. Højbjerg, as much as I want him to be it, he is the subject of conversations a lot as well. I think it's Ben Davies. I think he's been under the radar, very consistent, and maybe not given enough credit for it, to be fair.
you could even have an argument on a lesser scale, but say Davinson Sanchez came back and people were panicking.
Not too many atrocious games.
It was Phil Latisi came out with an interesting stat about him. First 3 games and last 3 games of the season, we didn't concede a goal, and he played in all of those.
It's just the other 8 he played in between, and it was absolute
He can. I still think he can play well.
It's the crust. It's the crust that you look at. It's not the meat.
When he's got a good player either side of him, he can play okay. He can do a goal. He came in and he did a job for us in those last 3 games. That was important. So it's these absolute hopeless players that we thought have actually come in and done something for us.
I think that's a good
so there's a few unsung really there. And I've always been critical of Højbjerg. I didn't think he was the full package, but him in the last 3 games, he was outstanding. I thought it's like he's upped his passing accuracy and a little bit more sort of drive to when he goes forward, and he's been important in those 3 games too.
I think he's taking more risk with his passes.
Absolutely.
He used to kind of lull you to sleep, at times, to be fair, the way you used to pass, and he would only occasionally play, that, nice and decisive pass. Now he's doing it all the time. Great answer, Sanchez. If you really want to stretch it, I think that's a really good one, to be fair. That's a good answer. The last 3 games and the first 3 games, he definitely had some solid performances.
And Hugo as well.
Yes.
All this talk of replacing him, but he's still there, still very consistent.
Well, clearly we have no plans of replacing him in the time being with the Fraser Forster signing. So, there you are.
Well, I think he's going to be genuine competition for him, though. It's not just a backup.
Yeah. No, look, Fraser Forster, I like him. I think he could definitely offer something to Tottenham. I'd be comfortable with him playing in cup games if Hugo needed a rest. No problem whatsoever. But look, Kuva, I want to say a massive thank you to you this season. Look, been an up and down season, but you've always brought a good laugh to the community. Good opinions as well. And I've always tried to be as possible. And I appreciate that. So a massive thank you to you for everything this season, sir. Thank you.
Always a pleasure, mate. I'm Jack. It's still... as Dermot would say, it's the mothership, aren't you? So many of us have started here and then gone on to other channels and going around the community. It's all good fun. And there's a lot of good people around. Even in the chat as well, it's nice to see familiar faces on lots of the channels. And you start getting to know each other, and then we're in the WhatsApp groups. It's we got a nice little online Spurs community on YouTube, so let's keep that going as well. Fun times ahead. Let's enjoy it together.
Exactly. Couldn't end it any better, Kuva. Kuva, thank you so much, my man. And we'll see you again. We'll be in contact. I'm sure we'll be seeing you on here over the summer, my man. So we'll see you again soon, my man.
Will do. Cheers, lads.
Everybody, you know what to do in the comments. Give Kuva a lot of love. His return on the fan show. I mean, no better time to do it. He's now a believer. He is a believer. The quadruple is on again, as he says. Everybody.
He knew that.
Huh?
He knew the quadruple was on, Dave. He knew the quadruple was on. It's just different kinds of trophies, just assembled in a different kind of way.
Yeah. Stop. But look, keep going. We're down to the last 2 guests of the evening.
I think we have Ian coming up. This is he gave up his spot to Kuva just so he could maybe warm himself up a bit more. Looking forward to this one, Ian.
What's up, guys? What's up, y'all?
How's it going in Ohio these days? Is it getting too hot already? Is it is it not too bad? What's it like?
Well, I would say right now it is raining outside, but the last couple of days has been pretty nice. I mean, roughly 70s in the 80s, so not horrible. Yeah.
Well, it gives you time then to think about, maybe the future, without, getting too hot about it. What's, maybe on your mind? Is it, are you looking up all the players that we're going after? What's in your head right now when it comes to Spurs?
I would say right now, like haven't had a lot of time to look up a few folks here, but yeah, like I would say best Donny would be good. Spence would be great. I would say probably the only person who I for sure would want to hold on to, who's like sort of on the fringe on our end, is Hill. But I mean, like it's like he had like such a very limited.
Your tweet. I mean, are you upset? About that? Let's talk about that. They're saying that Hill could be potentially sold or loaned out again. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, like I think there's just way too much potential there just to outright sell. Like if we are going to loan him. Just loan him out somewhere in England, Scotland. I don't care. Just loan him out somewhere. Like I just think there's just too much just raw potential there for us to just like outright sell him when he played maybe even half a year. So, but yeah. Like I would just say though, the jury is very much out on him as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm with you. Do you feel like, there will be 3 or 4 players, brought in before we even go on that preseason friendly tour over in South Korea and everything? Like, do you think that's possible to bring in, 3 quality players for that tour? Like, we only have like 4 weeks left, 5 weeks left or something like that. Seems kind of crazy.
So we got about a little over a month in. I would say as long as Levy just forgets that he has like Paratici and Conte's cell phone number, just stay out of the way and just let them work. I think we can definitely get like at least 3, at most 4 folks in before then, but that's being like really optimistic here. If the whole expense thing happens, which I guess like 99% chance that'll happen, but also like he has to play against Huddersfield to see who gets that last like spot here. So I think the only thing really holding up the Spence move at this point is just how much that we're going to have to like actually shell out. So I think if like Forest actually end up in the Prem, they're probably going to ask for I would say they're probably going to ask for slightly higher, I would think, but yeah, it's like and then for Bastoni, I mean, like I think that's just one of those things. Like obviously, I
feel like we're going to pay whatever it takes. I feel like we're going to pay whatever it takes.
Yeah. It's like, and like I'm usually just like, okay, like if it's like the reason you hopefully have this amount of cash is to just go out and get those 1 or 2 high price players, because that's what the cash is for. The issue is to like just not spend like a bunch just on like probably 4, 5, 6 guys who are probably in that 15 to like 20 range just all the time, and then just pray it happens. So with don't honestly just pay pretty much whatever Inter wants at.
We don't want another Bale situation. I agree with you. We don't want another, picking 15 to 20 million pound players like M&M's, in the bag. That's what we did last time. It just didn't work out for us. I completely agree with you. What do you make of the fact, though, that maybe Spurs might not actually spend, a ton, on certain players, despite there being a lot available? With Jed Spence, it seems like he'll be very likely. We'll only be spending like 10 to 13 million there. Kostic, we won't be spending very much money. So the fact that we do have a lot of money, available, we still won't be spending very much in certain positions. Does that make you kind of happy? I don't know how to phrase this into a question, but what does that make you?
Sure. So as far as like Kostic and Spence, I mean, like if we can get them both at White Hart Lane for under 25 overall, I would consider that a major steal, honestly. And then that's when you have like a little bit more cash left over, just in case Inter decide for whatever reason they just want like an extra 10 or 15 for who knows why. It's like, and then like perhaps we can possibly lure in some other folks, or at least, use that kind of like cap space to basically just screw with other clubs. It's like there's a lot of options here. And like obviously as like Spurs fans, we are not used to having this kind of cash just to throw around as we see fit, which is like, it's like, this is very much a brave new world for us here. And we're just like, we know what the horrible side of this looks like, but we really don't have a whole lot of experience on like what this possibly turning out very well looks like. So I think we're kind of like just floating out there, just be like, okay, hopefully this works. But
yeah. Do you think we have the right guy in charge though to be spending this sort of money? Because like you said, we haven't really seen this sort of money at Tottenham Hotspur. So do you think we have the right guy to spend it?
I don't know.
Is this who you put your money on?
Right. Yeah.
A blank check to. Yeah. This is
Right. And to like some extent, obviously, Conte is Conte, but also like he doesn't have a monopoly on like a good mind for like who we should like bring in for that. But that being said, though, I'm very glad that we have him, and so he's like probably one of like 4 other guys I would trust with that kind of cash. Like honestly, as long as Levy isn't just like on the phone just saying like yeah, he'd be nice, but for half of that cash we could bring in 3 folks. I'm like, well, yeah, I get that, but also like this transfer window is just going to go nuts. Levy understands he is like on everyone's shit list, and if he even pulls off like just even a fraction of what he did last year, like fans are just gonna want his head on a spike. And honestly, I completely and honestly I feel like he's beginning to like understand that. So hopefully I would say hopefully just with like Conte being Conte, like just let the man spend. Like it's like as far as like expectations for next year, 3rd, 4th, I think is realistic. I mean, look, like Liverpool, City, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. Newcastle, just with all of that oil cash, they're gonna do what they're going. And with the new right, and I think with the new U.S. ownership of Chelsea that just went through, I think honestly, like as of right now, and like we'll see what happens here, but I can very much see us like very much just slugging it out with them for that like 3rd or 4th spot, like as of right now.
Yeah, the 3rd spot is up for grabs, Ian. I completely agree. I feel like Chelsea are taking a bit of a step back. You kind of look at the likes of Man United. I mean, Eric Ten Hag, right? He seems optimistic, but are they really going to be making inroads right away? Hard to know. Like it's up for grabs, and it's time for maybe the pedestal, to maybe change a bit, and for Spurs maybe to kind of be that 3rd dog in the race. Which I completely agree with you, Mike. Completely agree.
Right. Yeah. It's like I was actually talking to my brother the other night, who, like, as you know, is this huge like United fan, and he's all like, look, like he's not feeling that optimistic here, but the fact that it's like Man U, just for all of their history over the last like 30 years, they're gonna draw in folks whether or not they honestly should, but they just will. So that's what's right. It's like, but just the front office of United. I mean, like these guys have just been coasting off of like Sir Alex's rep for the last like 30 years, and like honestly, they have no idea what they're even doing at this point. So
no, they don't. They don't. Last question of the evening, Ian. It's a good one, at least for me. Last question. Unsung hero. I've asked everybody this. Who's your unsung hero? Who did not get enough praise?
God. No one saw the season that Ben Davies was going to have. All right. Like, I was very much one of those folks who was like, hey, look, if there's a way that we can just conveniently forget to pack his shorts, his boots, and the rest of his kit and be like, hey, Ben, we don't know what happened. It's like, but I think just Eric Dyer, though. I mean, like, who saw
another Dyer vote, Dave? Another Dyer vote.
who saw moon boots getting off of the moon and actually play on Earth here, right? Like, who saw that happening? It's like, and I think also just bringing in Romero was just instrumental of that, because you do not have like Eric Dyer's turnaround without Cootie at all. So it's like, and it definitely takes a lot of the pressure off of him. And hell, like even Davidson Sanchez, like you could just tell, like he was just way more relaxed when he was out there, because he knew Eric was relaxed. And it's just one of those things. As long as it's like you just drop one of them in, everything's fine. So I would say probably Eric.
Yeah,
I love it. Another vote for moon boots. You know, it's making me rethink it all. It's definitely making me rethink it. But
I'm not rethinking it. I'm not forgetting what I've seen all season long. I'm telling you, he's going to cost us next season in the Champions League and in bigger games.
For sure, he will. Oh, for sure, he will. It's like we'll be playing against, I don't know, Fulham next year, and he'll just decide to tell, like, you know what? I've had about 3 good like the matches in a row here. I'm going to take the Fulham like match off, and it's just going to cost us. I fully expect that to happen as well. Honestly, I do.
Look, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see if he can keep improving under Conte. We'll wait and see. But you know, I'm not too sure. I'm not too convinced. But Ian, brilliant calling, my man. I want to say thank you to you for this season as well. You've been an absolute brilliant guest since you started coming on, my man. And hopefully we will see you over the summer and next season as well, brother.
Yeah. And like I would just like to like say like, especially for like us like US Spurs like fans here, like it's just like it's like for us, like this hasn't been like part of our childhoods like it has been for like y'all here. It's like but like it's just like so nice just to see like things like this that like folks are just like so passionate about. And like we all know like what's been happening in the last like 2 or 3 years here, right? So the fact that Spurs is the thing relatively good for our like collective like mental health says a lot about how bad the world is right now. But I will say that this, that like you, Jack, Sean, everyone, even the horrible nights that we've had, like it's been a lot of fun.
Love you, man. Really
no, that definitely has. That definitely has. Look, I wouldn't change anything. I wouldn't change anything about last season, my man. But Ian, honestly, I hope we see more of you around here, my man. You've been a brilliant
For sure,
guest.
guys.
Thank you very much.
For sure, sure.
It's great that we can bring, like, you know, the likes of yourself, Jack, you American guys into the fold and give everybody, you know, a good say. It's absolutely fantastic, my man. So, Ian, give yourself a pat on the back. A lot of people in the comments thanking you as well, Ian. Absolutely loving what you have to say.
I also wish the Reds a good season, Ian, because it sounds like you're praying on a good season. Hopefully they have a good season.
Well, as of right now, they're only 17 games under 500, and they just beat the Chicago Cubs 20-5 this afternoon. So that's going to be an out. That's going to be an outlier for sure. Oh, just one more thing. Next week, I think FIFA will announce the sites for the 2026 World Cup. Cincy is on the kind of on that like fringe list of like possibly getting a spot or not. But if Cincinnati somehow gets a spot in the 26 World Cup, y'all just have to come on out here. All right.
We'll do.
No, we definitely will. We'll definitely try and sort something out. So we will. Look, it'd probably be more accessible for Jack, but I'll do my best. But Ian, big yourself up, my man, and I appreciate you. Thank you very much for coming on. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. All right, guys.
Big up, my man. Absolute legend. Everybody, I don't even need to tell you to put love in the comments. You're already doing it for the guy. But big up, Ian. John Carter, it's not last one. We have two more. We've got Kieran, and then we've got Ellie. Oh, Ellie's gone. So, but I think she'll be back in. But look, we'll get on Kieran. This guy, he's an absolute legend. Really helped us out, you know.
Big comeback
in terms of thumbnails and everything else to really get us up and running. Kieran, how are you keeping, my man? Flat cap is looking good, by the way.
I'm good. I actually just found it before I joined. I was like, yeah, I'll stick it on.
And Jack's stream. You were great on Jack's on the stream on Flatcap Your Talk earlier on as well. It's great to see you back, Kieran.
Oh well, it's good to be back. Finally got my schedule a little bit sorted. Not under as much stress at work, so nice to be back on the channel. Debut on flatcapeurotalk earlier. Now return on the Irish Hotspur. So, good evening out.
No, anything I didn't ask you on that stream, Kieran? Anything I didn't ask you on? Anything that you maybe you feel like I left out?
No, is there something that I should be thinking of?
I don't know. I thought that'd be a good question. But Danny Kiriaku's already welcoming you in, and he said Eric Dyer is back.
He doesn't look like Dyer anymore.
We're making this joke on a Jack stream earlier. I was saying last season I was being called Eric Dyer when he was playing shit, and it was like, please don't call me Eric Dyer. This season he's played really well when everyone's like, no, you don't look like Dyer anymore.
No, more of a Winksy to me now this season, Kieran. So yeah, but I'm only messing with you. But by the way, he's better than Winks. I can confirm that he's very good on the Astro. But Kieran, I mean, what do you make of this season, my man? It's been a fucking extraordinary season.
I mean, the Nuno era feels like it wasn't even a thing. Like, if someone said to me,
more comic relief,
just in general with the Premier League, tell me something that happened but doesn't feel like it happened, it would be the Nuno era. That feels like it was like just pre-season. I can't actually remember too much of it. I just remember the win against City, the loss against Palace and United, and that's pretty much all I can remember from that period of time. It's like, so
even the Conference League games were just keeping out of our mind. There was the Paços de Ferreira incident. There was the Vitesse, away from home, and things like that. There were some scary moments under Nuno that were
honestly, it's like
absolutely right.
And it's like it's not ingrained in my memory until someone says it, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, I remember that match perfectly now. But like when I think, I'm like, geez, that doesn't even feel like it was real. But yeah. I suppose that's a little bit of the Conte effect, because the second part of the season has been so good that the first part of the season doesn't feel like it actually happened. It's like, wait, did that happen? But, second half of the season's been very good. I think especially January, the signings of Kulu and Bentancur. I think that with those two signings and offloading, actually it's funny because there's one of the guys in my work is a Newcastle fan, and we're talking, like, we have a work meeting every Monday, and we're talking about it, the January transfer window at the time, and he's like, just looking, he's like, I think what you've got, even though you've got less players, he's like, that squad is more of a Conte squad now. And I think you can see the change. I think those players going out massively affected the changing room and the mentality within it. And I think, how good Kula and Bentancur were as well. I don't need to exactly tell you. I think we all know. Even Conte, I think, said recently, wasn't expecting as big an impact as those two players had. So I think that says it all.
Yeah, no, it definitely has. And look, what's your feelings on Enoch putting in the 150 million to help steer the project underneath Conte?
Well, see, the thing is, in that statement, it doesn't say it's all going towards transfers. So is it good that they've invested that money? Yes, but the question is, how much of that money are they putting into Conte and transfers in the team? And are they going to invest it right? Because that's the main thing. We can put 150 million in and go and spend 60 million on Ndombele, 30 million on a GLSL. And then we're sitting here going, well, that money didn't mean anything because we didn't invest it smartly. We just threw it, threw it around. So it's good having the money, but we now need to spend it right. But to be honest, I think with Paratici and Conte working together, I think that we will invest that rightly. I think if you just look at the players we're linked to, Bastoni, Kostic, Even Spence isn't a big name signing or one that's like ready made right now, but still one that you look at and go, yeah, okay, I can see that working under Conte. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we actually do go with some of the people that we're linked with, and it's not, what we see every transfer window where you're linked to some players and then it just never happens. So hopefully this season we get some of those players across the line.
100%. And look, I don't know whether you want to talk about, again, I know on Jack's channel you were talking about sort of like positions and players you want to sign. So I don't know if you want to talk about that again. If not, Jack, have you got a different question for Kieran?
Kieran, I kind of wanted to ask Kuva this, but maybe I can just get your take on this because it was a funnier question for Kuva. But I thought Emerson Royale, we've described this whole season as a roller coaster. Emerson Royale is almost a roller coaster himself because he went from being kind of like not even rated before he was even stepped on the pitch. And then he actually had a few good games, I thought, under Nuno. And then he fell all apart, under Nuno, where he looked shocking. And then under Conte, had a few decent spells, fell apart, again. This whole time has looked very technically poor, has not looked like a footballer at certain moments. Other times he's been close to the man of the match, if not even the man of the match, over separate periods of the season when you really think about it, not even at the end of the season. Other games in the season he's had man of the match, kind of contending performances. What do you make of Emerson Royale? Like, I feel like we could almost write a book about him. Like, he's such a confusing person because people also went from even this is how you describe it, Kieran. People went from hating his compilation reels to wanting to kill him for making those compilation reels. And now everybody's like, oh my God, Emerson didn't put out a compilation reel. Like, what am I going to do? People have really, gone full circle with the guy in weird ways, I would say.
I mean, even just a top on that, he's gone from getting spun inside out at Palace by Wilfred Zaha and Tanganga being sent off to putting in a man and match performance against Liverpool.
Yeah.
Like, how does that even make sense? You're getting spun and sent back, getting sent back to Spain against Palace, and then you go to Anfield and you rock up with a man and match performance. I don't think he's in the chat or watching at the moment. But there is a direct correlation to when Cody Mack had to buy that. I'm not sure if you've seen it, where he tweeted saying he'd get the Emerson shirt if he scored. Emerson scored, and since that moment, he's actually played really well.
Yeah,
there's like a direct correlation to Cody Mack getting an Emerson shirt. So maybe someone in the club told him someone finally got his name printed on a shirt, and maybe it gave
he's just been, in my eyes, he's just been kind of a bit of a hilarious sort of like, he's had a hilarious sort of like, I don't know, just story this season, if you ask me. Like,
to be honest, I think that's the story of our season.
Polarizing.
I think that's the story of our season. Like, if you look at half the players in our team, you kind of go, Ben Davies before season, people going, Jesus Christ, this guy's getting spun whenever he plays. Shifts into left centre back, and you're going, well, this isn't Ben Davies. Eric Dyer. Eric Dyer at times in previous seasons has shown some sort of capabilities that he can play well, but the thing is, he was so inconsistent. Where he'd go one game he plays well, and you go, oh, he actually played well, and then you go on 3 games where he's just making constant mistakes, and well, not necessarily mistakes, but he's just playing poor, giving the ball away cheaply, and you're sitting there going, get this guy out of the team now. You just didn't want to see him, and now you're sitting there going, wow, okay. Eric Dyer, you put in Bastoni on the left of him and Romero on the right, and you're sitting there thinking it's actually not that bad. It's a lot of our players. You're sitting there thinking that way. I think a lot of our players, even Matt Doherty,
described this.
It was like this player that we bought, and it's like we've not seen anything from what he's shown at Wolves. And then even under Nuno, didn't show anything. Even the first few games under Conte, remember him coming in having cameos, and I was like, even in a back 5, which is, people were saying, oh, well, he's in a back 4, but he's in a back 5 before. His first few games, you're like, he still doesn't look like a player even in a back 5. And then all of a sudden, it's like a light switch, just kind of the system started to click with the players, and they started kind of getting used to that Conte system. And you've seen a real turn of performances. And if you look at, I suppose, if you look at the points that we picked up, 6 points, 6 points against City and 2 points against Liverpool. You know, it's realistically only Chelsea and the other bottom kind of teams that play like a low block that we've struggled against. You know, if you could bring in 1 or 2 players that can help you unlock those low blocks, you know, and then, you know, I don't know, maybe a few more depth options that actually strengthen you so that we're a bit closer in quality to some of those teams. You know, I think you genuinely can see us challenge. When I say challenge, I don't mean, we're going to win it, but I think you'll see the points gap will be a lot closer than it currently is between us and the top teams.
How many points do you think we'll be able to close in on by, Kieran?
I don't know, maybe I'd say realistically 9 points from now, because I think you look at the likes of Brentford, Brighton, that we dropped points against. I think with some improvements, we pick up points against those next season.
Yeah.
However, can you guarantee that we're going to get 6 at City and 2 at Liverpool next year? You can't guarantee it. So I'd say maybe 9
points against City are almost guaranteed, though, Kieran. We're in their bogey team.
We are their bogey team. I don't know what it is. Champions League, Premier League. I don't know what it is. The only thing they can beat us in is the only thing they managed to beat us in is a bloody cup final, and that's the most annoying thing because it's denied us winning a trophy.
Yeah, that's because we had fucking Mason in charge. I far believe if Mourinho was there, we would have stood a better chance for that.
No, there's no guarantees, is there?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh,
unsung hero, Kieran. Maybe last question, unsung hero, at least for me.
I'm trying to think.
Dyer seems to be popular today. Davies.
Yeah, Dyer and Davies are popular, but do you know what? I'm kind of sitting there going, are they young sung heroes though? Because everyone is putting their names forward.
Yeah,
you know, I kind of feel like are they actually?
We always talk about them, kind of thing.
Yeah, because I don't know.
Sanchez, you know.
Emerson.
No,
he does good highlight reels.
Just because he dropped a comps.
Just for the comps.
I don't know. I'd probably say Bentancur, maybe, because I think obviously Kulu's got a lot of praise. The only reason I'm going to say him is to give another answer, because everyone seems to be kind of going Dyer, Davies, so it seems to be quite popular. Kulu's obviously got a crap ton of praise since he's come in, but I think Bentancur's maybe come in and actually settled down that midfield, and you've actually seen an improvement in Højbjerg's performances since he's come in, because he's actually got someone capable next to him that he knows, okay, I can actually go over here and I know that I've got cover, or I've got someone behind me that's actually decent. And you see this in times before where we just kind of rushed the ball and we panicked, whereas now we kind of look a little bit calmer on the ball, we look a bit calmer in possession, and even when teams are pressing us, Bentancur's at times has got that ability to kind of just take the ball and beat that press and play a pass forward and get us on the counter. So I think without him and Kulu, I think it would have been a different end to the season. But I think equally, you take either one of those, you know, away, it's completely different of a season. So maybe him, because I haven't really heard people shouting his name as much.
Love that answer.
100%. I didn't even know your channel was still up, my man. I mean, you know, do you want to plug it?
And the Twitter. I got the Twitter there as well.
Yeah. Look, if anyone wants to go and follow, you've obviously posted the Twitter Let's Talk Spurs, or Let's __ Talk Spurs, and then obviously there is the YouTube, which I'll be planning to post some videos closer towards next season and some content over across next season, and hopefully keep it consistent. So yeah, if anyone's interested in hearing that, I'll probably have Jack and David on at some point during the season anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you're interested in seeing more Tottenham content, or you can't get enough of these guys' content, maybe you'll see them over on my channel at some point during the season. So go follow.
100%. It's great to have you back, though, Kieran, I have to say, and it'd be great to have you back making content as well. Look, you're super talented. You're super talented, and you know that. You just need to, you know, get your content out there now. Stop being a lazy fucker. That's what you need to do. But
I knew you were going to say I'm being lazy or something.
Yeah.
When you said you're talented, I was like, all right, there's gonna be a caveat here. There's going to be something.
But the thing is, you know you're talented. You know you have the grasp to be able to just put stuff out there, and you know better than what we can even do. So I mean, but look,
I think that's being a bit too generous, David.
No,
think
no,
you
it's
guys are
not.
doing
Look, I
pretty
know
well.
your capabilities, lad. I know what you're capable of. But everybody, do get over there, smash the subscribe on Kieran's channel, because in fact, let's put pressure on him to make sure he gets back into the community and puts out content.
There you are.
But I do want to say though, Kieran, I want to say a massive thank you to you, because you really did come in and get in contact and help push this channel forward at a crucial time. So I want to say thank you for everything you have done for us, my man, over here.
No, look, you've helped me integrate me into the online community of Tottenham as well. So, you know, like a few people have said when they come on here today, it is like a family. You know, since you come on one, and then, you know, from here, and you guys introduce into other people, and you get meeting other Spurs fans. So, you know, as much as you say I've helped you, you've also helped me get to know people in the Tottenham community as well. So it's nice.
No, it's a win-win. And look, we're going to have to get you over on our trips next year. You know, the trips over to...
honestly, I've already planned it. I rang up, as soon as we got Champions League, rang up my uncle. I was like, yeah, I'm coming over. I'm coming.
Are you going to the first Champions League game?
Champions League game, Premier League games. I'm definitely going over next season.
Yeah, I'm going to try and make the very first Champions League game myself. But look, Kieran, really appreciate your time. Really appreciate you coming on, my man. An absolutely brilliant discussion. And hopefully we can get you on a panel show soon.
Sure. Let me know whenever, and, you know, I'll be free to jump on.
No, 100%. Absolute legend. Kieran, nice surprise. Great seeing you. And we'll see you again soon, lad.
See you again. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. Everyone, big up, Kieran. Get over there and smash the subscribe on his channel. Just look that he did take all the content off. There's no content there, but smash the subscribe button anyway.
Content is coming. It's keeping people in suspension. It's coming.
Exactly. Absolutely love it. Anthony Gray says, just subscribed. Oh, to Kieran.
Love it, Anthony. Thank you, my man.
I thought you meant here. I was like, Anthony, I thought you subscribed all along, but big up.
Yeah. He's been here. Appreciate that, Anthony. Good man.
Big up. Well, guys, you have one last surprise for everybody. It is our last guest of the evening. I promise you, for all the people that have stuck by us, it is the last one.
Good one to finish on.
And she wanted to go last. I don't know why, but she wanted to go last.
And with a bang.
Sorry, Jacko?
End with a bang, you know, end with the smoke, Dave, you know, end with the fire, you know, we're going with the, you know, we had Daniel, the Højbjerg fan. We have the OG Højbjerg fan, the original Højbjerg fan. We have Ellie on.
We have to get Ellie. Well, Ellie, we have to get you and Daniel down at the stadium at the same time, so we do, and let you scrap it out over who's the biggest fan of Højbjerg.
No, I get Højbjerg shouldered out of the stadium.
There's no doubt about that.
I get Højbjerg shouldered out of the stadium by you, Ellie. You know, you give me the Højbjerg shoulder, I wouldn't want to come back.
Yeah.
We were saying on the watch along against Norwich, Ellie, that if you know we were worried for Højbjerg's safety with you being at the ground.
I know. I would have run on and asked him for his shirt. I'm telling you.
Pitch invasion.
Or just to see his muscles.
Pitch invasion.
My husband wasn't with me, so you know I'm a bit naughty when I'm not with my husband.
So hang on, you brought the whole family and left here.
Yeah, look, I've got my soddy hat tonight. See, so I've got my soddy hat, and look, see the wine? It's got the cockerel on.
Oh, nice. Love it. Yes.
Yeah. And I've got the nuts, because Spurs drive us nuts sometimes.
Very, very fancy portion of nuts they are. Very expensive. But look, Ellie, I mean,
Conte would like that arrangement. The wine,
yeah,
you know, the nuts.
I'll have him round later.
That's Conte's setup. He just sits there in the dark room with the nuts and the wine. So he does. But Ellie, what do you make of the season as a whole? Unbelievable season.
Sort of up and down in emotions for us fans, because like we've had some fantastic results, like Man City away, Liverpool at home, Man City at home, you know, and we've had some crap ones as well, like Brighton. I went to that Brighton match and I was crying at the end, honestly, because I thought last minute goal to beat us, and then I thought I still had faith that we we're going to make top four. I still had faith because I could see something in the team still, you know, that we've got resilience. And like I said in the comments, it's Conte's convincibles, because he convinces them
Yeah.
Like when they've had a bad result, he picks them up, you know, and then we go and smash a few teams and we're back in the hunt. And then beating Arsenal was the highlight. And that Leicester game, oh my God, that Leicester game.
That was unbelievable.
That was because it was so dramatic and it was a fantastic match as well. People forget that.
Yeah.
It was probably our best performance of the season. The most credible one was Man City away and Liverpool away as well. I must put them together as joint best in terms of credibility for our side. To say that we've arrived in the top echelons of the Premiership.
Yeah.
But that Leicester game was fantastic, and Skip and Højbjerg played fantastic in that game, especially Skip, actually. I'm going to give it to him because he was fantastic in that match, and he made quite a few good forward runs. And I didn't even know that he had that pace.
Yeah.
You know? But you like that Conte's Convincibles was good, wasn't it?
It was good. It was brilliant. But you know what, Ellie? That Leicester win, it also came at a very important time. I mean, we were off the back of the 2 Carabao Cup hidings from Chelsea. Although Bet Morecambe really, really struggled. And we had Chelsea the next game after that. So it was actually crucial, even though we were in a bad period, to actually pick up the 3 points from that game.
Yeah, it was. And the way we did it was, I mean, it was fantastic because you know that I love Højbjerg and he done that brilliant ball. And then like Doherty came from nowhere, bundled it. It was a bit like Garth Crooks' goal in a way where he poked it in, you know. So it just fell to him and he just poked it in, you know, in the cup final against Man City. It fell to Højbjerg. Sorry, it fell to Bergwijn like that. And then the second goal was marvellous.
Yeah.
Tillemans losing it, and then Højbjerg to Kane to Bergie, and then you're saying, shout. And then he goes around the goalie and he slots it in and it slides in. Oh my God. That's what football's all about, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've
scored some really beautiful goals like that, to be fair. We've scored some really beautiful goals. Even Sean, one of his favorite goals, Ellie, was that one where, you know, Romero makes the tackle, which leads to Kulu then playing it to Son. You know, it wasn't, you know, just the individual kind of goal.
Do you know what? That goal was probably, in a way, it's a better team goal than the one he scored, that Sonny scored that curling one against Leicester.
Yeah.
That was a better one, I think, because the way Kuti won that tackle, he done it twice. He bit at him twice. Right, I'm going to get that ball. And it's such a brilliant team goal. Fantastic. And Kulusevski, I must big him up as well. Bloody, what a player.
Unreal.
What a player. And what a sweet left foot he's got. Kulusevski, they call him. I called him Decky Sexy. Just to be different.
Nice.
Ellie, just a quick question for the Queen of the Højbjerg Army. Just a quick question. What season did you like more of Højbjerg? Last season? I mean, last season's was pretty incredible. Or did you like this season's of his more?
That's a tough one. Do you know what? I think he's been better this season. I'll tell you why. This is my reasoning. Because last season, he was sort of bedding into the team, and he stamped himself as a fantastic midfielder. But this season, we've gone through some turmoil, and he's come out of it, and he got dropped, and he came back 100 times better, to tell you the truth. And when Benny came and joined him, because when he was playing with Winks, he had to do Winks' job as well. So, you know, he got a lot of flack, right?
Yeah.
And when Benny came in and he formed that brilliant partnership, I love it. Love watching them. They bounce off each other and they complement each other. When one goes, one stays. Then Højbjerg will go and Benny will drop back. So they really do know each other's game inside out. And they've got a very good relationship, and I love it. And when they come off the pitch, they're always fist punching, bumping their chests together, because they know they've done a good job.
Yeah, and look, the partnership. Sorry, Yeah. Big up, Reevesy. It's good to see you in the building, by the way. But the partnership that Højbjerg and Bentancur have formed, it's been a massive part in helping us get to top four.
Yes.
But Ellie, it's not only on the field that Højbjerg brings, but a lot of people don't speak about it, but is his leadership. He's talking to players after we've scored a goal there, all celebrating. He's in their ears. You know, he holds players accountable. He bollocks them if what they're doing is not acceptable. You know, he's been absolutely unbelievable the last two seasons. And I'm just glad that there's no more Winks Højbjerg debate.
He's like Conte's voice on the pitch and his direction on the pitch.
Yeah. No, 100% he does. 100% he does. And I'm just glad that Winks Højbjerg debate isn't around anymore because, I mean, first of all, it was absolute nonsense to begin with. And anyone that brought it up, it was one I was passionate about. I used to just say, look, I used to go in on them for it. It's like, let's not go there. Let's not do that with this guy, Winks. I mean, Højbjerg is 10 times better. And the thing they criticised him most for, Ellie, was his passing. Well, I mean, he shut them up in that department, didn't he?
Yeah, he shut everybody up, except for Alex, because Alex still thinks he's bang average. And he
but I mean, that guy kisses Winks posters before he goes to
I
speak.
don't think we're going to convince Alex on that one, because once you've got an opinion about a player, like the one player that I think has changed everybody's mind even more than Højbjerg is Davies.
I agree.
Oh my God, he's been remarkable. Like he's found the Welsh boy inside of him, hasn't he? When he plays for Wales. So I saw a comment in the chat saying Conte just told him
pretend you're playing for Wales.
That he's playing for Wales, you know? Because when he plays for Wales, he plays like that. He plays with his heart on his sleeve. And he's brought that to our team. I mean, he hasn't been perfect, but he's been near to perfect for Davies as you can get, you know.
Yeah, I agree.
But I like his attitude as well. You know, he comes on that pitch, he gives his all. Not that he didn't give his all before, but he was making quite a few errors, and he's stamped that out now.
Yeah,
as soon as Conte come, they've obviously worked on him to bring his confidence up. Because playing at White Hart Lane is very, very difficult. I heard Bob Spur say it yesterday as well. It's so intimidating, you know, because the fans, if they love you, and they'll stick with you. But if you do one thing wrong, they can turn just like that.
You're right.
Fans,
do you know what? I don't mind that though. Just don't be a shit fucker. You know?
Yeah.
Simple.
Don't be shit, and you'll get the praise, right? Yeah. If you're trying hard and you make a mistake, they'll forgive you, the Spurs fans.
Yeah.
But if you're playing shit and you haven't got the heart, they will turn on you just like that.
As they should.
Like a man will turn on his mother-in-law.
No, it's been an absolute unbelievable season, Ellie. I mean, absolute unbelievable. But look, me and Jack are going with player ratings tomorrow. I mean, what would you give Pierre? Just maybe, I haven't decided what I'm giving.
Out
maybe
of 10 for the whole season?
Yeah.
Out of 10 for the whole
season. Solid 8.
Very level-headed there, Ellie. It wasn't, you know...
Because I'm not going to give him a 10, because he hasn't been perfect, all right? And when he was dropped, he came... The thing is with Højbjerg, he's got a fantastic attitude. Some players, they get dropped and they... Like Nodon Belly, for example, right? He drops his head. He doesn't want to play for the team.
Yeah.
But Højbjerg, as soon as he gets dropped, then he comes back and he's determined to prove that he's a number 5 for Spurs forever, you know. And who wore that shirt before him? Jan Vertonghen. You see? So he's got Vertonghen's shirt, so he's carrying that name very well.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he definitely is. Ellie, a couple of questions in here for the chat for you. People want to know what your thoughts are. So, the first one from Franco Martini. Does Ellie think that if Skip hadn't got injured, that Conte would have built a Bentancur-Skip midfield partnership instead of a Bentancur-Højbjerg partnership? Good question.
That's a tough one as well, because I'm not Conte, but if I'm judging it on what each player brings to the side, I would keep Højbjerg in, because first of all, he's more experienced. Second of all, he can pass really, really well, you know, and he hardly live, and he can. They're probably equal on winning the ball back for Spurs. But in terms of distribution, I think Højbjerg's got one over Skip at the moment. But I'm not saying, because Skip is going to develop. He's still a young boy, you know.
Yeah.
He's learning. But when
Yeah.
he played with Højbjerg, they both looked brilliant together. I would say they looked even better in those early parts than even Benny and Højbjerg. But as the season's grown on, I think Benny and Højbjerg, that they've got that partnership, you see. So, I would still keep Højbjerg in.
Yeah.
Sorry, but
Yeah.
I would.
No, look.
Experience, and you
Ellie,
can't
I
buy
don't know
that.
if the Højbjerg fan club could have a better answer than that. I don't know if the Højbjerg fan club, because
He's
that's
got
a tough
physical
question.
presence, and it's not just what he does on the ball; it's what he does off the ball. That's what people should watch. What a player does off the ball, because it's vitally important. It's just as important as on the ball. Because if you're directing people to cover the spaces and you're pointing, like we said before, you're saying, "Look, you take him, I'll take this man." That is leadership. You know, and you need a player like that in your side.
You can guarantee.
And communication is key.
Absolutely.
100%.
I know that because I played in midfield myself.
Yeah. No, look, a partnership. Yeah. You have to be. You have to be constantly speaking. You see everything.
Me at the end when we won, because they knew that I had influence off the ball.
Right.
Yeah. No, 100%. 100%. I agree with you there.
Yeah.
And I can guarantee you, the likes of Kane, Son, and Kulusevski, they really appreciate the likes of what Højbjerg does, winning the ball back. But Ellie Paul Gregory, don't know whether he's trying to get a fight going between me and Jack here. I'm not sure. But he says, Ellie, who would you choose as your striker in your team, David or Jack?
Good question.
Oh
Jack's got the pace, I've got the whole ability.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Dave. You know, Ellie.
But probably I would pick you, David.
Yeah,
you know why?
He's more like a Harry Kane. You know, he's like Harry Kane.
Yeah, very robust, and you'll be solid striker, and you'd have a wicked shot, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I've got a decent shot. Kieran can attest to that. But
and you'll give the defenders so much jib, they'll be shit scared of you.
Yeah, that's true. But look, maybe we could be, maybe me and Jack can be like Robbie Keane and Berbatov. You know, Jack can bring the pace and the running in behind. And I could be the whole guy feeding them all the time. Gregory, we don't have to pick. We can play together, my man.
4-4-2, Gregory. Great question, Gregory. 4-4-2.
Jack, I would play you as the backup striker.
Ellie, I'd actually be delighted if I got the backup striker. I'd actually be delighted. There's nothing I would love more than to be the backup striker. I'd take that paycheck every week.
They're good questions tonight.
Yeah.
Good questions.
Thank you.
They are. That's it, Kieran. You tell him. You see me down on the ashtray, embarrass a few people. Big yourself up, my man. Big yourself up. I'm one of them guys. I watch Kieran doing all the running, winning the ball back, and then I'm just like, as soon as you get it, give it to me. And then when I lose it, I'm like, Kieran, go and get it back again. I feel sorry for him at times. But big up, Kieran. Appreciate the kind words, my man. But look, Ellie, I mean, anything else you want to touch? Actually, quickly, we have to talk to you about this before we let you go.
Yeah, I want to give praise to this man as well, Sonny.
Oh, we'll let you give praise to him in a minute. You can praise Sonny in a minute, but I want to know your thoughts.
Season.
Yeah, 100%.
I want to season.
Yeah, no, he definitely is, and he won it. I'm delighted for him. But I want to know what your thoughts are quickly on
the Golden Boot.
Huh?
Winning the Golden Boot, he deserved it.
Yeah. No, he really did. He's been he's probably been our most consistent player, would you say, Ellie, from Nuno all the way through to the end with Conte?
Say that again?
Would you say Son has been our most consistent player this season from Nuno all the way until under the end of the season under Conte?
Yeah. Him, yeah. Yeah, I would Sonny, he's been our most consistent player with Davis, I would say. Because Davis has been very good as well in the defensive mode. Yeah. So Davis for defence, Sonny for attack. Because Kane's been good as well, but he started off very poorly because of what happened, all those wranglings and whatever. But he picked up, and he had one more assist than Sonny, I think, in the end. Yeah. So Sonny's been brilliant, and he's so infectious the lad, isn't he? I mean, you can't not love him. You know, he comes on that pitch with a smile. He leaves with a smile. It's a fantastic attitude he's got, and his dad has got him well drilled, not keeping him away from women, because women can be the downfall of men. And that's coming from a woman.
100%.
They can in footballing terms. They can. Look what happened to Delhi. You know, he's gone off the rails, hasn't he? Because of not just women, there's other things as well that are interfered with his. Because he's a great talent, Delhi, but he's wasted it. He's wasted it, and now he's ended up at Everton, and he doesn't even get into their team. But Sonny, if he took one leaf out of Sonny's book, we could have been raving about Delhi now, couldn't we? You know, it's a shame.
Yeah, we could be. But look, you know, at the end of the day, I'll be honest, I don't really have sympathy because it's on him. But Ellie, last question of the evening. Paul Gregory
hit me with
says, okay, let's step it up now, Ellie. Who's captain, David or Jack? And I must confess, my sort of captain style would not be tolerated nowadays. So
I don't even know if mine would be either. So I don't know if either of us make good captains.
I didn't quite hear it because it was crackling. What was that?
Who would your captain be, David or Jack?
I can't hear.
Who would your captain be, myself or Jack?
Yourself or Jack for what?
Who would you rather have as captain?
Oh, as a captain?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd have to give it to joint captainship.
Yeah, good answer.
I can't decide. That's too hard to because I love you both. I think you'll both be brilliant captains. So I'd have to share it. 6 months for Jack, 6 months for you.
I'm backup striker anyway, Ellie. So you know I'm coming on and I'm taking the armband away from him since I'm backup striker.
Sorry, because there's a bit of disturbance on your voices.
No, you're all good. You're all good. But look, Ellie, I just want to say to you before you go, first of all, thank you so much for being super positive, super energetic about this club this season. It's been really, really infectious. But most of all, giving myself and Jack that moment that probably would have took a lot longer to come, which was actually meeting each other in person and getting us tickets for the West Ham game. Ellie, I absolutely love and adore you for that. So thank you so
much. Didn't we?
Yeah. We had a great time. A great time singing and chanting and
oh my God, seeing Jack when he walked in and he started to cry and I hugged him and I could see you, David, at the corner of my eye. You could see Jack all emotional. It's incredible. And then we won the match in style.
Yeah.
And I was so happy for you boys to actually beat West Ham, you know, because you'd been to the Wolves game before I think. And you went to the Brighton game, but then Jack came over for the West Ham game.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I was just overwhelmed with it. You know, I wanted to say so much more as well. But you know, when it's sort of an emotional time anyway.
Yeah.
And
it's hard to think. I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, because it was the first time that I'd met you, Jack, and I'd met David once before that at the Wolves match, and that was it. So, yeah, next time we'll make it even more special, you know, because it was special, but we're going to make it even more special because we'll have a few more people around as well, so that we can enjoy it. Go for that curry as well.
Exactly. That's what took the words out of my mouth, Ellie. This time we'll get the curry. This time we'll get the curry.
We'll go for the curry next time. And you can get your fish and chips as well, Jack.
Thank you. I should have been I should have been more honest with you, Ellie. I should have just dragged you everywhere. Just said, Ellie, you know what? I need to go to Chick King. I'm hungry again. You know, sorry, Ellie. Need to go here. I need a pie and mash. You know, I should have just dragged you everywhere, Ellie. Just made you just watch me eat everything on the road. Make you watch me eat everything on the high road. But big up, Ellie. Really
all I want now is next season we progress even more and we win a trophy. Because I mean, I feel so sad that we've had such great footballers as well under Levy's guidance as well, because he's brought in some great footballers for us. We mustn't forget that.
Yeah, there's
we
been
can't
fantastic
give him
footballers.
credit because the team, the managers, every time they get close to it, he lets them down.
Yeah.
You know, he's let Poch down. He let Jose down. All right, Jose's giving him jib now because of it, but you know, every time he's let the fans down most of all, because we're loyal. We're there every single week cheering the team on, you know, and he's let us down big time. So it's time for him now to back Conte. I don't trust him still, but if he gets us 2 or 3 world-class players so that we can go on and win things.
Yeah.
Because that, look, Liverpool did it with just one. They just brought in Van Dijk and they did it. So, it's not how many players you sign, it's who you sign, which positions you get them for. We know we need another striker. We know we need a creative midfielder. And we know we need a centre-back, world-class. So if we get Bastoni, if that one comes over the line, that's the first piece in the jigsaw. Then go for a creative midfielder. The wing backs, we do need better wing backs, I must admit. But let's see if they've got enough money in the coffers after we sell a few to get those positions. But I think the creative midfielder, centre back, and the striker, because you need goals in this day and age.
Yeah.
Right. If Kane gets injured, you need someone to come in who can step up and get 25, 30 goals. You know?
Yeah.
So that's vitally important. And if you've got a creative midfielder, they're going to create chances.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Could not agree more with you. Look, and as well, it has to be the right character coming in. We can't have any more knobheads here. But look, Ellie.
Yes.
We will let you go, but I just want to read you out some comments before you do go.
Okay.
Where are they? Where do you have to go on? Just a lot of people giving you a lot of love here, Ellie. People saying you're a great person.
I'll give them a lot of love back.
Eric Smith says, to slightly skew the saying, Ellie talks for Tottenham, proper passion. Love Ellie.
Love
Absolutely
that.
some great comments in here for you. Kuva as well. John Carter. Ellie, absolute nothing but love for you. Ellie, please don't change.
Even the cockerel on my wine, boys. Even the cockerel on my wine.
I love it. I love it. Well, look, go and crack open it. Go and crack open it. And look, we'll see you again soon, Ellie.
I've got my glass ready. I haven't had any dinner tonight. I saved myself. I didn't have any dinner. They all had dinner. I didn't have any, so I'm going to have a bit to eat now. And I wish you luck for the rest of the season, because we've got the. I mean, it hasn't ended really. It's going to start very soon. It's ended this year, but it's going to start very soon. So then you've got lots of things. I bet you've got lots of things lined up for us fans as well.
Yeah,
absolutely.
The interim period. Yeah,
plenty.
I can't wait.
Plenty. Believe me, look, me and Jack will be shaking things up on Monday, and once we finalise everything, we'll be getting in contact with the people that we need.
All right, lads.
Ellie, and you'll definitely be one of them for sure. Ellie,
come on, you Spurs. In content we trust, Ellie.
See you, Ellie.
Big love to all the Harris Army. Woo!
Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Big up, Ellie. We'll see you again soon. Yeah, exactly. He said, I love that for Kieran. He said, everyone calling Ellie a great person, just ignoring the fact she made the lads watch West Ham for 90 minutes.
That was the game I picked, to be fair. That was the game I picked, to be fair, actually. Not even her fault, Kieran. It's my fault. You know, she gave me all the options in the world. That was the one I picked.
And we absolutely battered them. So it was a perfect pick. Absolute perfect pick. The atmosphere was unbelievable. Jerome says, one player that I have slagged off for ages and has proved me wrong, so wrong under Conte is Ben Davies. He is an unsung hero, but he has been immense for us. So he gets a 9 out of 10. But big up, lads, for some great streams this season.
Really
do you know what? Look, with Ben Davies, I'll hold my hands up as well. I think, like you, I think, look, he probably has been a bit of an unsung hero. Hasn't made too many costly mistakes. And I agree with you. Look, the Dyer one, I find it hard to get on board with, just because I stand by what I believe and what I want from my centre back. But with Dyer or with Davies, I definitely agree with you. I think he's been absolutely immense. I actually, being honest, I think he's done Tottenham proud. I think he's done himself proud. And look, he definitely gives Conte some food for thought, to be sure. I'll be honest. I thought he was finished. He was playing left back at times under Jose, and he was being absolutely spun, absolutely roasted. But Conte's brought him in, played him left side centre back, and he's took to it like a duck to water. And his game has adapted over the season as well. You look at the first part of the season, he was always making overlapping runs, being that late run into the box, etc., etc. And then, towards the end of the season, he's more of sort of like the build-up guy and stuff like that. But he's been absolutely immense. And Jerome, I mean, look, as for the great streams, I don't know if they're great or not, I'll be honest. But we definitely want to be better, for sure. We definitely want to be better. Jack, anything you want to say to Jerome?
I have actually quite a few things to say to Jerome, to be fair. I think he's spot on. I think Ben Davies might be the winner of that unsung hero that we were just talking about earlier, Jerome. Another thing that I must say, a 9 out of 10, you kind of have to look at the consistency. How many games was Ben Davies really the worst player on the pitch? Yeah. Not too many. You could give him that 9 out of 10. So, Jerome, and you're also coming from the standpoint that I was kind of in as well, Jerome, where you're like, this guy was on the first name on your list, to get out of this club.
Yeah.
And he's just proven us well wrong. So, Jerome, I appreciate the humility, appreciate the generosity as well, of course, my man. But I'm kind of in the same boat as you. I'm just well shocked by Ben Davies' kind of turnaround. And I also must say, Jerome, I saw you on a certain other channel, giving your thoughts, Dave, he was celebrating, top 4, giving it to all the Gooners, on that channel and everything.
Legend.
So Jerome, I must
what
say,
channel was that
he was on the terrace, Dave. He was on the terrace.
Big up,
he was giving everybody, Dave. It was absolutely glorious, Dave. He was giving everybody, a mind of his own. It was honestly beautiful, Jerome. So more of that, my man. More of that, because you absolutely went off, and it was beautiful to see you representing the vibes of the Harris Army, Jerome. Really appreciate you, my man.
No, absolute legend. Absolute legend. Big up, Jerome.
Dave, I love the fact. Like, he went off. It was glorious.
Do you know what, Jack? No, I love it. Like, I've gone into other streams over the last week or two, right? And you see some people you'd never expect to see in there, just giving them absolute abuse. And I'm like, big up the Irish, big up the Irish Hotspur Army. I love it. Big up, Jerome. Never stop. That never ever stop doing that either. I condone trolling. Big up, especially when it's rival teams. Big up, Jerome. Maybe not Spurs community, but rival teams for sure. What a legend Jerome is. Tottenham Tantrum Goal says, first of all, big up Ellie. She really is a Spurs legend with the spirit of Bill Nick. Is now running through the club again with Conte. We are rising. Come on, you Spurs. I mean, Dermot, it's unbelievable times ahead. Very exciting times ahead. Look, there is a part of it where we can't really get too far ahead of ourselves. I'll be honest. I do think we'll see. I'm not sure if we'll see our transfer from that exact 150 million. But what that 150 million injection does, it means that before, if we didn't have that, we would have had to do everything. Like, the women's team, the scouting department, and trying to build our squad and stuff like that. But that 150 million definitely helps. And I think we'll see a fair proportion towards transfers. But Dermot, definitely exciting times ahead, my man. Absolute legend. And hopefully we can get back the glory days, the Bill Nick days that you love so much. What an absolute legend. And then John Carr says, lads, let's get behind the stream and start a GoFundMe page for an aircon system. Look, I went and got one, John. I bought one because honestly, right, last summer, I was absolutely melting, lad. Absolutely melting. Look, I'm a big guy. I make no, I don't hide it. I do like my food. And, a big guy sweats so often, but I bought the aircon system. It just doesn't give me enough coolness, my man. But big up, John. But look, Jack, I mean, brilliant stream on flatcapeurotalk earlier on, my man.
Thank you. Yeah, everybody. This is what I would have to plug. If you haven't checked it out before, flatcapeurotalk, this would be the one stream and the one stream only that I do definitely encourage you more than ever to check out. I was just talking to Kieran and Darius, and we looked over all of the various positions that Conte wants to sign players in this summer. We did predictions as to the ones who we think will be in a Spurs shirt at the end of the season. And then we also did predictions for who we actually want to sign, at the end of the day. So it kind of just answers both questions because, a lot of people, they give the answer, this is who I want us to sign, but maybe they don't actually, stay realistic. I'm probably really guilty of that. But then you have people, whenever asked about transfers and whatnot, they just say, whatever Conte needs, whatever Paratici is doing, which is a plenty serviceable answer. But sometimes you just want to be a bit more specific and you want to think like, but, which one do you actually think, will be in a Spurs shirt if you had to guess? And that's what we actually spoke about as well. So I'm pretty sure a lot of people will be interested in that. We just took a lot of guesses at who Spurs will sign and just spoke about who we think Spurs should also sign at the same time. Great debates, really good chat. Darius, as we all know, is a genius. Kieran really made it a spectacular conversation. I think you guys will enjoy.
No, look, you definitely will. I mean, I was sitting there earlier on. I was doing, getting the stream ready for the end of season review and all that sort of stuff. And the boys certainly got me through it, guys. Absolutely fantastic chat about players, and money and everything else, guys. And look, a lot of them actually, to be fair, were quite reasonable, which doesn't usually happen on, when people are asked, you have this, so you can go off and do what you want. So it was actually very, very Tottenham in mind, guys. Yeah. So get over there and check it out. Absolutely brilliant. But guys, I'm going to wrap it up. I mean, I expected a long one. I'm glad it was because, so many people got to come on and have their say. 4.5 hours. Absolutely unbelievable end of season fan show. I want to say a massive thank you, first of all, to Jack for sitting here for the whole 4.5 hours after doing another 2 hours earlier on. Not easy at all. I want to say a massive thank you to the fans, you guys that have come on and made this show. Absolutely brilliant discussions. Enjoy every single one of them. I want to say a massive thank you to you guys out there. Some of you have been watching for the whole 4.5 hours. Absolutely incredible. I want to say a massive thank you to everybody out there as well for the financial support. Whether it's grabbing the channel memberships or the super chats, guys, you have no idea how much it really, really does help myself and Jack going forward.
Yes.
It just means we can do more. We can get the sort of better equipment and all that sort of stuff and just basically take this channel through the stratosphere. That's where we want to go. And it's a massive help. And look, we don't have any big wigs behind us, helping us and stuff like that. And we do a lot of research off camera to make what happens go on camera and stuff like that. So we really appreciate every single one of you. And guys, hopefully you enjoy what we have to offer you the whole way throughout the summer. Smash that like button. Smash that subscribe button. Get your comments underneath. And we'll see you all back here tomorrow around 6-ish for the end of season player ratings. Off Saturday for the Champions final. And then back Sunday for an end of season review. And boy, oh boy, have we got a panel for that. Marcelo, Shawnee, Mr. Brady, myself, Jacko. Tune in.
Big bangers lined up. Bangers lined up, everybody. Stay tuned. No place else to go. We have plenty of shows lined up.
Yeah. Come on, you Spurs. In Conte we trust, baby.
Come on. Conte we trust.